The great inconvenience of all these establishments lies in the danger of contamination from habits of onanism or pederasty. Inverts are strongly attracted towards internats, where they find their heart's desire, where they can easily indulge their perverted passions. The dormitory of such an institution having the same effect on them as that of a girls' school would have on a man, vide Chapter 8. This is a matter which has not received sufficient attention in organizing boarding schools for boys and girls, because it was not known that homosexual instincts are hereditary and innate. Such cases were regarded only as acquired bad habits. Lunatic asylums are especially attractive to sexual inverts, who apply for the positions of attendants or nurse so as to be able to indulge their passions on the insane patients, who are incapable of betraying them. Without being homosexual, nor even seduced by inverts, many normal but erotic individuals try to satisfy their sexual appetite on their companions, boys by pederasty, girls by lesbian love, and both sexes by mutual onanism. The chief danger is that of some sexually perverted individual gaining entry to a boarding school and contaminating numbers of normal individuals, without anything being discovered, because it is much more difficult to supervise a school than a family. This could be remedied better by confidence between masters and pupils than by supervision. Varia, I should never finish if I attempted to describe all the influences of environment. The examples mentioned will suffice to show that, in a natural appetite such as the sexual, the two extremes of asceticism and excess lead to evil and unnatural aberrations, and that the important point is to find or create a healthy environment for a healthy sexual life. We hear a good deal about good or bad luck or chance in the matter of love. I do not deny that fortuitous circumstances often determine the happiness of an individual in his love affairs, but it is all the more deplorable that what is called the good manners of society make it so difficult to correct Cupid's blunders. There is room for improvement in this direction, and many spoilt lives and much unhappiness might be avoided. The unfavorable influence of environment might often be corrected by separation or change, if this could be done in time. Chapter 12. Religion and Sexual Life. Transformation of profane customs into religious dogmas. Ethnography has taught us that in the course of time, human tribes often unconsciously transform profane customs into integral parts of their religion, either by attributing them to a divine origin, or by elevating them to the rank of commandments of the gods, or by connecting them with other dogmas, combining them with worship, etc. Sexual connection plays an important part in this matter. A great number of religious rites and customs are nothing else than the customs of sexual life, taken in its widest sense, which have been symbolized. Inversely, a number of dogmas have for their only motive the application of a religious basis to sexual customs, which gives them more authority. The religious rites react powerfully on the sexual life and on the way in which the members of the tribe or people understand it. We will give a few striking examples. We have seen in Chapter 6 that polygamy depends first on the idea of ownership, and secondly on marriage by purchase, to which it owes its historic origin, but the fact that Islamism and Mormonism, for example, have made polygamy an integral part of their religious dogmas, has given to the whole organization of the Mahometans and Mormons, as well as to their point of view of existence, a particular direction which cannot be ignored. In reality, we are just as polygamous as they are, but our theoretical and religious sexual morality is monogamous while theirs is polygamous, each based on contradictory divine commandments. Among certain Buddhists, the wife is compelled to follow her husband to the grave, which naturally influences sexual life profoundly. The duty imposed on men to marry the widow of their brother originated from a profane command intended to regulate unions. Eventually this was made a religious dogma, in the same way circumcision among the Jews had its origin in a hygienic custom having no relation to religious faith. This did not prevent it becoming later on as important a custom as baptism in Christianity. For the Jewish people, it has the advantage of protecting them to a great extent from venereal infection and against one of the chief causes of masturbation. Catholicism. We have already spoken of the celibacy of the Catholic priests and of its lay origin. The Catholic religion also contains a series of detailed precepts concerning sexual connection in general and marriage in particular, precepts which were only gradually transformed into religious dogmas. As they determine to a great extent opinions and manners in the sexual domain, they exert a considerable social influence. The absolute interdiction of divorce among the Catholics' man has not the right to separate those whom God has joined together, seals forever the most unfortunate unions, and leads to misfortunes of all kinds, separation of the married couple, liaisons apart from marriage, etc. According to Liguori, the Catholic Church prescribes a number of details concerning sexual relations in marriage. The woman who, during coitus, places herself upon the man instead of under him, commits a sin. The position and manner of performing coitus are prescribed in the most minute details, and the Holy Fathers make the woman play a part unworthy of her position as wife, while according the man the widest liberty. In truly Catholic marriage it is prescribed to procreate as many children as possible, and all preventive measures in coitus are severely condemned. Hence, if the woman is very fruitful, the husband has only the choice between complete abstention from coitus when both conjoints are in agreement, and pregnancies following without interruption. The woman never has the right to refuse coitus to her husband, nor the latter to refuse it to his wife, so long as he is capable of accomplishing it. It is easy to understand what powerful effects such precepts have had and still have on the conjugal life of the Catholics, particularly on the quantity and quality of their descendants. Oral confession. Confession requires special mention. In his book, 50 Years in the Roman Church, Gehaber, Geneva, on page 151, Father Chiniquy, the celebrated Canadian reformer, who later on became a Protestant, and for many years played an important part in the Canadian Catholic clergy, mentions the points on which the confessor interrogates the penitents of both sexes. One cannot reproach him with being incompetent. No doubt the Church of today would reply that the confessor is not obliged to put all these questions, and that the details are left to his tact. We will agree that there is a difference between the Canada of the last century, a new and primitive country, and the Europe of the present day. But I maintain, first, that the confessor does not content himself with listening to what the penitents of both sexes tell him, but that it is his duty to interrogate them. Secondly, that a celibate Catholic person, extremely serious and virtuous, to whom I put the question unawares, informed me that not only are sexual matters dealt with at the confessional, but that they play the principal role. And as it is a question of warning the penitents against so-called sins, mortal or not, or of absolving them, I fail to see how the priest can avoid speaking of them, when the detailed precepts of which we have spoken exist. I reproduce here the original Latin text. It deals with questions which have been treated in chapter 8, so that I shall dispense with giving a translation. The confessor puts the following questions to his penitents: Peccant uxors, qui susceptum viri semen egiciunt, vel egicere cananter dens vol Roman 7. Peccant conjuges mortaliter, si copula incepta, prohibent seminationum. Si ver jam seminavarit, dubium fit femina lethaliter peccat, si retrahata seminando. Aut peccat lethaliter ver non expectando seminationum uxoris. Peccant conjuges inter si circa actum conjugalum, debit servari modus sive citus, uno ut non servitor debitum vas, sed copula habetur in vase prepostero, aliquoque non naturali. Si fiat excedendo a postero, a latter stando sedendo, vel si ver sit succumbus. Impotentia, est incapacitas perficiandi copulam carnalum perfectam, cum semination viri in vase si debido, su de si aptam generationi. Vel, ut si mulier sit nimis arcta respectu unius non respectu alterius. Notator quad pollutio in mulieribus possit perfici, ita ut semen iram non effluet extra membrum genitale. Indicium istius alligat biluart, si silicet mulier sensiat seminis resolutionum cum magno voluptatis sensu, qua completa, passio satiata vol. Roman 4. Uxor si accusans in confession quad negaverit debitum, interrogator an ex pleno rigor juris sui id petiverit vol. Roman 7. Confessarius ponitentum, qui confiter si peccas cum sacerdote, vel solicitatum ab eo ad terpia, podist interrogare utrum ille sacerdos sit ejus confessarius, and in confession solicitaverit vol. Roman 6. In volumes V and Roman 7 of Dens may be found many such precepts, impossible to reproduce, on which the pious casuist desires his penitents to be examined. Let us now pass on to the celebrated Liguori. Among numerous other obscene questions of a refined erotic nature, every confessor is bound to put the two following to his penitents. Quaeretin sit semper mortal, si verimittet pudenda in ars uxoris. Virius affirmo, queer in hoc actu ab calorum oris, adest proximum periculum pollutionis, et vita nova species luxurii contra naturam, dictu illuminatio. Eodem modo, Sanchez damnat verum de mortali qui in actu copuli, emite ret digitum in vas preposterum uxoris. Quia, ut 8 in hoc actu, adest effectus ad sodomium liguori, T. Roman 6. To young men, fecisti solus tecum fornicationum ut quidem face resolent, ita dico ut ips tuum membrum virile in manum tuam accippers, et sic duceas prepudium tuum, et manu propria commovers, ut sic per illam delictationum semen progeseas. Fornicationum fecisti cum masculo intracoxes, ita dico ut tuum virile membrum intracoxes ulterius mitters, et sic agitando semen funders. Fecisti fornicationum, ut quidem face resolent, ut tuum virile membrum in lignum perforatum aut in aliquad hugis modi mitters, et sic per illam commotionum, et delictationum semen progeseas. Fecisti fornicationum contra naturam, id est, cum masculis vel animalibus quar, id est cum equo, cum vacca vel asina vel aliquo animali, vol. I. B. To young girls or women same collection. Fecisti quad quidem mulieres solent, quadam malimen, aut machinamentum in modum virilis membri ad mensuram tui voluptatis, et illud loco verendorum tuorum aut ulterius, cum aliquibus ligaturis ut fornicationum faces, cum aliis mulieribus, vel alio eodem instrumento, sive alio tecum. Fecisti quad quidem mulieres face resolent, ut jam supra dicto malamine vel alio aliquo machinamento, tu ipsa in T. salem faces fornicationum. Fecisti quad quidem mulieres face resolent, quando libidinum si vexantum extingra valant, qui si conjugant quaes aequar debint et passant, et conjungunt in visum pueperio sua, et si fracando proritum ilarum extingra desiderant. Fecisti quad quidem mulieres face resolent, ut cum filio tuo parvulo fornicationum faces, ita dico ut filium tuum supra turpidinum tuam poners ut sic imitabaris fornicationum. The celebrated Debrin has written a whole book on the same subject for the instruction of young confessors, and in it he has enumerated all kinds of debauchery and sexual perversion, which he could imagine, mekiology, or treatise on all the sins against the 6th, 7th in the Decalogue, and the 9th, 10th commandments, as well as on all questions of married life connected with them. This book is very celebrated and is widely studied in the Roman Church. We only quote from it the two following questions. To men, ad cognoscendum and usque ad pollutionem si tedigerint, quando tempor et quo fine si tedigerint, and tunc quadam motus in corpor experti furint, et per quantum temporis spatium, and cessantibus tactibus nihil insolitum et terp acciderit, ad non lunge majorum in corpor voluptatum perciperint in fine inactum quam in aerum principio, and tum in fine quando magnam delictationem carnalum censurunt, omnis motus corporis cessiverint, and non malefacti furint, etc., etc. To girls, qui sis tetigis fatenter, and non aliquum pruritum extingra tentiverit, et utrum pruritus illes cessiverit cum magnam censurint voluptatum, and tunc ipsumit tactus cessiverint. Among 1,000 other analogous precepts, the Reverend Kenrick, Bishop of Boston in the United States, gives the following to his confessors. Uxor qui in usu matrimoniae, si vertit, ut non recipiat semen, vel state impost illud acceptum surgit, ut expellitor lethaliter peccat, sed opus non est ut diu resuspina jacet, quam matrix brevi semen attrahet, et marx arcticime clauditor. Purely patienti licit si verter et canari ut non recipiat semen, quad injuria et imititor, sed, acceptum non licit expeller, quia jam possessionum pacificum habit et hord obsc injuria naturi agisseretur. Conjuges senis plerumque coant obsc culpa, licit continget semen extra vasa fundi, id enim per accidens fit ex infirmitati naturi. Quad si vires adio sint fracti ut nulla sit seminandi intra vas spes, jam necunt jur conjugi uti vol. Roman 3. Such is the teaching of Chiniquy, the man whose courage and powerful individuality succeeded in introducing abstinence from alcohol in Canada. His long life was that of a pioneer and an inflexible champion of social and moral reform in that country, based on Christianity. He died at the age of 90. I have quoted the erotic precepts of the confessional from him, as I was anxious to quote from an absolutely reliable source. It was not with a light heart that Chiniquy abandoned the Catholic Church, but only after violent and bitter struggles with conscience, struggles of which he relates the tragic episodes, and which lasted for many years. He commences the chapter from which we have quoted with the following words: "Let legislators, fathers and husbands read this chapter, and ask themselves the question whether the respect which they owe to their mothers, their wives and their daughters does not impose upon them the duty of forbidding auricular confession. How is it possible for a young girl to remain pure in mind after such conversations with an unmarried man? Is she not more prepared for the depths of vice than for conjugal life?" The author of these lines is a man who was obliged for many years to be a confessor himself, and who understood to what extent confession corrupted the sexual life of women and priests. It is true that persons, priests or women of strong character, and especially those with a cold nature from the sexual point of view, may resist such sexual excitation. But has confession been specially instituted for this type of character? Everyone who is not a hypocrite will own that it is exactly the contrary. Religious prudery. The results of such a combination of sexual life with religious prescriptions are a mixture of ridiculous prudery and continual eroticism. In certain convents, those of the nuns of Galicia, for example, the nuns forbid their pupils to wash the sexual organs because it is improper. In Austria, the nuns often cover the crucifix in their bedroom with a handkerchief, so that Christ cannot see their nakedness. But the convents of nuns in the Middle Ages were often transformed into brothels, and it is not uncommon to see hypocrites or the subjects of erotic hysteria. Both men and women perform sexual orgies of the worst kind under the cloak of religious ecstasy. Hottentots, eunuchs. Among the Hottentots, the lips of the vulva labia minora in women are artificially elongated, and among the Orientals eunuchs are made. In themselves, these two operations have certainly nothing to do with religion and only originated in profane customs. In the course of time they were made religious precepts, which has deeply rooted them in the customs of the people. Religious eroticism. The examples which we have cited show to what extent man is disposed to clothe his eroticism with the cloak of religion. He then attributes a divine origin to his desires and lays the precepts which he attaches to them on the commandments of his god or gods, so as to sanctify them. Hence, the unnatural influence of a mysticism, which is nothing else than the crystallized product of the fantastic imagination of men, raised to a dogma, imposes itself indirectly on natural sexual life, by entering at the back door under the cloak of religion. It is obvious that grave abuses or even vices often acquire the seal and power of religious precepts, while in the same domain, a number of other customs or precepts are based on good hygienic or moral principles, for example, circumcision and conjugal fidelity. It is perhaps in the domain of pathology that the relations of religion to sexual life are the most striking. See Chapter 8. We must not forget that the facts of reproduction seem to ignorant people, and especially to barbarians, to be of a very mysterious nature. These people have no idea of germinal cells or their conjugation. They see in conception, embryogeny, pregnancy and birth the miraculous effects of a divine and occult higher power of the divinity, often even of the devil. The violent excitement which is associated with the sexual appetite and with love urges man to ecstasy. Hence it is not to be wondered at that eroticism is so often complicated by ecstatic religious sentiments. In his book on Psychopathia Sexualis, Krafft-Ebing remarks how easily religion, poetry and eroticism are combined and mingled in the obscure feelings and presentiments of maturing youth. In the life of saints, there is always the question of sexual temptations, in which the most elevated and ideal sentiments are mixed with the most repugnant erotic images. On the same basis are developed the sexual orgies of different religious fetes in the ancient world, as well as in certain modern sects. Mysticism, religious ecstasy, and sexual voluptuousness are often combined in a real trinity, and one often sees unsatisfied sensuality seek compensation in religious exaltation. Krafft-Ebing cites the following cases from Friedreich's Legal Psychology. In this way, the nun Blobikin was perpetually tormented by the thought of what happened to the part of Jesus' body removed by circumcision. In order to make his devotions to the Lamb of God, Veronique Giuliani, who was canonized by Pope Pius Roman II, took into his chamber a terrestrial lamb, embraced it and sucked its breasts. Saint Catherine of Jeans often suffered from such internal heat that to cool herself she laid on the ground, crying, "Love, love, I can do no more." In doing this she felt a peculiar inclination for her confessor. One day, putting his hand to her nose, she perceived an odor which penetrated her heart, a celestial odor the voluptuousness of which could wake the dead. The role of mental pathology in religious eroticism. Among the insane, and especially in women, but also in men afflicted with paranoia, a mental disease, we often find a strange and repugnant mixture of eroticism and religious images. Such are the everlasting betrothals with Christ, the Virgin Mary, with God or with the Holy Spirit, betrothals in which the venereal orgasm is combined with imaginary coitus and masturbation, followed by imaginary pregnancy and childbirth. These symptoms give us a clear indication of the relation which exists between eroticism and religious exaltation. The French alienists have even designated them by the characteristic term of erotic or religious delirium. A single visit to the female division of a lunatic asylum is often sufficient to satisfy the visitor. A point which has received less attention is the immense historical influence which certain psychopathological personalities, chiefly hysterical subjects, but also some crazy persons or hereditary visionaries, have exercised at all times on human destiny, usually by the aid of the suggestive effects of sexual and religious ideas, erotic-religious, the connections of which have not always been clear. Every psychiatrist knows the insane whose delirium is combined with religious or mystic exaltation, and who by the mysticism of their delirium have exercised and continue to exercise a profound influence on the mass of humanity, which surround them panurge as sheep, if I may use the expression. These people are themselves so dominated by the pathological influence of their autosuggestions or their delirium that they behave with the fanaticism of fakirs, and exhibit an extraordinary energy and perseverance in the pursuit of the object of their morbid ideas. By their assurance, the sentiment of infallibility, and the fire of faith which is manifested in their prophetical manner, they fascinate the feeble brains of the people who surround them and attract them by their suggestive action. A very human and often powerful eroticism is usually associated with their delirium, but it is covered by a cloak of religious ecstasy, which imposes on natures disposed to exaltation, and renders them blind to the ignominy which often lies under this ecstasy. What makes these patients so persuasive is the fact that they are themselves persuaded. Even the normal man, we must admit, is guided less by reason than by sentiment, and the persons we have just described exert a powerful action on sentiment, and this more by their piercing glance, their prophetic and dominating tone, their manner and appearance, than by the extremely confused text of their discourses and doctrines. In this way there are always arising small epidemics of attraction in which a group of individuals allows itself to be infatuated by so-called prophets, messiahs, holy virgins and other visionaries, who are only lunatics or crazy persons. Under their influence are produced certain forms of insanity by contagion, which have been called double, triple or quadruple madness, and which may sometimes take the form of an epidemic. When the prophet is more consistent in his words and actions, or when his environment is still very ignorant and superstitious, the crowd of believers increases still more rapidly, and thus one sees even at the present day in less civilized countries new sects or religious guilds, more or less ephemeral, in which the spirit of the prophet sometimes stirs up grave sexual orgies. Among more cultured people, the prophet is generally exposed or sent to a lunatic asylum, much to the indignation of his disciples, who often consist of his wife and children and a few feeble-minded acquaintances. Thanks to the cheapness of printing, these prophets often publish their new religious system and sell it among their dupes. I possess a small library of works of this kind which have been sent me by their authors, probably with the idea that they might one day be taken for fools, and to prove to me in advance that they were not. According to them, God has personally revealed to them the new truth in which they believe, and has appointed them as prophets. Erotic images are generally associated with their system. One of them, whose system is astronomical, divides the planets into males and females. Another, a lunatic, describes the pathological sexual sensations by the term of psychosexual contact by action at a distance. These are phenomena which we meet with at each step in psychiatry, and which give the clue to what follows. The historical role of mental anomalies, which are not very apparent and border on genius, their influence on religious eroticism. These persons are not always afflicted with paranoia or other grave psychoses, but often hereditary and constitutional psychopaths who are only half crazy or simply hysterical, and who may, in spite of this defect, possess a certain degree of intellectual power, an energetic will and the fire of enthusiasm. Things then take an essentially different course, even when they rest on an analogous basis. This important category of individuals constitutes a whole series of transitions between the insane prophets of whom we have spoken and well-balanced men of genius. It is often very difficult to understand and interpret the series of intermediate forms, so graduating and so variable, which exist between insanity and genius. It is necessary to guard against any exclusive generalization in one way or the other. In any case, the fact that many men of genius are of pathological nature does not authorize us to regard every person of genius or originality as insane, whether he attacks the routine and prejudices of his contemporaries, or whether he opens up new horizons and goes out of the beaten track. Let me cite a few examples. Joan of Arc was, in my opinion, a hysterical genius whose hallucinations were autosuggestive. The distress of France had profoundly agitated her, and, fired with the desire to save her country, her brain was affected by autosuggestion with hallucinations of the voices of saints and visions, which pointed out her mission, and which she regarded as coming from real saints in heaven. At that period such things were common enough and need not surprise us. In spite of her good sense and modesty, Joan of Arc was urged by an exaltation unconscious of self, by a destiny as astonishing as providential. This young girl of genius, and at the same time pathological, exalted by ecstatic hallucinations, led France to a victorious war of freedom. The most conscientious historical sources show that the morality of Joan of Arc was pure and above reproach. Her replies to the invidious questions of the Inquisition are admirable and bear witness, both to her high intelligence and the moral elevation of her sentiments. It is evident that the sentiments of love were transformed in her into religious ecstasy and enthusiasm for the ideal of her mission, a frequent occurrence among women. Another remarkable example is that of Thomas à Becket, the sudden transformation of this man of the world into an ascetic priest, it is true, on the occasion of his nomination as Archbishop, from this devoted friend and servitor of the King of England into his most violent adversary, and into a champion of the Church against the state, evidently represents the autosuggestive transformation of a hysterical subject, for this is the only way of explaining such a sudden and complete contradiction, which caused him to change suddenly from one fanaticism to a contrary one. The religious exaltation of the Mormon prophet Smith was no doubt combined with eroticism, which made him organize his sect on the basis of polygamy. Mahomet also had visions, and sexual connection plays an important part in his teaching and prophecies. The Apostle St. Paul was also a visionary who passed suddenly from one extreme to another as the result of hallucination. Pascal, Napoleon, and Rousseau presented very marked pathological traits. Although some of these cases have no direct connection with the sexual question, I have mentioned them to show how such personalities exert their influence on the masses, and through them on history. As soon as they acquire authority, their peculiar ideas and sexual conceptions, however exclusive or even absurd they may be, react strongly on their contemporaries, as we see today the ascetic ideas of Tolstoy influence his numerous disciples. Sudden conversions, whatever may be their nature, especially when the convert goes from one extreme to another, are not the fruit of reason, but depend on suggestion or autosuggestion, and especially on pathological suggestibility. Vide Chapter 9. In other respects, sexual anomalies often govern the acts of hysterical persons and other psychopaths. The Roman emperors Nero, Tiberius, and Caligula were almost certainly sadists, and enjoyed sexual pleasure at the sight of the sufferings of their victims. Valerie, Messalina, and Catherine de' Medici were also female sadists. Under the hypocritical veil of religion, Catherine de' Medici was the principal instigator of the massacre of St. Bartholomew at Paris, and wallowed in pleasure at the sight of the massacre of the Huguenots. On the other hand, masochism may give tone to the thoughts and sexual feelings of certain persons of great influence, such as Rousseau, and to sects of ascetics, such as the fakirs, etc. Involuntarily, therefore, the sexual feelings of every prophet and founder of religion, even during a short period of his life only, influence more or less his religious system, and consequently the laws of morality based on it, which remain after his death. Hence it is that sentiments, as variable in different individuals as sexual sentiments, are obliged to submit to the constraint of fixed and tyrannical dogmas, which martyrize for centuries, or even thousands of years, men who have other opinions than the founder of the religion or its interpreters who succeed him. In religion we see everywhere idealized eroticism, and often idealism perfumed with eroticism. The Songs of Solomon, the original sense of which was very lay, like that of most religious matters, has been made allegorical and applied to the Christian Church, but it was and will always remain an erotic poem. It is hardly necessary to add that natural eroticism very often leads the severe and ascetic preachers of morality to the grossest hypocrisy. Priests and other pious persons often preach an idealized asceticism, while in secret they commit the most disgusting sexual excesses. We must not, however, judge such crying inconsistencies too severely. They are to a great extent unconscious, and are the result of the shock of passion against the tyranny of dogma, prejudice, and public opinion. They are often also the result of mental anomalies. When science is allowed to enlighten sexual life freely and openly, the hypocrisy of normal people will cease, and that of the abnormal will be recognized in time and prevented from doing harm. Transformation of eroticism into religious sentiment. In ordinary life, we find everywhere traces of the mixture of religion with sexual sensations and images. The religious ceremonies of marriage among all peoples constitute a significant remnant thereof. When we look for the causes of sudden and progressive religious exaltation, we often discover that it is nothing else than compensation for disappointed love. I refer here to true and fervid exaltation, identified with the whole inner consciousness, and not to the religion of habit which the average man scarcely remembers in his daily life, and only observes on Sunday in the form of a conventional promenade or a contribution to the church. This religion of habit is only an empty form, which awakes no sentiment, and consequently is associated with no sensation, even erotic, in its followers. In other individuals it may be otherwise, and certainly was so formerly. Everything goes to prove that the exalted sentiments of sympathy from which our religion is to a great extent derived, such as the holy fervour, the devotional ardour, and the delights of ecstasy, which it has so often procured for its followers, and still procures for some of them, whether their object be God, Allah, Jehovah, Jesus Christ, Buddha, Vishnu, the Virgin Mary, or the saints, that these sentiments have to a great extent their roots in primary erotic sensations and sentiments, or represent the direct transformation of them. It is needless to say that all this may take place quite unconsciously, and with the purest intentions. I hasten to add that the majority of true religious sentiments come from quite a different source. When we study the religious sentiment profoundly, especially in the Christian religion, and Catholicism in particular, we find at each step its astonishing connection with eroticism. We find it in the exalted adoration of holy women, such as Mary Magdalene, Marie de Bethany, for Jesus in the Holy Legends, in the worship of the Virgin Mary in the Middle Ages, and especially in art. The ecstatic Madonnas in our art galleries cast their fervent regards on Jesus or on the heavens. The expression in Murillo's Immaculate Conception may be interpreted by the highest voluptuous exaltation of love, as well as by holy transfiguration. The saints of Correggio regard the Holy Virgin with an amorous ardour which may be celestial, but appears in reality extremely terrestrial and human. Numerous sects, both ancient and modern, have entered on the scene in a hardly less libidinous manner. For example, the sexual excesses of the Anabaptists in former times, and the sexual ecstasies of certain modern sects in America. If the objection is raised that these sects are the pathological excrescences of religion, I reply with their disciples as follows. We have come into the world because your state religions are sunk in indifference, hypocrisy, and hollow formality, offering nothing to the human heart but empty phrases. It behooves us to awaken from this sleep. We want enthusiasm and fervour to transform the inner life of man and convert him. These words, which we can see and hear everywhere by opening our eyes and ears, constitute a formal avowal of the suggestive factor in religion. See Chapter 9. In the canton of Zurich I have myself often had occasion to observe, especially among women, the followers of the singular sect of the Pastor Zeller, of Mienendorf. He is a kind of visionary prophet who heals people after the manner of Christ and John the Baptist, by placing his hands on them and anointing them with oil. The cures which he obtains are due naturally to suggestion, like those of Lourdes, but he attributes them to divine miracles. He even told me naively that he heard a grinding crepitation in a broken bone, which he regarded as a miraculous cure. A crowd of women, mostly hysterical, collected around this man with an ardour which was unconsciously directed much more to his person than to that of God or Christ whom he was supposed to symbolize. I have treated patients who had been to him, and who associated with his person both the mildest and the most carnal erotic images, of course, in the innocence of their hearts. Description of religious eroticism by the poets. The Swiss poet Gottfried Keller, with his peculiar genius, has described religious eroticism in an admirable way, especially in his 7 legends. Read, for example, Dorothea's Blumenkorbchen, Dorothea's Little Flower Basket, in which the terrestrial lover of Dorothea ends by becoming jealous of her celestial lover, of whom she always speaks in the most exalted sentiments. Wherever she went she spoke in the most tender terms, and expressed the most ardent desire for a celestial lover that she had found, who waited in immortal beauty to press her against his shining breast. When the wicked prefect had bound Dorothea on the gridiron under which was placed a slow fire, this hurt her delicate body, and she uttered smothered cries. Then her terrestrial lover Theophilus, forcing his way through the crowd, burst her bonds and said with a sad smile, "Does it hurt you, Dorothea?" But when suddenly freed from all pain she immediately replied, "How could it hurt me, Theophilus? I lay on the roses of the lover I adore. This is my wedding day." Keller shows us here, along with eroticism, the suggestive effect of ecstasy, which among martyrs may reach the most complete anesthesia. Goethe has also described erotic or religious ecstasy, for example at the end of the second part of Faust, in the prayers addressed by certain anchorites to the Queen of Heaven. Distinction between religion and the ecstasy derived from eroticism. It would be quite false to maintain that religion in itself arises from sexual sensations. The terror of death and the enigmas of existence, the sentiments of human weakness and insufficiency of life, the want of consolation for all miseries, the hope of a future life, all play an important part in the origin of religions. On the other hand, it is necessary to recognize the considerable role of the erotic sexual factor in religious sentiments and dogmas, where on the one hand it leads to ardent fervor, while on the other hand it tyrannizes, especially by the exclusiveness of its residues transformed into dogmas, the natural expansion of the erotic sentiments which are so variable in individuals. One of the most difficult and important future tasks of social science toward humanity is, therefore, to set free sexual relations from the tyranny of religious dogmas, by placing them in harmony with the true and purely human laws of natural ethics. Compensations. In the animal series we have seen that sentiments of sympathy are derived, in a general way, by phylogeny, from the sentiments of sexual attraction, and we often see in man a sexual love, deceived, despised or transfigured, seek compensation or idealization in the fervor or religious exaltation. The question naturally presents itself whether this compensation or this ideal is indispensable, and if other objects of a human and not mystical nature cannot take its place. There are, in my opinion, purely human ideals, which are capable of transfiguring erotic love religiously quite as well as the mysticism of so-called divine revelations. Christianity is called the religion of love, and the Apostle Paul even places charity higher than faith. But what is charity but the synthesis of the social sentiments of sympathy, devotion and self-denial, for the benefit of humanity? Cannot it, therefore, be established on another basis than that of checks to be drawn on paradise? Cannot exaltation and fervor apply their powerful faith, the beauty of their form and the elevation of their sentiments to the social ideal and the future welfare of our children? Cannot we replace the cult of religious legends, the adoration of the works of Jehovah and Christ, as they are given in the Bible, by the religion of our descendants and their welfare? In my opinion, the suggestion of religious ecstasy and love might well be directed toward the benefit of society. Its fanaticism is admirably adapted to shake the indifference and indolence of men, but this source of energy should not be wasted in the adoration of legendary mirages, but used for the efficacious culture of a true human religion of love on earth. Chapter 13. Rights in Sexual Life. Generalities. Rights and liberty. Human ideas of right are very curious. Everyone appeals to right and liberty, and naturally thinks of himself first, without perceiving that in continually claiming his proper rights, he tramples underfoot those of others. How beautiful are these words rights and liberty! But in everyday life in what an uncompromising way they oppose each other. To give satisfaction to my rights and liberty, the right of complete development, according to my natural sentiments, is a thing which is perfectly impossible, or is only practicable by constantly infringing the right and liberty of my fellow beings. Nevertheless, people keep harping on this theme. With the exalted tone of intimate conviction, they inveigh against our social organization, cursing the malice of others, but show themselves perfectly incapable of resolving the contradictions which gave rise to their thirst for liberty and justice. The cry of despair addressed to right and liberty by modern society is nothing else than the expression of the instinctive sentiment of anger and revolt produced by the natural evolution of our phylogeny. The savage instincts, still considerable in the hereditary foundation of human nature, the neem, revolt against the straitjacket placed on them by social life, and against the want of liberty on the earth, which is already too small for humanity. The natural man is eager for expansion and liberty, and accustoms himself with difficulty to the severe restrictions which social necessities impose upon him. His nature is still that of a semi-nomadic animal, living as an autocrat with his family, possessed of a number of egoistic wants, and wherever he goes, opposing the rights, liberties and desires of other men, who generally compel him to subordinate his desires to theirs. This is the true reason of this impotent cry of vexation and anger against the malice of others, and the defectiveness of social organization. And yet this cry is absolutely necessary, in order that we may find and put in practice a social formula as tolerable as possible for the future. But, if we accept the question of capital and labor, there is no domain in which social hindrance is so cruelly felt as in the sexual. What is human right? Apart from formally admitted distinctions, we shall divide what is called right from the psychological and human point of view into two categories of ideas: natural rights and conventional rights. Natural rights, right of the stronger. Natural right is quite a relative idea, the right to life and its conditions. But as in this world which is said to be created by a personal and perfect God, things are so amicably arranged that living creatures can only exist by devouring one another, the oldest effective natural right of every living being is precisely that of devouring others weaker than itself. This is the right of the stronger. Therefore, the absolute natural right is the right of the stronger. The rights of groups, ants. These notions become altered, however, if we regard them from the point of view of relative natural right. This does not concern all living beings, but only certain groups. The rights of groups are relative from a double point of view. On the one hand, they give the group of individuals concerned the right of interfering with the right to life of other groups, even to extinction. On the other hand, this is the better aspect of the rights of groups. They are completed by what are called the duties of each individual toward others of the same group. That is to say, the obligation to have regard for and even protect their rights equally as his own. The rights of a group include the social rights and duties in the limits of that group. It is among animals, especially the ants, that we find the most ideal organization of the rights of a group. Each individual of the ant colony acts in the interests of the community, which are the same as its own. It has the right to be nourished and housed, and to satisfy all its immediate wants. But at the same time it is its duty to labor unceasingly in building and repairing the common dwelling, to nourish its fellows, to aid in the reproduction and bringing up of the brood, to defend the community, and even to take the offensive against every living being who does not belong to the community, in order to increase its resources. The rights and duties have here become completely instinctive by adaptation, that is to say, they are performed without commands or instruction. They result spontaneously from the natural organization of ants, without the least external obligation intervening. Here, the cry of distress of the ferocious human beast, of whom we have just spoken, is completely absent, for duty is replaced by instinct or by appetite, and its accomplishment is accompanied by a natural sentiment of pleasure. Every ant could be idle without being punished by its comrades, if it were capable of wishing to be so, but this is impossible. Communities of ants can only exist on the basis of the social instinct of labor and mutual support, without which they would immediately disappear. Egoism and the rights of groups in man. Human rights. The notions of the rights of groups in man are infinitely more complicated and more difficult to understand. As we have already seen, the most primordial instinctive sentiment in man is limited to his family and his immediate surroundings. But here even it leaves much to be desired. Family disputes, quarrels between brothers and sisters are frequent enough. Parricide, fratricide, and infanticide are not rare. In addition to this, beyond the narrow circle of the family, disputes, hatred between individuals, deception, robbery, and many worse things are always the order of the day. In struggles between parties and classes, in the abuse of privileges of caste and fortune, in war, in commerce, in a word, in everything, private interests of egoism take precedence of the general interests of humanity. These facts, and 1,000 other pitiable phenomena of the same kind in human society, bear witness to the egoistic and rapacious nature of man, which proves how little the social instinct is developed in his brain. Human society is founded much more on custom and tradition, imposed by the force of circumstances, than on nature. Human infants resemble kittens at first much more than young social beings. In primitive times, when the earth appeared large to man, the rights of groups were limited to small communities which looked upon other men, the same as animals and plants, as legitimate prey. Cannibalism and even the chase show clearly that man began by becoming more rapacious and more carnivorous than his pithecanthropoid ancestor, and his cousin the ape of the present day. It is only later, after the progressive enlargement of stronger communities at the expense of weaker. Still later, when man commenced to comprehend the sufferings for the community which result from the autocracy and passion for unlimited pleasure of a few persons. Finally, when he discovered the narrow limits of the earth, that notions of humanity and humanitarianism, that is to say the sentiment of human solidarity, were able to develop in the general conscience. It was, however, one of the ancients who said, "I am a man, and nothing human can be strange to me." But in his time, as in that of Jesus Christ, civilization was already far advanced and influenced by the wide humanitarian ideas, more ancient still, of the Assyrians and the Buddhists. Everyone who reflects will understand that the relativity of the rights of groups in man, and that of the duties which correspond to them, must in time expand and be applied, little by little, to all the human inhabitants of the earth. What is more difficult is the definition of what should be understood under the term of humanity, capable of being socialized and cultivated. No doubt, the gap which exists between the lowest living human race and the highest ape is considerable, and without direct transition, however, we gradually begin to recognize, on the one hand, that we have certain duties toward animals, at least toward those which serve us, and on the other hand, we know that certain of the lower human races, such as the Pygmies, the Vedas, and even the Negroes, are inaccessible to a higher civilization, and especially incapable by themselves of maintaining what a number of their individuals learn by training when they live among us. We shall therefore have to choose finally between the gradual extinction of these races or that of our own. As regards the animal and vegetable kingdoms, from the amoeba to the orangutan, the question is simple enough and settled. It is much more difficult to decide for men, and for peoples separated from us by great racial differences. I must emphasize the profoundness of this difference. It is evident that the higher cultivated races, or rather blends of races, which live today will do better to live in peace than to mutually exterminate each other. It is necessary to discuss these questions at the risk of hurting the feelings of sentimental persons, but what is the use of being blind to such patent facts? It is not too soon to look closely into the future, and it is only thus that we can arrive at any useful result. The natural rights of man should evolve more and more from a complex of social rights and duties toward a single great group, which we may call civilized humanity, the relative limits of which can only be traced by repeated trials and by practical experience. The instincts of the wild beast are still so deeply rooted, even in civilized men, that they can only be adapted gradually, and even painfully, to a natural right thus understood and limited. We must honestly admit that such a right only merits very relatively the denomination of natural rights. In fact, social rights are necessarily artificial in man. A few elementary rights and duties only are quite natural, especially in the sexual domain. We are concerned here with adaptations in the form of instincts, which serve for the support and development of the family, as well as for the protection of the individual. Among these we may mention the right to life, the duty of labor and the right to labor, the right of the infant to be nourished by its mother and to be cared for and protected by its parents, the duty of parents to nourish their children, the duty of the husband to protect his wife, the right to obtain nourishment from the animal and vegetable kingdoms, the right to satisfy the sexual appetite, etc. There exists, however, a series of other rights and duties, which are so necessary that they may be termed natural. Such are the right to possess a dwelling place, to defend one's life against attack, to think and believe what one wishes so long as one does not impose one's ideas and faith on others, the duty to respect the life and property of one's neighbor, the duty to give a healthy and sufficient education to youth, both in body and mind, etc. If we regard the matter without prejudice, certain rights and duties which have been hitherto considered as natural and self-evident become very doubtful. Such are ecclesiastical and religious rights and duties, patriotic and national duties, the rights and duties of war, the rights of privileged classes, the rights of property, etc. It is clear, from an unprejudiced examination of the development of humanity, that these so-called rights and duties are only the historic legacies of mysticism or of limited human groupings, and in great part artificial. The rights and duties of members of the groups in question consisted in mutually protecting their opinions and their national and religious interests, etc., and in subjecting or even trampling underfoot those of other human groups. These lead us quite naturally to the second category of general notions of rights. Conventional rights. To speak correctly, conventional rights are not rights. They are simply a dogmatic sanction applied to all kinds of customs and abuses that men have appropriated, according to local circumstances and their fortuitous conquests or acquisitions. Here, the consequences of the natural rights of the stronger religious mysticisms and all sorts of human passions, the sexual appetite especially, play a very varied and complex role. The absurdity and injustice of conventional rights is shown by the difference, often even the absolute contrast, of the corresponding conception of rights among different peoples. In one, polygamy is a right and even a divine institution. In another, it is a crime. Individual murder is generally considered as criminal, but in warfare the slaughter of masses becomes a duty and even a virtue. Theft and rapine are regarded in times of peace as crimes, but in time of war, under the form of annexation and plunder, they are the uncontested rights of the victor. In a kingdom, the monarch is looked upon as a holy person and offense to his majesty as a crime. In a democracy, it is individual domination which is regarded as criminal. Falsehood and mental restriction are, in certain cases at least, the rights or even the duty of the Catholic, who is only forbidden to swear falsely in the name of God and religion, while others consider all falsehood more or less unjustifiable. Others again regard every oath as sinful. The contradictions, inconsistencies, unnatural prescripts and tyrannies of what is called conventional rights in different peoples are innumerable, and the notions of our rights which we have inherited from the Romans are not much better. Retaliation. In historical epochs, we see the rights of the stronger succeeded by certain notions of rights which may still be considered as primordial. Such is the law of retaliation or lynch law, based on the natural sentiment of vengeance, which is itself derived from anger, jealousy and pride, and says an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. The law of retaliation is very natural and very human. Although of savage origin, it has at least the merit of recognizing in men an equal right in retaliation for injury caused in a brutal fashion, without considering inner motives. Expiation. We also find in the Old Law another notion derived partly from the preceding, but chiefly from religious mysticism, the notion of expiation. After constructing in his own image a divinity blinded by human passions, man attributed to him, from fear of vengeance, sentiments of anger and indignation regarding his baseness and malice toward his neighbor. He then conciliated the divinity and appeased his wrath by making sacrifices, human or otherwise. At first, sacrifices were not made of criminals or guilty persons, but of innocent lambs, men or beasts, sometimes with all kinds of torture, to appease the supposed wrath of the gods. Gradually, however, these customs became more humane and were changed to the notions of expiation which we still have. Whosoever has committed a crime should expiate it by some kind of pain, eventually by death. In our modern penal law, notions of expiation and retaliation are blended, and when we study its roots in ethnology, we are not surprised to see the expiation and punishment of so-called crimes against God or religion. We find in this fact a singular mixture of religious and judicial notions. A curious way of appeasing the divinity is the sacrifice of animals and other offerings which ancient and savage peoples made and still make, in returning thanks for victory or some other good fortune, or to appease supposed wrath. Themis, in spite of all these errors, ancient civilization represented as the ideal of right a goddess of justice, Themis, with eyes blindfolded and holding scales in her hands. The scales signified that right and wrong should be carefully weighed against each other. The bandage, that the judge should pronounce his verdict without regard to persons, and be inaccessible to all outside influence. For the limited ideas of that period, little removed from retaliation and expiation, this blind woman with her scales was a sufficient representation of justice. She had no need to trouble about the psychology of human nature, mental disorders, diminished responsibility, or ideal social improvement. Themis unblindfolded. Fallacy of free will. Nowadays the task of our goddess is not so simple, for the progress of humanity and science, especially of psychology and psychiatry, oblige her whether she wishes or not, to completely remove her bandage, so as to see clearly into the human brain. It is not simply a question of knowing whether an accused person has or has not committed the act which he is accused of, but also whether he knew what he was doing, what were the motives which urged him, and who is the real instigator of the misdeed. Alcohol, mental anomalies and diseases, suggestions, passions, etc., concur in influencing the human brain so that it is hardly responsible for its acts. Again, on further examination, we find that the accepted and historical notion of free will, that is to say the absolute liberty of man's will, which constitutes the very existence of our old penal law, becomes not only more problematical, but may even be considered as a purely human illusion, resting on the fact that the indirect and remote motives of our actions are mainly subconscious. The great philosopher Spinoza has already demonstrated this truth in a masterly manner, and modern science confirms it in all respects. Every effect has its cause, and all our resolutions are the result of the activities of our brain, in their turn determined or influenced by hereditary engrams, instincts and dispositions or acquired memories, which are their internal causes, and combine with causes acting from without. Let us admit freely the fallacy of the old axiom of human free will, and endeavor to understand that what we consider as free will is nothing else than the very variable faculty of our brain, more or less developed in different individuals, of adapting its activity to that of its environment, and especially to that other men. Also let us endeavor to take into account that our will and all our actions are, consciously or unconsciously, determined by a complex of energies or hereditary engrams character, combined with those which have acted upon us from without during our life, as well as with emotional or intellectual sensory impressions. Our whole conception of rights, and especially of penal law, should then change. We should entirely do away with retaliation, a barbarous relic of a more or less animal sentiment of our ancestors, and expiation, the relic of a superannuated and superstitious mysticism. Modern and truly scientific reformers of penal law have already taken account of this necessity. But, in spite of the complete inefficacy of the old penal system as regards the diminution of crime, they have so far only put into practice few of their ideas. Justification of rights and laws. After what we have just said, there only remain two reasons to justify the existence of rights and laws. Jurists have already too long based metaphysics on old barbarous customs and superstitious mysticism, transformed into dogmas. It is time that Themis removed her bandage, studied psychology, psychopathology and science, and submitted the impartial handling of her scales to the influence of truer and juster human factors, even if her work thereby becomes more difficult and more complicated. Sexual rights. While sexual sentiments form part of the most sacred and intimate conditions of individual happiness, they are also closely and indissolubly connected with the social welfare of humanity. In no domain is it more difficult to combine harmoniously the welfare of the community with that of the individual, and this is why questions of right in sexual matters are among the most difficult to solve. The satisfaction of the sexual appetite in man is part of his natural rights. Natural science compels us to formulate this principle, yet it is a dogma the consequences of which may become very grave and even fatal, for the satisfaction of a man's sexual appetite implies not only the direct participation of one or more human beings in a common act, but also that of a much greater number in its indirect effects, and it may occasion, according to circumstances, more harm than good. If the question of reproduction did not exist, it would be more easy to put individualism in more or less harmonious accord with socialism. It is thus the sexual relations which present the greatest difficulties in the social domain. In spite of the considerable progress which has been accomplished, our modern law is still based to a great extent on the barbarous principle of the legal inequality of the sexes. The mind of man and that of woman are no doubt of different quality. Nevertheless, in a society which does not possess asexual individuals like that of the ants and bees, and in which the two sexes are compelled to work together harmoniously for the social welfare, there is no reason to subordinate one sex to the other. Man may have 130 or 150 grams more brain tissue than woman, and be superior to her in his faculty of combination and invention, but this is no reason why we should only accord his wife and mother inferior social rights to his own. His bodily strength will always protect him against the possible encroachments of woman. A first postulate is, therefore, the equality of the two sexes before the law. A second postulate consists in the emancipation of infancy, in the sense that it should never be considered as an object of possession or of exploitation, as was and is still so often the case. These are the fundamental principles of a normal sexual law. In no animal do we find the abuses which man is permitted to practice toward his wife and children. Let us now pass on to special questions. Civil law. The object of civil law is to regulate the relations of men to each ether. Properly speaking, it does not punish, that is to say, it requires no expiation and is not concerned with crime. It seeks to improve the social basis for mutual obligations and contracts. Nevertheless, it borders on penal law as regards the question of damages which one individual must pay another whom he has injured even involuntarily, as well as by the coercive measures, both administrative and operative, which it employs. Although resting on a natural basis better adapted to the social welfare than penal law, civil law still contains the traditions of religious mysticism and the abuse of conventional right. I shall here analyze in a few words what concerns our subject in actual civil law, and shall point out the modifications which appear to me desirable. It is, however, impossible for me to enter into the details of codes, owing to absence of special knowledge. Moreover, this would lead us too far from our subject. Marriage and sexual relations in general. The coitus of two individuals, performed with mutual deliberation, and causing no harm to a third person, should be considered as a private affair, and should have no connection with either civil or penal law. However great may be the necessary restrictions of this general axiom, it must be recognized as valid in principle. Society has no right to restrict the liberty of individuals so long as it, or one of its members, is not injured by these individuals. So long as coitus is freely performed by adult and responsible persons, has no indirect consequences, and does not cause fecundation, neither society nor anyone is injured. In the practice of law, this axiom is not yet generally accepted. Many laws, especially among the Germanic peoples, punish concubinage or extranuptial coitus. Even when concubinage is tolerated, it is considered illegitimate, so that the woman who gives herself to it and the children who result from it have much to suffer. Although they constitute simple religious precepts, the ordinances of Liguori and others concerning coitus influence in a high degree sexual relations in Catholic countries. As a rule, coitus is only legally recognized as licit in marriage, but we have seen in Chapter 6 how elastic is the term marriage, which varies from polygamy and monogamy to polyandry, and from marriage for short periods to indissoluble marriage, to say nothing of the cases where women are sacrificed on their husbands' tombs. We have seen that religious traditions, arising themselves from barbarous customs, play a great part in conjugal law. It is only by infinite trouble that the principle of civil marriage has made its way in modern civilized states. Even today, religious marriage is in some countries only form of union which is legally recognized. These simple facts show to what extent we are still hidebound by tradition. The idea that marriage is a divine institution, and that man has the right to contract, but not to dissolve it, is still a widespread belief, however bizarre it may be. We shall not enter here into the detail of the religious forms of marriage, which is referred to in chapters Romans 6 and 12. It is evident, from our modern and scientific point of view, which is purely human and social, that civil law only can be recognized as valid. Religious forms and ceremonies must be considered as belonging to a private domain. For this reason they concern neither the state nor society, and should be refused all legal character, for it is our duty to strive and liberate humanity from the tyranny of all imposed creeds, as we should combat all so-called state religion. Civil marriage. What then is civil marriage, and what ought it to be? Our actual civil marriage is the result of trials and compromises which require improvement. It is a contract between two persons of opposite sex whose mutual object is the reproduction of the human species. In this contract, the law is unfortunately too much concerned with the personal relations of the two contracting parties, and too little with the interests of their eventual posterity, which necessitates care and attention on the part of the social legislator. Moreover, the traditional conception of the dependence of woman disturbs the purity and justice of civil marriage. In my opinion, the first fundamental principles of civil marriage should be absolute legal equality of the two conjoints and complete separation of property. The momentary amorous intoxication of a woman should not allow a man to appropriate her property in whole or in part. Only truly barbarous laws could permit such iniquity, and they should be banished from all the codes of civilized countries. Moreover, in countries where woman enjoys important rights, the community of property furnishes those who are unscrupulous with the means of completely despoiling their husbands. Further, in common conjugal life, the domestic work of the wife should not be considered as obligatory and requiring no special remuneration. Her work has as much right to be considered as that of the husband, and should be entered to the wife as an asset. Community of property is so immoral that it should be considered invalid in case of ulterior dispute, when it has been instituted by private contract. It is the business of the conjoints to put it in practice if they wish, so long as they are of one mind. But when dissensions or divorce take place, it only injures the one who has remained honest, and at the same time the children. This is why such contracts ought never be definitely binding to the conjoints. Even if the marriage is not unhappy, The extravagances or blunders of one of the conjoints may ruin the whole family, in the case of common property. The duration of marriage is very important. If a marriage contract exacts sexual fidelity till death, divorce is nonsense. Yet in practice, it is obvious cruelty to keep two individuals legally bound together who can no longer live with each other. Thus, the provision and license of divorce are necessities of civil law which are certainly not ideal, but which cannot be passed over without favoring family disturbance and without sanctioning illegality and evil. Among the most frequent causes of divorce are desire for change in the husband, venereal diseases, disputes, incompatibility of temper, mental disorders, immorality, ill-treatment, and crime. The sterility of one of the conjoints and incapacity for coitus may also be mentioned as reasons for divorce, although in certain circumstances, as we shall see, limited polyandry or polygyny may be much more humane than divorce. As soon as divorce is admitted, important and complicated questions of law arise when there are children. We shall refer to these later. The legal license of complete divorce thus transforms marriage into a temporary contract, which is not so far removed as one would think from the ideal relations of free love. We will examine the circumstances which, apart from the procreation of children, may attribute legal importance to the sexual relations of two persons. I must first of all observe that, if it wishes, civil legislation can very well create a state of things which gives to children born outside marriage the same rights and the same social position as legitimate children, and I will even add that such social equality would respond to the most elementary sentiments of human rights, if these were not already influenced in advance by prejudice and mysticism. Minors, civil law should stipulate that minors have not the right to marry. This may appear cruel in certain cases, but society has the right and the duty to intervene. Minors should be protected against all sexual abuse. A young girl under the age of 17 and a boy under 18 or 20 should be prevented from all sexual relations. This is a postulate of individual and social hygiene, and consequently of all healthy matrimonial law. Lunatics. The same applies to lunatics who are legally comparable to minors. Have we the right to forcibly separate a married couple or a couple living in concubinage because one of the conjoints has become insane when the other does not wish for separation? In Germany, the procedure of nullity of marriage has been invented for these cases, but without gaining much. I shall return to this point in connection with another subject, but I may remark here that it is not the continuation of marriage nor that of sexual connection which injures society, but only the procreation of children. Therefore, it is only the procreation of children which should be legally prohibited, and sexual connection only when the healthy conjoint agrees to its suppression, or when the interests of the afflicted one necessitate it. In the future, these particular cases may be regulated in the most convenient and humane way possible. Certain bodily infirmities which one of the conjoints has concealed from the other, or of which he was not himself aware, should also impair the validity of the marriage contract. Such are chronic infectious diseases, especially venereal, impotence in the man and sterility in the woman, when the cause was previously known. But here again, the law should only intervene at the request of the person injured, and to take certain measures to prevent the procreation of abortions without interfering with sexual connection. Certain forms of adultery, which take place with the assent of the two conjoints, have in reality the character of bigamy and should neither be recognized by civil nor penal law. I will cite as an example the case where two conjoints wish to live together for various reasons, while the impotence, disease, or sterility of one of them induces him to concede to the other liberty of sexual connection with a third person, apart from marriage. In such a case, neither society nor anyone else is injured, and all motive for legal intervention is wanting. Vide André Couvreur. La Graine. Divorce. The question of divorce becomes extremely difficult when one of the conjoints wishes for it, and the other does not, and when no other reason exists for determining the marriage. We are here concerned with the malicious caprices of the god of love, from which the world will never be free. In my opinion, the law in such cases can only do one thing, and that is to protect the rights of the children, if there are any, and to compel the inconstant conjoint to provide for their nourishment. The law should also protect the pecuniary and other civil rights of the conjoint who wishes to continue life in common. Here especially we can recognize the necessity for the separation of property. On the other hand, I am convinced that it is useless to maintain at any price a union which one party does not wish for. In practice, no good results from it. It is rather a moral question than a question of law. In such cases we may observe the despair of the conjoint who has remained faithful, both in the marital and legal relations of marriage. The law cannot do everything, and here it is powerless. All that it can do is to exact delay and attempt at reconciliation, which sometimes succeeds. The right to satisfaction of the sexual appetite. We now come to a delicate question. The right to satisfy the sexual appetite must necessarily be restricted in more than one respect, if injury to third parties is to be avoided. If we accept certain pathological cases, the chief difficulty lies in the fact that the normal sexual appetite can only be satisfied by the cohabitation of two persons, and that what satisfies the one may often injure or deeply wound the other, and even the children. The matter may go so far as to concern penal law, and we shall refer to it again in this connection. But even from the point of view of civil law, permission to satisfy the sexual appetite must necessarily depend on the consent of both parties. In my opinion, no exception to this rule can be tolerated. It is not enough to protect minors. It is also necessary to prevent the abuse of the persons of adults against their will. The institution of so-called Christian marriage still contains barbarous dispositions in this respect, the wife being generally obliged to surrender herself to her lord and master as often as he pleases. This is the dark side of the picture which exacts sexual fidelity in man. Inversely, for physiological reasons, a very erotic and sexually exacting woman cannot obtain satisfaction, man being incapable of commanding erections voluntarily. She can only bring an action for divorce if she can prove that her husband is completely impotent. It is sufficient to reflect on these facts to see how difficult is the regulation of sexual connection by law. The legislation of details in this domain becomes of necessity an injustice. We have already considered the great individual variability of the sexual appetite. Attempts to regulate it by the rules of a monogamous matrimonial code are absurd and impracticable. With all the respect due to the moral sentiments of Tolstoy, we are obliged to declare that his ascetic opinions on sexual relations are only the dreams of an enthusiast. When a libidinous man marries a young girl who is sexually frigid, and when coitus continues to be a horror to his wife, it is quite as cruel to demand continence in the husband as submission in his wife. In such cases, the conditions can only be made tolerable by divorce, consent to concubinage, or bigamy, when a relative adaptation cannot be obtained by mutual concessions. At present our prejudices only allow divorce in such cases. When a man and woman are already tied by pregnancy or by a child, and when, apart from the differences in their sexual appetites, love and concord reign between them, separation would be cruel. I readily agree that such extreme circumstances should not be the rule, and that in many cases the one who is the more erotic can restrain himself, and the one who is cold become accustomed to coitus. Nevertheless, in the present chapter we are not concerned with morals but with rights, and we have only to reply to the question of knowing what should be done when, in sexual connection between two conjoints, one desires it and the other does not. The concentration of sexual passion on a single individual, which is generally good from the social point of view, is fatal in these special cases. A man falls passionately in love with a woman, or a woman with a man, but instead of being reciprocal, this love is despised by the other. Such a misfortune, which often leads to the most tragic consequences, not only in novels but also in real life, is only reparable by the renunciation of the one who loves. It is surely less cruel to renounce a proposed union than to become the sexual prey of a person one does not love. It is, therefore, inhuman and immoral as much in religion as in poetry, to preach in any form the exclusiveness of sentiments, the indissolubility of monogamous marriage, and the immutability of love. It has often been stated that a woman can only love once in her life. Such a false and cruel generalization must be energetically opposed. It is the business of sentimental poets to delude themselves with such sentiments, but those who think it a duty to adhere to dogmas of this kind are to be pitied. It is not only death or illness of one of the conjoints, dissensions and infidelity, which may cause separation of a sexual union, but as is frequently the case, rejected love may transform into perpetual martyrdom the life of a person imbued with such ideas. The ascetic sentimentalism which results from this has a strong element of suggestion which is bad to cultivate. At the present day many people, especially women, prefer to endure their unhappiness, and even that of their children, to the opprobrium to which they are often exposed by public opinion in divorce or remarriage, or even in becoming engaged to another person, when their love has been rejected. It is, therefore, the duty of the legislator to banish from the law everything which may appear to sanction such opprobrium. Most laws recognize not only impotence, but also assault, cruelty, venereal disease, adultery, etc., as grounds for divorce, but the pressure of public opinion causes the existing laws to be too little used. We must remember that such violations of conjugal duties give the injured party the right of claiming damages. Nevertheless, we may say that the simplest civil action by one conjoint against the other is veritably monstrous when it is not accompanied by an action for divorce. When once the couple have come to legal disputes, their marriage is in reality dissolved, and its continuation is an absurdity. Venereal diseases. A very important question from the humanitarian and hygienic point of view is that of venereal disease. A man or woman who knows himself or herself to be affected with a venereal disease in an infectious state, and who in spite of this has connection with a woman, should be regarded as a criminal, at least if the woman with whom he has connection is not affected with the same disease. Here the law should intervene by awarding heavy damages to the party who has been infected. Eventually it may be treated as a criminal offense. In such cases claims should be made by the injured party, but unfortunately this is seldom done owing to feelings of shame. In the future, however, we may hope that the law may be improved for the benefit of humanity, for this would be one of the most efficacious means of combating venereal disease, and hence avoiding much misfortune for families and children. Prostitution. Another difficult question is that of the relation of civil law to prostitution. All state regulation of prostitution is to be absolutely condemned, but what position should civil law take up with regard to free prostitution? We have already seen what an abominable social evil is this commerce in human bodies, as regards social morality. But it is absolutely useless to try and abolish this commerce without attacking its lord and master money. The venality of man implies the commerce of his body, and as long as everything can be got for money, coitus can be bought. It is, therefore, this venality which must be attacked, not only by condemning it in words but by cutting its roots. If the state will not withdraw its protecting hand from prostitution, it might at least combat proxenetism and the public manifestations of prostitution by all the legal and administrative measures at its disposal. It would thus reduce the matter to intimate personal relations. Let us hope that, little by little, a social organization more just to labor and wages, combined with the prohibition of alcoholic drinks, will in the future annihilate the causes of commerce in human bodies. Children as a reason for civil marriage. To resume, we find that civil marriage should, by progressive reforms, become a much more free contract than it is at present, having for its object a common sexual life. The law should abandon its useless and often harmful chicanery concerning the questions of sexual relations and love, and regulate more carefully the duties of parents toward their children, and thus protect future generations against the abuse of the present generation. The difference which exists between marriage and free love should gradually disappear, by instituting natural intimate relations on the basis of sentiments of social morality, instead of maintaining the pretended divine origin of a social institution. It is difficult to avoid a smile when we hear the term divine institution applied to the marriage of a rich girl with a man who has been bought for her. Vide Chapter 10. It is the children who constitute the true bond of marriage and give it a legal character. When there are no children, all legal and state interference with conjugal affairs loses its sense so long as no one is injured, and civil marriage can then be greatly simplified. I maintain that so long as a sterile union of whatever kind between responsible persons is voluntary, provokes no conflict between those who have contracted it, and causes no injury to a third party, the law has no right to meddle with it, because this union does not concern society nor any of its members, excepting the two parties interested, who are in accord. At the present time, in many countries, the existing laws can be utilized to form marriage contracts stipulating separation of property, the right of each of the conjoints to the produce of his or her work, as well as certain reciprocal rights and duties between the parents and children. Matters can thus be arranged so as to correct more or less the defects of the law. Marriage of inverts. A peculiar and characteristic phenomenon is the ardent desire of many sexual perverts, especially inverts, to become secretly engaged or married to the abnormal homosexual object of their love. It is needless to say that there can be no question of legal regulation of such pathological marriages, but the law may ignore them when they do no harm to anyone, and regard them as private affairs, especially when they prevent much worse evils, such as the marriage of an invert to a normal individual. Civil rights of children. Matriarchism. As we have already said, it is the children who constitute the real phylogenetic and psychological bonds in marriage and the family, bonds which are deeply rooted in human nature. This is so true that among many savage peoples, if not in most, marriage is not considered legal as long as it is sterile. Even among civilized people, sterile women are generally regarded as of less value. We may therefore regard the article in the Code Napoleon, which forbids inquiry into paternity, as an unnatural measure, or as a monstrosity of civil law. Two human beings who procreate others contract common duties and responsibility of the highest importance. They are, perhaps, the highest social duties that man can assume. Is it not then infamous and unnatural to legally liberate one only of the procreators, the man, from all his responsibilities, simply because certain religious or civil formalities were omitted before procreation? Is the man less guilty than the woman in procreation apart from marriage, if we can use the term guilt in such cases? Is it not a ridiculous and cruel irony to call natural children those born apart from marriage? Perhaps legitimate children are supernatural or unnatural. Is it not infamous to brand with the seal of shame, even before their birth, poor illegitimate children, and to confirm this indignity by making them bear their mother's name instead of their father's? The most elementary natural law exacts that all children, whether legitimate or illegitimate, should have the same social rights, and that they should bear either the name of their real father or that of their mother. The latter denomination would be the more natural and logical. Denomination by the maternal line corresponds to the system of matriarchism, chapters Romans 6 and Romans 19, which is often met with among savage races, and which is more just and leads to less abuse than patriarchism. Moreover, when women shall have obtained their proper rights, there will be an end of the exclusive authority of one of the conjoints in marriage. Equality in the rights of the two sexes will naturally lead to denomination in the maternal line, for reasons of simplicity, the mother being more closely related to the child than the father. Maternity may, no doubt, be sometimes uncertain, as in the case of foundlings or changelings, but on the whole it is infinitely more easy to establish than paternity. It is sufficient for the mother to have sexual connection with two men at the time of conception to render paternity doubtful. Again, the mother has a number of pains, cares and dangers to undergo in the course of the procreation and education of children, which the father escapes. Nature thus gives the mother the right to give her name to the family. Our legislation is unfortunately far from recognizing such natural right. We may nevertheless form a primary proposition, because in my opinion its recognition would avoid much complicated litigation. In nature, whenever the offspring of an animal have a protracted and dependent infancy, it is the duty of the parents to nourish them and bring them up. To allow human parents to dispense with this duty, on the grounds of badly constructed and unnatural social theories, is to encourage promiscuity and consequently degeneration of society. It is easy to change social customs, which are only based on artificial dogmas sanctioned by tradition, fashion and habit, whether they are of a religious nature or otherwise. But a social organization can never violate with impunity the true laws of human nature, which are deeply rooted in our phylogenetic instincts, without disastrous effects. In chapters Romans 6 and Romans 7, we have given irrefutable proof that family life and the sentiments of sympathy between husband and wife, parents and children, constitute the phylogenetic basis of the sexual relations of humanity. Whatever may be the egoistic polygamous instincts of man, we can affirm that a natural and true monogamy constitutes the highest and best form of his sexual relations and of his love. No doubt there are many exceptions which must be taken into account. It is absurd to shut our eyes to the fact that our degenerate social customs have created unnatural circumstances in which parents behave shamefully toward their children, exploiting them, training them systematically to mendacity, prostitution and crime, or else ill-treating them. We even see unnatural parents, to save legal consequences, get rid of children who inconvenience them by the aid of slow and coldly calculated martyrdom, which leads them to certain death. It is therefore necessary to establish special legal provision for all these exceptional cases, to protect children against the power of unworthy parents and all forms of abuse. I must here draw attention to the impulse which has recently been given to Austrian legislation on the protection of children. By Lydia von Wolfring, the state brings up in philanthropic institutions children who have been maltreated, neglected or abandoned after removal from their unworthy parents, but without relieving the latter of their duty in providing nourishment. According to Miss Wolfring's system, they are cared for by honest couples without children who wish for them, under the supervision of the aforesaid institutions. In this way, the children enjoy family life. For educational reasons, the natural family may be imitated in these artificial ones by giving to each couple children of both sexes and different ages. The result is perfect. I have seen in Vienna artificial families of 10 children formed in this way. This shows again the rule confirmed by the exception. It would be better for the good seed to be more fruitful and the bad sterile. The normal condition must, however, always be for parents to bring up their own children, but here the state and the school should come to their aid and even intervene with authority, for society is under the obligation of educating its children to a certain degree of culture, and maternal or paternal authority should not have the right to prevent or even attenuate this social work. Obligatory and gratuitous education is thus a duty of the state which is becoming more and more recognized everywhere, although it is still very incomplete and often badly carried out. The state should, moreover, protect the children by restricting the power of parents more than is done at present. The child should not be allowed to become an object for exploitation by its parents. It has also the right to be protected against all unmerited punishment and ill-treatment. Corporal punishment, which is still practiced in some schools, is a relic of barbarism which ought to disappear. The state should severely enforce the duty of the procreators of children to nourish their offspring. Rich or poor, no father or mother should escape this duty, whether the child is legitimate or illegitimate. In our imperfect social condition, it is still much too easy for the man to escape and abandon his child to the mother or to public charity. He should be compelled to provide for the life and education of his children, whether legitimate or illegitimate, if he does not bring them up himself. If unable to provide money, he should do the equivalent in labor. Such measures, strictly enforced, would be more efficacious than all the complicated laws on sexual relations in maintaining monogamy and fidelity. I repeat that these measures should apply to all unworthy parents from whom we are obliged to remove the children. These parents are not always of the poorer class. It may be objected that I am unjust in charging such duties to poor people who can often hardly keep themselves. I agree that in the present state of society, it is quite impossible for many parents to undertake such important duties. But duty means right, and it is evident that we must place rights by the side of the duties which we impose on parents. True justice in this question can only be attained by the essential progress of socialism. By socialism, I do not mean certain vague communistic doctrines, nor the utopias of anarchists who imagine that man was born good, but simply an essential social progress in the struggle against the domination of individual capital, that is to say, usury applied to the labor of others owing to the possession of means of production, which is now left to speculators. Men should be enabled to enjoy the product of their labor, so that they can lead a human life worthy of the name, in sexual matters as in others. But this is not all. From the social point of view, it is absolutely unjust that men who procreate children should alone bear the burden of the future generation. We know the egoistic proverb of the celibates who say, "I have the right to take life easily, to enjoy myself and be idle, if I renounce the happiness of having children, either of my own accord or from necessity." This proverb, which may be transposed into "after me the deluge," cannot be recognized by any healthy social legislation. It is the duty of the state to relieve large families, to facilitate the procreation of healthy children, and to impose more work and taxes, for instance, artificial families on sterile individuals. The old laws were better than ours in this respect. I have mentioned above the excellent custom, which exists at the present day in Norway, of only charging half-price on the boats to married women and other female members of the same family. I cannot here enter into the details of this question, but if such reforms are some day realized, if universal compulsory education, pensions for old age, orphans and invalids, etc., are introduced, then no man will have valid motives for escaping the duty of feeding his children and bringing them up decently in family life. This will be left only to the idle and vicious. Moreover, I can support my propositions by facts. If we compare the nature of delinquents, abandoned children, vagabonds, etc., in a country where little or nothing has been done for the people, Russia, Galicia, Vienna, etc., with that of the same individuals in Switzerland, for example, where much has already been done for the poor, we find this result. In Switzerland, these individuals are nearly all tainted with alcoholism or pathological heredity. They consist of alcoholics, incorrigibles, and congenital decadents, and education can do little for them because nearly all those who have a better hereditary foundation have been able to earn their living by honest work. In Russia, Galicia, and even in Vienna, We are, on the contrary, astonished to see how many honest natures there are among the disinherited, when they are provided with work and education. This fact speaks more than the contradictory statements which the fanatics of party politics hurl at each other's heads. Inquiry into paternity. It will be objected that inquiry into paternity is often very difficult and dangerous. I do not deny this, but when women have obtained their natural rights, and when the education of young girls is guided by the principles which we have enunciated in Chapter 17, the matter will become much easier. Moreover, even now, we can with energy and goodwill determine paternity in most cases. Although the great improvement in means of transport assists fugitives, it also favors the discovery and arrest of individuals all over the world. International relations between all civilized states are improving from day to day. When the world is more completely conquered by civilization, we may hope that it will become increasingly difficult for evildoers to escape their duties. Regarding this question from all points of view, it is impossible for us to give up this primordial condition for the preservation of human society, which consists in making parents responsible for the nourishment and education of their children. The famous ideas of phalanstery and promiscuity, so often advanced, originated in theoretical and dogmatic minds which had lost their instinctive sense of human nature and ignored what natural science and ethnology have revealed to us. But the responsibility of parents extends to another domain, the duty of not procreating children who are unhealthy in body and mind. We shall return to this question later on. Guardianship. An excellent institution of our present legislation is that of the guardianship of orphans, lunatics, etc. It requires to be developed extensively and with care. On the contrary, an evil custom is the right accorded by certain countries to parishes charged with poor and abandoned orphans, of delivering them by public tender to the man who offers the lowest pension and only requires them for work. This system results in odious abuse, such as neglect, mendicity, and ill-treatment. The fate of illegitimate children who are farmed out is still worse. A tacit alliance is established between rapacity on the one hand and social sexual hypocrisy on the other. A number of infanticides and abortions result, either from poverty or from sentiments of shame due to our moral customs. Here, civil law and penal law should combine and take energetic humanitarian measures to put a stop to this sad abuse. An excellent institution is that of homes in the country established for unmarried mothers and their children, and for abandoned mothers in general. Free love and civil marriage. When all the propositions we have drawn up have been realized by social legislation, the difference which now exists between marriage and free love will be little more than a form. The consequences of these two kinds of union will become the same, both for parents and children. The only distinction will consist in the existence or non-existence of official control. True monogamy will lose nothing, but will gain much. We shall not then have obligatory monogamy as at present, absolute in form, artificially maintained by the aid of prostitution, that is, by the most disgusting form of promiscuity which renders monogamy illusory. But we shall have in its place a relative monogamy much more solidly built on the natural rights of the two sexes. It is true more free in form, but fundamentally much stronger in the natural and instinctive duties dictated by a truly free and reasoned union, as well as by the duties by which parents will be bound to their children. Form and duration of civil marriage. Although it may be true that monogamy constitutes the most normal and natural form of family union, and offers the best conditions for lasting happiness, both for parents and children, we must be blindly prejudiced not to admit that it is unnatural to consider it as the only sheet anchor in sexual relationship, the only admissible form of marriage, and to make it a straitjacket. History and ethnography show us that polygamous races are strongly developed and are still developing. On the other hand, it is true that polyandrous races degenerate. Again, impartial observation of our Christian monogamy shows us that it depends to a great extent on appearances, that it is full of trickery and hypocrisy, and that to legally enforce it for life must be considered as absolutely impossible. In Catholic countries which prohibit divorce, the latter has been replaced by separation, and this becomes the most constant source of adultery. The more the laws of a country impede divorce, the more one must close one's eyes to promiscuity or prostitution, which has even been regulated by the state by the aid of proxenetism, all the while preaching monogamy in a loud voice. These bitter lessons which practice has given to the partisan of obligatory monogamy prove the absurdity of attempting to restrain the natural appetites of man by force and by artificial obstacles. That which succeeds, not without difficulty, with some strong characters, and more easily with naturally cold temperaments, is impossible to realize in the masses. Polyandry is usually the result of poverty, and the polyandrous races are little fecund and tend to disappear. The normal man is instinctively more polygynous than the normal woman is polyandrous. There are, however, cases where polyandry is justifiable. There are women whose sexual appetite, more or less pathological, is so insatiable that a normal man is incapable of satisfying it. If such women were served by several Don Juans by means of a free contract, this would be better than giving themselves in despair to prostitution. There are some prostitutes created by nymphomania. This system would also be better than the seduction of normal young girls by the Don Juans in question. Polygyny is still more indicated when the sterility of the woman or her repugnance to sexual intercourse cause family disturbances. In speaking of polygamy in Chapter 6, we have shown that it exists in several forms, and that these are not all so humiliating for the women as people think, who only know of the shameful abuses of the Mussulman's harem. What lowers the moral level of polygyny is especially the barbarous system of marriage by purchase, by which the women become slaves burdened with heavy labor, and are in a state of legal dependence. We have seen that polygyny has a higher moral character among certain Indian tribes where matriarchism rules, and where the wife is mistress of the house and family. The danger of degradation of the woman ceases when she is equal to the man as regards rights and property. In fact, in such a social state, polygyny can only constitute an exception. It is here entirely free, and becomes all the more innocent because divorce is facilitated, and strict laws on the feeding and education of the children limit the male sexual appetite. I even venture to maintain that the stability of monogamous marriage, which should be based on mutual sentiments of respect and love, would be much better guaranteed than hitherto by legal liberty of conjugal ties, and by duty to children such as I have proposed. If this became recognized as conventional, men and women fit to understand each other and love in a lasting manner would find suitable mates more easily, and would become united more permanently when their chains were voluntary. If marriages on trial became more frequent in the form of short unions, ending with separation, this would not be a great evil, for similar unions occur every day in a much baser form. Moreover, the effect of legislation with regard to children would put a curb on immorality and passion, which cause their worst effects. If the objection is raised that this would lead immoral people to avoid the procreation of children so as to enjoy more varied sexual pleasures, I reply that this would be beneficial, for this antisocial class of individuals would be eliminated by sterility, by a kind of negative selection. We thus place two natural appetites in antagonism, that of procreation on the one hand, and sexual enjoyment on the other. Whoever inclines to the first, which is the higher and tends to preserve the species, is obliged to restrain himself in the second without, however, falling into unnatural asceticism. Consanguineous marriages. To avoid injurious consanguinity, it is sufficient, in my opinion, to prohibit the procreation of children between direct and collateral relations, especially between parents and children, and between brothers and sisters. Anything more than this is only useless chicanery. Laws which prohibit marriage between relations by alliance are absurd, for instance those which forbid a widower to marry his sister-in-law deceased wife's sister, etc. Among some peoples, such unions are ordained by law. There is also no valid reason to prohibit unions between first cousins or between uncles and aunts, with nephews and nieces. There is nothing to prove that such marriages are injurious to the offspring. What is harmful is the accumulation of hereditary taints, whether they occur in relations or persons who are strangers to each other. Nevertheless, the perpetuation of consanguineous unions in the same family is not as a rule advisable. Restriction of personal liberty in sexual life among harmful or dangerous individuals. The inability of men to distinguish, among the motives of the acts of their fellows, what is abnormal, unhealthy, impulsive, or obsessional, from what is healthy and normal is one of the most deplorable phenomena in social life, and greatly hinders the action of reformatory civil legislation and rational administrative measures. The passionate, confused, and unreasonable sentiments of the masses give expression, according to the impulse of the moment, to two contradictory absurdities and injustices. On the one hand, they cry out against arbitrary constraint of individual liberty, against illegal restriction or detention, when competent judges or experts try to limit the movements of dangerous individuals affected with mental disorders, but who appear sane to the incompetent public, or when, to ensure social safety, they send these individuals to a lunatic asylum or limit their dangerous liberty in some other way. On the other hand, when such an individual goes free, thanks to the intervention of incompetent meddlers, and commits assassination, violation, incendiarism, or all kinds of sadic atrocities, or even only terrorizes his own family, these same people, suddenly animated by contrary sentiments of vengeance, imperiously demand an exemplary expiation and all possible reprisals. This sometimes goes as far as torture of the culprit or burning at the stake, as with the lynchers in America. It is very difficult for the psychiatrist, who is the competent expert in these matters, to make truth and impartiality prevail. He is nearly always suspected of seeing madness everywhere, and of being afflicted with a mania for sending sane persons to asylums. In reality, he desires to take measures which are at the same time humane for the insane and protective for society, so as to treat as equitably and reasonably as possible the unfortunates who are more or less irresponsible for their acts. He wishes to see established laws and organizations which will efficiently protect the insane against themselves and against the exploitation and abuse of others, at the same time preventing them from doing injury to society. On the other hand, society, and with it the old style of jurist, in their ignorant dread of psychopathological matters, endeavor to take all possible measures to protect the sane public against the alienists, thus completely neglecting the true interests of the insane as well as those of society, while fighting against a phantom. The anxiety and mistrust of the public in this matter are continually kept up by brigand stories related by certain insane or semi-insane persons, which are spread by the press, always eager for scandal, or by pamphlets which the cheapness of printing places within the reach of the poorest. These phenomena of public psychology greatly hinder the most urgent reforms. The public regard asylums with horror, and the path of the alienist is thorny, for he is exposed to continual accusations and threats whatever he may do, a situation which does not encourage him to suggest bold innovations. Ignorant of psychology and especially of psychopathology, the public, and with it the formal jurist, the slave of codes, I am only speaking of honest lawyers, and not of the number who abuse the situation to obtain oratorical and other success and crown themselves with laurels, regard themselves as the champions of individual liberty, and are unable to perceive that the net result of their efforts is, on the one hand, to condemn a considerable number of insane and crazy persons to prison, and on the other hand to assure liberty and impunity to the most dangerous individuals, always ready to commit the most atrocious crimes, or at any rate to make martyrs of a number of patient and innocent beings, hard-working and healthy in mind, especially women and children. The alienists, who see clearly into all this misery, easily become pessimistic in their impotence against the want of sense, ignorance and unconscious passion of the masses, and even competent authorities. The natural cowardice of men often makes them shut their eyes to avoid nuisances, and causes them to take no action against the most dangerous monsters, and especially against those who are most mischievous by their pens. This is why the martyrdom of unfortunate women and children ill-treated by chronic alcoholics, sadists and other neuropaths or psychopaths never comes to an end, owing to the stupid outcry against so-called violation of individual liberty. On this soil, sexual atrocities and crimes, largely increased by drink, play an important part. Without troubling myself about prejudice and indignation, I shall say in a few words what appears to me to be urgent. So long as jurists and legislators will not study either psychology or psychiatry, and will not submit all habitual criminals and all dangerous men to an expert examination, all serious reform in this domain will remain impossible. To improve the present state of affairs, a common understanding between jurists and alienists is urgent, but this can only be attained by jurists making a study of psychology and a kind of practical clinic among imprisoned criminals. How can one judge and condemn one's neighbor without having the least idea of the state of mind of these pariahs of society? All the jurists who have the welfare of humanity at heart should support the International Union of Penal Law and the efforts of men like Professor Franz von Liszt, Gockler of Caen, and many other courageous reformers. It is needless to say that it is not sufficient to combat the excesses of criminal and dangerous individuals, such as sadists for example, by placing them under supervision and preventing them doing harm. It is also necessary to attack the cause of the evil by preventing their germs from being reproduced, degenerated as they usually are by the blastophoria of their alcoholic parents, vide Chapter 1. The first question, which is purely legal and administrative, does not concern us here, but I may be allowed to say a few words on the second. Zealous and advanced reformers have proposed castration in such cases, which has provoked a general cry of indignation. This has been discussed in certain American states. The hypostatic sentiment of our modern civilization cannot tolerate such ideas, while ancient races such as the Islamites provided, and still provide eunuchs as servants, who are free from danger for their wives, and think little of hanging or decapitating men who cause them any trouble. In the same way, we are dumb and impassive before the butcheries of war, because they are fashionable, especially when we do not come in contact with them. The Pope himself formerly procured eunuchs in order to have soprano voices in his church, and did not hesitate to castrate young boys for this purpose. The times change and we change with them. For some years, however, castration has been employed as a remedy for certain disorders both in men and women, especially for hysteria in women. I admit here that, in an asylum which I superintend, I have castrated a veritable monster afflicted with constitutional mental disorders, taking advantage of the fact that he himself requested this operation to relieve him of pain in his seminal vesicles, but with the chief object of preventing the production of unfortunate children tainted with his hereditary complaint. Many years ago I also castrated a young hysterical girl of 14, whose mother and grandmother were both prostitutes, and who had already begun to have intercourse with all the urchins in the street. Here again, I frankly admit that the hysterical troubles of the patient served me as an excuse to prevent this unfortunate girl from reproducing beings who would probably resemble her. I am of opinion that castration, or some more benign operation, such as dislocation of the fallopian tubes in women, which renders them sterile without destroying the ovaries, or even attenuating the sexual appetite, should be performed in order to prevent the reproduction of the most deplorable and most dangerous beings. Among certain individuals, such as sadists, whose sexual appetite is dangerous in itself, castration would be necessary. In my opinion, the more benign operations are indicated in all individuals whose psychopathological condition in this domain is such that they are absolutely incapable of resisting their impulses or of understanding the dictates of reason. By this means, they could go free instead of being incarcerated in asylums. On the other hand, I must emphasize the fact that such measures, the personal consequences of which are so serious, should only be taken in the case of absolutely dangerous, incurable individuals, concerning whose pathological state there can be no doubt. I also believe that these individuals, especially those with sexual abnormalities, would very often consent to the operation, as was the case with my 2 patients. It would be a great advance if civil legislation would in such cases accord official recognition to castration or dislocation of the tubes, with the consent of the criminal or patient concerned. At present, our laws and regulations are such that a psychopathological monster cannot even be castrated when he wishes it, because medical men refuse to undertake such an operation without a positive medical indication of the usual kind, and because there is no legal protection. Yet, when done in time, castration would often save sadists and other dangerous perverts from a criminal life, and society from their crimes and those of their offspring. When it is only a question of avoiding the procreation of tainted children, it would be sufficient to instruct reasonable people in the methods of avoiding conception vide Chapter 14. It is important to bear in mind that modern legislation on marriage often favors the reproduction of criminals, lunatics and invalids, while it hinders the production of healthy children by men who are intelligent, honest and robust. When an abnormal or unhealthy man is married, his wife is obliged to submit to the conception of tainted children. On the other hand, when a strong, healthy and intelligent girl is in a situation, it often happens that everything is done to prevent her marrying, so as not to lose her services. The more conscientious she is and the more attached to her masters, the more often is this likely to occur. Girls who have illegitimate children often lose their situations and their honor. The consideration of cases of everyday occurrence is sufficient to grasp the difficulty of the question. What we require is more personal liberty for healthy, normal and adaptable individuals, and more restrictions for the abnormal, unhealthy and dangerous. The civil law of the future will have to take these facts into consideration if it wishes to keep level with scientific progress and prevent the instinct of the people having recourse to lynch law or retaliation. Meanwhile, attempts have been made to get out of the difficulty by prohibiting the marriage of insane persons or by declaring their marriage null when it has already been consummated, or again, by admitting insanity as a cause for divorce. Such measures are good as makeshifts in a period of transition. They assume that conceptions only occur in marriage and that marriage necessarily means procreation. But these two suppositions are false, for it is only the pressure of custom and legislation which realizes them in part, especially in Catholic countries. The civil code, in the present state of society, has at least the advantage of making possible the dissolution of monstrous unions, such as those of the absolutely insane or certain psychopaths of the worst kind. Unfortunately, divorce is as a rule only accorded in cases of well-marked mental disorders, while in reality the most atrocious unions are those which are contracted by crazy persons with only diminished responsibility, in whom the public and the law are unable to recognize or understand the existence of a definite mental anomaly. These people most often marry at a time when no one has yet recognized their true mental condition or foreseen the consequences of their marriage. The unfortunate who finds herself or himself bound by such a union is then an object of endless martyrdom. The frequency of mental anomalies causes them to play an immense, and too often unrecognized role, in unhappy marriages. At the request of the mother, the Tribunal of Bâle recently prohibited the marriage of a young man affected with a slight degree of mental weakness. This judgment was upheld by the Swiss tribunal for the following reasons. Although capable of work, of earning his living, and of performing his military service, an individual may be an unsuitable subject for marriage. In the interests of family life and the future generation, it is the duty of the state to prevent the marriage of the feeble-minded, in order to avoid the perpetuation of a race of degenerates. I quote this from a journal. We can only congratulate tribunals which have the courage to consider the vital interests of the nation in their judgments. At the present day the poor have more children than the well-to-do. This is because they have nothing to lose, because coitus is one of their few pleasures, because they are ignorant of the means of preventing conception, and because they hope to profit by their children's labor. People who have some property are, on the contrary, afraid of falling into poverty through the procreation of too many children, and those who possess more are afraid of poverty for their offspring. The latter only desire a few heirs, so that after their death they can leave each a fortune suitable to their social position. In France, especially, well-to-do people often limit their families to two. The parents have the unhappy idea that a certain fortune must be assured to their children to enable them to live in comfort. They do not understand that the necessity for a man to earn his living by work is the chief condition for a healthy existence. Again, among very rich people, there is often the fear that a large fortune may lose its power when divided, and thus diminish the influence of the family. It is obvious that great poverty and great wealth constitute two extreme social evils. It is deplorable for a child to grow up with the idea that he will inherit a large fortune, enjoy life without working, and regard poor people more or less as subordinates. But it is still worse for a man to remain all his life an object for exploitation, in spite of the most repugnant and most arduous work, unless his superior faculties and good luck give him the chance of rising. It is also discouraging for a man to be unable by arduous work to obtain anything for himself or his wife and children, and only to work for society, and especially for the interests of capitalists. Human instinct is not sufficiently social to allow of assiduous and hearty work solely in the interests of the community. The egoistic sentiments and family instincts of man are still much too strong. If we take all these facts into consideration, the right of succession becomes very important. It has been attempted to deal with the question by progressive taxes on succession to large fortunes, but this is not enough. I have not the presumption to give a positive opinion on these matters which are not in my province, but I venture to suggest the possibility of greatly restricting the right of succession by postponing the right to the enjoyment of their heritage till the children are of an age when they could earn their own living, say from 25 to 26, so as not to interfere with their higher education. In this way a man would not be deprived of the pleasure of working for himself and his family, and every young man and young woman, being obliged to work at some special subject, would know that they could earn their living after 25 or 26 without counting on their heritage. I do not pretend to build a new social system on this idea, for many propositions of the kind have already been made. I only wish to draw attention to one element of the problem, which consists in diminishing the possibility of the exploitation of man by man, without destroying the pleasure for work, at the same time favoring the procreation and education of healthy and capable offspring. This naturally presupposes a new moral and social state, in which family right would be changed and good education organized for all. Even then intelligent men would have the desire to rise above the average and bring up their children with the same object. This is an instinct in mental development which should be carefully cultivated and not extinguished by every social organization. In all social systems, it must be recognized that certain branches of culture, such as scientific research and art, involve great expense and bring little or no material reward to the scientist or the artist. A richer state ought to provide for these important branches of civilization, which always tend to higher culture. I have already mentioned separation of property and an equable division of the fruits of labor between conjoints as the only just basis in marriage contracts. I repeat here that true justice can only be established by the recognition of equal legal rights for men and women. Penal law. Penal law is the right of punishment. It is based on the ideas of culpability and expiation, and these are based on the idea of free will, which is itself founded on a pure illusion, as we have shown above. This simple reflection is sufficient to show the precarious position of our present penal law. The science of penal law has too long ignored the progress of humanity and of the other sciences. It is affected with incurable marasmus because its foundations are laid in error. The idea of expiation was naturally developed on the basis of mysticism, combined with the right of the stronger, and associated with the sentiment of vengeance natural to the low mentality of our animal ancestors. Among the latter, the weaker was punished because he was the weaker, vi victis, and order was obtained by force. But the visions of human imagination having urged man to create a god or gods in his own image, he attributed to the divinity the sentiments of anger experienced by man, and pretended that expiation was required for offences against this or that majesty or human idea, transformed into an offence to the divine majesty. This offence to the divinity was therefore only the nebulous expression of a developing social conscience in man, an obscure mixture of sentiments of wounded sympathy, adulation of the strong and great, and desire for vengeance and expiation. Till then man was accustomed to judge other men according to the right of the stronger, more or less mitigated by sentiments of family and friendship. His terror of natural, mysterious forest, night, thunder, hurricanes, stars, etc., led him to imagine the intervention of occult powers, and later on of higher powers capable of judging good and evil actions, the ideas of good and evil being formerly very different from what they are at present. The functions of advocates or executors of the divine will were always, however, reserved for privileged men, who gave judgment in his name, either as priests, kings, or later on as judges. We may also note, by the way, that judgment can be given without belief in free arbitration, as is shown by the Mahometan fatalists and the judgments of Harun al-Rashid, for example. In fact, fatalism logically excludes the idea of free will, for if everything is absolutely predetermined, the thoughts, resolutions, and acts of man are also predetermined, which excludes all liberty. Responsibility. I have attempted to show in another work that a rational penal law should in no way concern itself with the question of free arbitration. The fact that we feel free and responsible is not at all sufficient to justify the doctrine of Kant. The question of knowing whether an absolute predestination fatalism, regulating the universe in advance in all its details, exists or not, is a question of pure metaphysics, the solution of which is quite beyond human comprehension and need not occupy us here. We must simply depend on the scientific postulate of determinism. 1. On the law of causality applied to the motives of our actions, a law which is very much like that of the conservation of energy, and which admits of divers possibilities for the future, for it does not assume a knowledge of the first cause of the universe, nor the will of a divinity. We shall then understand that the complication of our cerebral activities, mnemic and actual, combined with the fact that a great part of them, and consequently of the motives for our actions, remain subconscious, must produce in us the illusion of free will. On the other hand, we shall find the measure of what we are to understand by relative liberty in the plastic faculties of the activity of the human brain, which allow it to adapt itself as adequately as possible to the numerous and diverse complications of existence, and especially to social relations between mankind. The most adaptable man is the most free, especially in the sense of active and conscious adaptation. There are also men who adapt themselves passively and are easily molded. This passive plasticity, at any rate, renders them capable of submitting to everything and only provoking conflict as a last resource. These individuals are no doubt less free, since they obey the impulses of others. Nevertheless, their elasticity gives them a certain relative liberty, because they do not feel constraint and easily adapt themselves to laws and other social requirements. But the highest form of liberty, the moral faculty of higher adaptation, is not that of the human fox who exploits others for his own profit, but that of true higher intellects, capable of adapting their activity to the social requirements of humanity. On the contrary, the man who is least free is the one who, dominated by his passions and baser appetites, or by insufficiency of intelligence or willpower, is thereby incapable of conducting himself reasonably, gives way to all temptations and impulses, falls into all kinds of snares, cannot keep to any resolution, and is in perpetual conflict with society. What is the use of the theoretical belief in free will in this case? This man feels subjectively as free, or often more free, than one who is more reasonable and more master of himself, and yet he is a slave. When, dominated by his psychic bonds, he violates the law, he is punished, but he himself resents the punishment as an injustice. The judge who condemns him and imagines he holds the scales of justice in equilibrium only carries out the principles of an unjust law, a kind of mild retaliation, exacting moderate expiation, or again, by exercising a right derived from old traditions based on religious ideas, he plays the part of proxy for the deity and judges in his place. We might even say that a male is in reality all the more free the better he realizes that he is not so, that his actions depend on the activity of his brain. At any rate, he will then be less often deceived, and will react in a more plastic manner. The true task of penal law, its traditional errors in the sexual question. Penal law has only one thing to do, that is to cut itself free from its roots, and transplant itself on a social and scientific soil. There would then be no longer a penal law, but a law protecting society against dangerous individuals, and a law of administration for persons incapable of conducting themselves. Its task would be the complement of that of civil law. Henceforth the judge would cease to pass judgment on his neighbor and his neighbor's motives, acting as a proxy for God. He would no longer punish, but would content himself with protecting, restraining, and ameliorating. The history of psychiatry and sorcery proves that we are not exaggerating. It is not very long since the insane were regarded, not as persons suffering from disease, but as criminals and sorcerers, and were treated by punishment and exorcism. The ancients, on the contrary, especially certain Greek and Roman physicians, notably Caelius Aurelianus, had already recognized that insanity was a disease of the brain, and had distinguished its different forms. Even at the present day, we find among the Catholics and among certain Protestant sects, as among savages, a belief in sorcery, and if this belief got the upper hand, prosecution for sorcery, exorcism, and other forms of cruelty would soon become the fashion. Before the 16th century, prosecutions for sorcery were universal, and remained very common for a long time afterwards. It is only since the time of the French Revolution that insanity has been recognized as a mental disease. Even in the 19th century, a German alienist, Heinroth, punished the insane like criminals. The atrocious prejudice of the people against the insane dates from the time of prosecution for sorcery. Even now we are the slaves of a prejudice which holds a legal conviction sufficient to dishonor the prisoner and stain his character for the rest of his days. Hans Loos' book, Aus dem Zuchthaus, from the prison, 1904, is very instructive on this point. Condemned to prison himself, the author makes some wise and dispassionate observations which give food for reflection. I may also quote the words of Dr. Guillaume, who was for a long time superintendent of the penitentiary at Neuchâtel, and who is now director of the Swiss Federal Bureau of Statistics at Bern. The question we are dealing with had been treated in a discussion in which I took part, and to which Dr. Guillaume had listened silently. At the conclusion he said to us, "Gentlemen, in the course of my life I have become acquainted with a large number of convicts, but I have never been able to discover among them more than two classes of individuals. The one class were diseased, and the others are. The others, the more I study their cases and their personality, I ask myself if I should not have done as they did under the same circumstances." It is unnecessary to say that Dr. Guillaume did not mean to establish two clearly marked classes, for most criminals represent a mixture of both, but his main idea gives a good idea of the question of penal law. How sexual questions lead to conflicts with penal law, how penal law judges them, and how it ought to judge them after what we have just said, I can only refer to what I have said concerning civil law. Our present penal law is aware of singular sexual crimes, and often punishes them from curious motives. When a poor imbecile, ridiculed by women and overcome by his sexual appetite, copulates with a cow, the latter is not injured in any way, neither is the owner. Moreover, the question of property does not trouble the judge, for he punishes sodomy even when the culprit owns the animal. How does the law obtain the right to punish an act which does no harm to anyone, nor to society, nor even to an animal? It is evidently a vestige of religious mysticism, something like punishment for sinning against the Holy Ghost. The sins of Sodom and Gomorrah, they say, caused the wrath of God, who destroyed these towns for this reason. According to the legend, sodomy was a vice of the inhabitants. Is this why it is punished at the present day? But the masturbation of Onan, according to the Bible, also caused the wrath of God. Why then do not our present laws institute punishment for those who practice it? In many of the Swiss cantons and in Germany, sexual connection between men is prosecuted by law. The German legislators have even recently discussed the question whether punishment should be enforced only when the penis of one man is introduced into the anus of the other pederasty, or whether indecent contact and mutual onanism are sufficient to justify punishment. Our penal law is thus concerned with the question whether it should punish or not, according as this or that mucous membrane or part of the skin is used for the satisfaction of a morbid sexual appetite. These are truly singular points for a legislator to decide, compelled, in spite of his incompetence, to play the part of physiologist, anatomist, and psychologist. If I am correctly informed, the German legislation is inconsistent in punishing sexual intercourse between two men, but not between two women. These examples suffice to show what blindly a penal law leads to, the basis of which is vicious and which is guided by the traditions of mysticism. Quite recently, in the Swiss Journal of Penal Law, a jurist seriously upheld the necessity for the conception of a crime against religion. Ideas of this kind would lead us to punish suicide, like the English. We will now proceed to analyze the facts from the point of view of their true social value. Limits of penal law in the sexual domain. If we would avoid injustice and ridiculous contradictions, we should keep to the principle that penal justice has only the right to intervene in cases where individuals or society are injured, or run the risk of being injured. It is also necessary to examine in each case whether the person who has committed the offense was not irresponsible and affected with mental disease at the time, or whether his responsibility was not diminished, whether he was not seriously abnormal without being quite insane. The conception of responsibility, necessarily relative, should be understood in the sense of relative liberty, which we have defined above. According to the result of the inquiry, culpability being proved, the judge will have to decide how society can be best protected against the repetition of such acts, and how the culprit may be most easily improved, provided he is capable of improvement. If, for example, the culprit is an inebriate, his detention in a home for inebriates will protect society and benefit the individual much better than all the fines and imprisonments at present in force. If he is an incorrigible recidivist, incapable of resisting his criminal impulses, the law should keep him under observation in a safe place, or deprive him only of certain dangerous liberties. It is not so difficult to decide these questions as the public imagines. The antecedents of the criminal, his previous convictions, and a careful study of his psychology will nearly always lead to a clear diagnosis and prognosis. In this case, a mutual understanding between psychiatrists and jurists will produce excellent results. It is needless to say that if it is only a case of transient cerebral obnubilation, such as sunstroke or somnambulism, etc., the culprit should be acquitted. Rape, etc. Normal coitus may render a penal action legitimate when it is obtained by force or stratagem. Rape, abuse of a feeble-minded or hypnotized person, etc. It is evident that measures of protection against such acts are urgent, and that persons abused in this way should have the right to heavy indemnities. What we require is not so much extenuation of penalty for the culprit as greater protection for his victims. In cases of rape, when the woman becomes pregnant against her will, I am of opinion that artificial abortion should be allowed by law as an exceptional measure. We cannot expect a woman to have a child imposed upon her by a man's violence, especially when she is unmarried, and oblige her to bring it up, from the simple fact that she conceived it. It should be the same in cases of abduction of female minors. When, on the contrary, a male minor seduced by an adult woman makes her pregnant, it is the woman only who is responsible for the maintenance of her child, and there are no reasons to accord her the right of abortion, for it is she who desired the sexual act. The close bonds which exist between the child and its mother justify such legal dispositions. With regard to civil laws, we have mentioned the case of venereal infection after coitus. In this case, civil indemnity would be most equitable. A penal action could only be based on prosecution by the injured party, unless it was a question of directly criminal intent, infection for vengeance, for example. Incest, Under the heading of consanguineous marriages, we have seen to what extent the conception of incest should be limited in respect to civil law. The grave cases of incest are those between parents and children. Their normal causes are mental anomalies, alcoholism, proletarian promiscuity, or isolation of a family in some remote place. Incest is common, in Switzerland especially, among the inhabitants of isolated mountain chalets. I will give a few typical and genuine examples of incest giving rise to penal actions. The last case and many others show that incest is not the cause but the effect of mental disorders. This does not mean that the offspring of such unions are not slightly tainted by the mere fact of such concentrated incest, but these cases are comparatively so rare that they do not contribute to any appreciable extent, as incest, in causing degeneration of the race. The factor which causes degeneration is here mental disease, which arises from other hereditary causes, chiefly of blastophthoric origin. From what we have said, it results that a penal action for incest should only take place in the case of minors or insane persons, abuse of strength or power, or rape. The measures of civil law should suffice to reduce other cases of incest to a minimum. The disgust which the generality of men feel for sexual union between brothers and sisters, and especially between parents and children, is the best protection against incest. The elimination of alcoholism, the superintendence of the insane, and the improvement of our social organization are much more likely than penal laws to lead to the gradual disappearance of incest. Assaults on minors. All assaults on minors should naturally be prosecuted, but prosecution should take a different form according as the culprit is affected with a pathological perverse disposition, or whether it is simply a question of abuse of confidence committed by a normal man. A master who, having no sexual anomaly, commits assaults on young girls, his pupils, should be deprived of the right of teaching in girls' schools, for it is only there that he is dangerous. If, on the other hand, he is affected with perversion, pederasty, etc., further measures for protection should be taken against him, according to the circumstances. Sexual perversions. When we pass on to sexual perversions, the inconsequences and mysticism of our present penal law become still more apparent. This code often prosecutes and punishes sexual actions which do no harm to anyone, or which two persons practice of their own accord. Such cases may be suitable for moral or medical treatment, but should never justify a penal prosecution. This applies to all the manipulations of onanism, pederasty, masochism, fetishism, etc., which take place between adults by mutual agreement. What is the use of prosecuting inverts? It is a fortunate thing for society that these psychopaths are contented with their mutual sexual intercourse, the result of which is sterile, and therefore does no harm to posterity. The real crime is the marriage of an invert to an individual of the opposite sex, and yet this crime is sanctioned by the law. It is a crime against the normal conjoint, and against the children who may result from such an unhappy union. By severely punishing homosexual intercourse, the penal laws of many countries provoke the lowest form of blackmail, as Krafft Ebing, Mahl, Hirschfeld and others have proved by numerous examples, and as I have myself confirmed among many of my patients. It is quite another thing with abnormal or perverse forms of the sexual appetite, which can only be satisfied against the will of their object, or by injuring it more or less severely. Here it is the duty of the law to organize energetic measures of protection, not with a view to punish the pervert, who is a diseased person, but to protect his victims in time. We will first deal with sadism, secondly with the violation of children. Here a very delicate question arises. In the case of such terrible sexual appetites, we should not wait for victims before taking action. On the other hand, we cannot punish a man, nor even take administrative measures against him, simply from the fact that he possesses a dangerous appetite, especially if he is in other respects well-behaved and conscientious, and strives with all his might against his perversion. I have treated a patient who suffered from a terrible pathological appetite of this kind. He was a highly moral man who never harmed anyone, but was in a state of despair over his affliction, which he resisted with all his power, seeking relief in masturbation when his passion became too violent. In such cases, the moral sentiments of an individual offer sufficient social protection, and it is neither the right nor the duty of the physician to denounce him. But he should advise the patient to retire to an asylum to avoid committing a crime, if he feels that he cannot restrain his passions. It is very rare for such cases to come to the knowledge of the public, for these patients prefer to suffer in silence or to commit suicide, but they are none the less instructive and characteristic. At other times, dangerous perversions are discovered by chance, the pervert, instead of resisting his passion, seeking opportunities to satisfy it without discovery. In such cases, strong measures should be enforced. Unfortunately, sadists are very well aware of the dangers they run, and know better than any other criminals how to commit their crimes without being discovered. As soon as the perpetrator of a sadic crime is discovered, or simply an attempt at sadism, he should be arrested and placed where he can do no harm. The question of castration arises here, but we do not know yet how far this protects the sadist and his victim against recurrence. If this operation proves efficacious, it should never be neglected. The exhibitionists present great difficulty. They are not dangerous since they touch nobody. Their victims, if they can be called so, are girls or women before whom they expose their genital organs and masturbate. No doubt modesty may be much offended by such acts, especially in young girls and children. Disgust and fear may also harm them, but I think the law is too severe in these cases, for there is no question of an injury which is dangerous in itself. I have known little girls who have been frightened several times by exhibitionists, but I have never known them injured by the disgust which they experienced. The affair is too ridiculous and too ugly. It would be sufficient to send exhibitionists to an asylum for short periods, unless extreme weakness on their part necessitated prolonged detention. Simple necrophilia should be treated in the same way by penal law, but this perversion is more dangerous on account of its relationship with sadism. There are some sadists who are only necrophiliacs for fear of becoming assassins. Such individuals are very dangerous and should be kept in confinement. The fetishists are, on the contrary, generally very innocent. At the most they might be prosecuted for theft when they take away their fetishes. One of their worst misdemeanors is that of cutting off the hair of young girls. Concubinage, prostitution, proxenetism, white slavery. We have already seen that concubinage should never be punishable in itself, although it is so in some countries. We shall not again return to the question whether prostitution should be the object of judicial and penal actions. Proxenetism and white slavery, on the contrary, cause grave injury to the rights of many individuals and should be made criminal offences, for they are crimes against society and the individual, and committed for lucre. It cannot be legal to do commerce with the body of one's neighbour. This is a crime which is closely related to slavery and similar abuses. Vide Chapter 10. The law should punish all public solicitation, obscenity or sexual brutality, but the punishment should take a milder form. The sexual act and everything connected with it should be absolutely free, but a man has no right to provoke or annoy his neighbour by indecent sexual invitations if the latter does not wish to respond to them. It is, however, extremely difficult to fix the limits of what is licit, for prudery may also go too far and regard the most innocent allusions as provocations. It is absolutely necessary to leave a margin for normal sexual invitations. All that is required is that they should not overstep the limits of recognized propriety, so long as there is not mutual agreement between the two parties. Vide Flirtation, Chapter 4. Lewdness, pornography. The question naturally presents itself of knowing how far it is permitted to proceed publicly with a mutual agreement without causing offense or injury to other parties. On the whole, our customs are free enough in this respect, and a greater liberty in public flirtation would be inconvenient. For instance, lewd exhibitions, coitus, etc., could not be allowed in public places. Children especially should be protected against such excitations of the sexual appetite, and it is necessary to fix a legal distinction between what is offensive and what is not offensive to public propriety or modesty. Simple police regulations are sufficient for this purpose, but they are very necessary to protect women and children, and occasionally young men, against importunities or sexual obsessions, against sexual solicitation, or even against assault or other offences, such as incitement to masturbation, obscene words and gestures, etc. It is, no doubt, very difficult to define the limits. Our modern customs have left a large margin for pornography, which they treat like a spoiled child. The most dangerous form, however, is not that which flaunts itself in shop windows, by advertisements and placards in public kiosks and dancing rooms, but the refined and aesthetic pornography which appears in the form of elegant engravings, erotic novels and dramas, under the cloak of art, and even under that of morality. Unfortunately, the public is a very bad judge of these things. Certain books have openly and fearlessly described the sexual vices of our time. For example, Zola's novels and the dramas of Breixand. These have been stigmatized as pornographic. As a matter of fact, their authors in no way merit such a reproach. Such works in no way encourage immorality. On the contrary, they inspire disgust and a healthy and holy terror at the perversity of our sexual customs. No doubt such works may have an erotic action on ignorant and low-minded persons. The Tyrolean peasants, in their moral indignation, have been known to destroy the marble statues of women erected in public places. Such acts serve no purpose, for prudery will never rid the world of eroticism. It will only increase it by leading to hypocrisy. We have something better to do than persecute and insult true art and men of talent or genius who expose our social perversions. Pornography is quite another thing. It is not contented with representing the aesthetic, licit, and normal side of natural eroticism. It does not depict sexual vice so as to emphasize its ugliness and its tragic consequences, but to glorify it, whether it is represented as brazen nudity unadorned, or enveloped in a transparent veil, which reveals everything it pretends to hide. Whether it reels in bacchanalian orgies, whether it appears in brilliant fancy dress illuminated by electric lights, or in the discreet light of a fashionable boudoir, whether it is clearly revealed or equivocal, perverted in one way or depraved in another. In all its forms its aim is to tickle, to excite, to seduce, to allure, by arousing lewdness and inflaming its lowest passions. The pornographic dishes are often served up with a sentimental and moral sauce, which naturally does not tend to hide the flavor of the meatful. Then all its charm would be gone. On the contrary, it increases its spicy quality by means of contrast, at the same time making the product more marketable. This hypocritical disguise giving it a certain varnish of propriety. The trick of clothing pornographic articles with the mantle of virtue may deceive the artless, and give the less artless excuse for buying them without putting themselves to any inconvenience. In such cases, it is extremely difficult to act without injustice, and without doing injury to art and science by vexatious measures. This requires much tact and rare perspicacity. Other sexual misdemeanors. Many sexual assaults are committed on the insane and feeble-minded, in the hope that they will not defend themselves and denounce the criminal. We have mentioned the case of inverts who become attendants in lunatic asylums in order to satisfy their appetites. Such crimes should be classed with those committed against minors. In the first place, it is necessary to take into account the special dangers they present, and in the second place, the personality of the criminal, his capacity for repentance, improvement, and self-control. Artificial abortion. It is a difficult question to decide whether a woman should have the right to dispose of the embryo she carries in her womb, and the duties of society with regard to this question. It is certainly the duty of society to protect the child as soon as it is born. In this case, the laws cannot be too severe in protecting the child from unnatural parents, or from the baby farmers, whose business is to get rid of the infants by starving them or exposing them to disease. It is the same with analogous abuses, which we have mentioned with regard to civil law. These crimes or misdemeanors very often result as much from the economic organization of our society, as from want of protection for infancy and girl mothers, as well as from the shame with which the latter are branded by our hypocritical customs. The question becomes more difficult with regard to the embryo before birth. Should the law punish artificial abortion? Opinions on this question vary. I have already said that in cases of rape and forced pregnancy in general, the right to artificial abortion should be conceded to the woman. On the other hand, I think it should be prohibited on principle when the fecundating coitus has been voluntary on both sides, and when there is no medical reason for such a measure. In principle, the human embryo, when once conceived, should have the right to live. Birth is only an episode in its life. This generally takes place at the end of the 9th lunar month of pregnancy, but a child born at the 7th month is often viable. It is, therefore, arbitrary not to recognize the right of the embryo to live. On the contrary, the right that a woman has to dispose of her body would seem to outweigh this, when conception has been imposed on her by stratagem or violence. In fact, the right of the embryo to life should depend on the wish of the bearers of each of the two germs by which it is formed, at the moment of conception. On the other hand, numerous exceptions to the above rule should be allowed, and doctors should not be too severe, for it would be for them to decide in most cases whether artificial abortion was licit or not. Some pregnancies are a veritable misfortune for the parents and offspring, when the bodily and mental health of the mother or child, or both of them, is in danger. When a lunatic or an idiot, married or not, makes a woman pregnant, artificial abortion should be allowed, also in all cases when an insane or epileptic woman becomes pregnant. It is needless to say that abortion should be permitted whenever pregnancy seriously endangers the life or health of the mother, or when a grave disease in the mother condemns the child to become an invalid. On the other hand, such indications should not be acted on too lightly. A rational limit is here a matter of practice and common sense, combined with medical science. The right to live of monsters, idiots, or the deformed. The preceding remarks naturally lead us to the question whether children who are born invalids, deformed, or idiots, etc., should be necessarily condemned to live by the law, and whether special dispositions should not be made for such cases. The obligation to preserve, often by means of all the resources of medical science, miserable creatures born as cretins or idiots, children with hydrocephalus or microcephalus without eyes or ears, or with atrophied genital organs, etc., is an atrocity sanctioned by the law. Would it not be better to allow these miserable beings to be suppressed by means of a painless narcosis, with the consent of the parents, and after an expert medical opinion, instead of condemning them by law to a life of misery? Science has proved that every congenital malformation of the brain is as incurable as that of any other organ. Here again, our legislation is fettered by ignorance and religious dogma. On one hand, immense armies are organized to kill the most healthy men by thousands and tens of thousands, and many more thousands are abandoned to famine, prostitution, alcoholism, and exploitation. On the other hand, medicine is expected to employ its whole art and efforts in prolonging life as long as possible, and thus martyrizing miserable human wretches, degenerate in body and mind or both, often when they cry out for death. Large asylums are built for idiots, and there is much joy when after many years of persevering effort some devoted person succeeds in teaching these beings, whose mentality is far inferior to that of a monkey, to repeat a few words like a parrot, to scribble some words on paper, or to repeat a prayer mechanically with their eyes turned toward heaven. It is difficult to compare these two facts without feeling the bitter irony of what are euphemistically called our hereditary customs. In truth, the nurses and teachers who devote themselves to the education of cretins and idiots would do better to occupy themselves in some manual work, or even leave the idiots to die, and themselves procreate healthy and capable children in their place. But this question does not properly belong to our subject. The rights of the embryo. A distinction is generally made between artificial abortion practiced in the first months of pregnancy and that induced in the later months. When the child is born viable, the term premature labor is used. When this is induced with the object of getting rid of the child, the penalty is much more severe than for abortion, for it is regarded almost as infanticide. For this reason, and owing to the difficulty of the whole question, a mother should never be given the right to destroy the embryo or child in her womb, excepting in cases where pregnancy has been forced upon her. Each case should be submitted to a medical examination, and a doctor's certificate should be required. This is all the more indicated since our present knowledge makes it easy to prevent pregnancy by anticonceptional measures. Society is, therefore, entitled to demand that a mother who has voluntarily conceived a child has no right to interrupt its development, to kill it. If, as we hope, we shall eventually obtain more extended rights for women and greater sexual liberty in general, even in marriage, the reasons justifying artificial abortion, apart from medical or hygienic measures, will become more and more rare. The stigma of shame which is branded on illegitimate maternity unfortunately justifies many cases of abortion and even infanticide. Things ought to change in this respect, and in the future no pregnancy ought to be a source of shame for any healthy woman whatever, nor furnish the least motive for dissimulation. If the objection is raised that I am inconsistent, that every man, and consequently every woman, should have the power to dispose of their own body on every occasion, and that penal law should therefore take no cognizance of artificial abortion, I reply that this does not apply to the case in point, for it is here a question not of one body, but of two or more in the case of twins. From the moment of conception the embryo acquires a social right which merits all the more protection, the more its possessor is incapable of looking after it. Adultery, which even at the present day is often considered as a crime or misdemeanor, should be simply regarded as a reason for divorce. We have already treated the question with regard to civil law, and have shown the futility of trying to obtain fidelity by law. In my opinion, the misdemeanor of adultery should be entirely abolished from penal law. When it is complicated by fraud or other crimes, it is the latter only which are concerned. Human selection, the indirect danger to which children of bad heredity are exposed, constitutes a grave social evil. At present, penal law is absolutely impotent in this matter. We have seen what civil law might perhaps effect, and what is already done in some countries. In another chapter, we shall discuss much more appropriate measures for improvement in this domain. We have already mentioned castration and certain cases in which it might be practiced. These cases will always be very limited, and it is on the basis of social morality and hygiene of the race that the question of conception should be regulated in a rational and voluntary manner. We shall obtain much more in this way than by legal measures, which are always lame because they interfere with individual liberty. We must never forget that the law is only a necessary evil, and often a superfluous one. In conclusion, I may remark that penal law should be combined, like civil law, with administrative measures, to protect both the individual and society in sexual matters, at the same time watching over the interests of future generations. But it should only do this as far as the weakness and eroticism of men hinder a similar or better result from being obtained by moral education, combined with rational intellectual instruction. Appendix to Chapter 13, a medicolegal case. The following case occurred in 1904 in the canton of St. Gall in Switzerland, and confirms my opinion. Frieda Keller, born in 1879, was the daughter of honest parents. Her mother was mild-mannered and sensible, her father loyal but harsh and sometimes violent. Frieda was the fifth of 11 brothers and sisters. She was a model scholar. At the age of 4 years she had meningitis which left her with frequent headaches. In 189,697, she learnt dressmaking and helped at home in the household work. When she was free, she did embroidery to help her family. Afterwards she obtained a situation in a dressmaker's shop at St. Gall, where she got 60 francs a month. To increase her income, she worked on Sundays as a waitress at the Café de la Poste. The proprietor, a married man, began to persecute her with his affections, which she had great difficulty in avoiding. She then entered another shop where she got 80 francs a month. One day in 1898, when she was then 19, the proprietor of the café succeeded in seducing her, and on May 27, 1899, she gave birth to a boy at the maternity of St. Gall. She had confessed her misfortune to her parents, and her mother had pity on her. Her mother had also been seduced and rendered pregnant at the age of 15. Abandoned by her seducer, she committed infanticide and was sentenced to 6 years' imprisonment. As she had always been well-behaved, the tribunal had recognized that she acted less by moral depravity than by false sentiment of honor. Frieda, who was fond of her mother, knew nothing of this history. The father was very hard toward his daughter and refused her all help and pity. 12 days after her confinement, she took her child to the Foundling Hospital at St. Gall. Frieda Keller felt nothing but disgust for her seducer. Later on, the latter would no doubt deny the fact of his paternity, but he had tacitly admitted this by the payment of 80 francs. Frieda had to pay 5 francs a week to the Foundling Hospital and also 34 francs to her married sister. In 1901 her father died, and in 1903 her mother. Frieda inherited 2471 francs from her father, but this sum was tied up in her brother's business, and he never sent her the interest. It is characteristic of her mentality that she never attempted to exact it. Then began for this unfortunate young girl a life of struggle and despair. She was possessed of 2 ideas. On the one hand, she could no longer maintain her child, and on the other hand would not admit anything from shame. They would not keep the child in the hospital after Easter 1904, when it would reach the maximum age of 5 years. What was she to do? Frieda Keller was then evidently in a pathological state of mind, which was upheld by her defender, Dr. Jangen. She wished to keep her secret and provide for the maintenance of the child, but she took no steps in this direction. She did not seek for cheap lodgings, not for a rise of salary, nor even for the money illegally detained by her brother for his own profit. She never spoke to her married sister, nor to anyone of her desperate position. The father of her child had disappeared, and she never gave information against him for fear of divulging her secret. Moreover, the law at St. Gall only admitted the charge of paternity against unmarried men. She found no practical way of disposing of her child. After Easter 1904, when the child was discharged from the hospital, she was haunted by a single ideato: get rid of the child. She struggled for a long time against this obsession, but in vain, and it finally became a resolution. A few days before this she took a long walk in the woods. The next day she wept at home while looking for some string. Alone with her despair, she had definitely made her terrible resolution. She said afterwards at the assizes, "I could not free myself from the feeling that I must get rid of the child." She then went to the hospital, after having bought new clothes for the child, and told the authorities that an aunt of hers at Munich would take care of the child. She then took the child to the woods. Having found a lonely spot, she sat down for a long time while the child played in the wood. For some time she had not the courage to do the deed, but at last an irresistible force, as she said, urged her to do it. With her hands and shoes she dug a grave, then strangled the child with string, with such force that it was difficult to untie the knot on the dead body afterwards. She knelt for some time by the child till it ceased to give any signs of life, then buried it, and returned home restraining her tears with difficulty. On the 1st of June, she wrote to the hospital that the child had arrived at Munich. On the 7th of June, the body was exposed by rain and was discovered by some Italians. On the 14th of June, she was arrested. During the trial, she declared that her action had been the result of her inability to maintain the child and the necessity of keeping her secret. This secret was the shame and dishonor of involuntary maternity and illegitimate birth. All the witnesses spoke in favor of Frieda Keller and gave evidence that she was well-mannered, intelligent, hard-working, economical, of exemplary conduct, and loving her sister's children. She did not deny the premeditation of her crime, and in no way sought to diminish her responsibility. According to the law of St. Gall, such cases are punishable with death, but Frieda Keller's sentence was commuted to penal servitude for life. Such are the facts of this case taken from the official report, and from an extract published by 1000 de Morsier in the Signal de Genève. We are compelled to exclaim with 1000 de Morsier that a legislation which in such a case condemns to death one who can justly be called a victim, while leaving unpunished the real culprit, is calculated to destroy all belief in justice in a democracy which calls itself Christian. It is a justice of barbarians, a disgrace to the 20th century. The tribunal and the juries have enforced to the letter an article in the code, and this is called justice. We may well say, fiat justitia perit mundus. Frieda Keller was no doubt in an abnormal condition of mind. She probably suffered from the influence of autosuggestion which became an obsession. Such cases are not uncommon. This is clearly shown by the absurdity of her manner of acting, which was both useless and pernicious, while she might easily have got out of her difficulty in other ways. If our judges and juries had a little more knowledge of human psychology and a little less of the code in their heads, they would have had some doubts on the mental integrity of the accused, and would have ordered an expert examination by a mental specialist. But apart from this point, I put the question: can we expect from a woman maternal sentiments for a child resulting from sexual surprise bordering on rape? In the preceding chapter 1, have demanded the right of artificial abortion to women rendered pregnant by rape or against their will, and I think the case of Frieda Keller supports my contention. I do not intend to justify the assassination of a child already 5 years of age, but I wish to point out that the absence of maternal love is quite natural in such a case. It is precisely the instinctive aversion of Frieda Keller for her child, otherwise inexplicable, which shows most clearly that it was a case of imposed maternity or sexual satisfaction on the part of the father alone. The tragic case of this unfortunate woman illustrates the brutality and hypocrisy of our customs regarding the sexual question, and shows what terror, shame, torment and despair may be caused by the point of view of the so-called rules of morality. In the presence of these facts, I do not think I can be accused of exaggeration. It is only parchment-hearted jurists and government officials who can remain indifferent in such cases. Penal servitude for life for the poor victim of such cruelty is a kind of mercy which rather resembles bitter irony. The law of St. Gall can do only one thing to repair the evil, that is to change its laws and liberate the victim as soon as possible. In ordinary infanticide, the true assassin is not usually the mother who kills her child, but rather the father who abandons the woman he has made pregnant and disowns the result of his temporary passion. In the case of Frieda Keller, maternal heredity, the results of meningitis, stupidity, irreflection, want, shame, fear, a pathological obsession, and finally the unworthy conduct of the father, all combined in making this unfortunate girl a victim rather than a criminal. Her child was not only a source of great anxiety, but also an object of instinctive repulsion. How is it that such a brave and industrious woman can feel repulsion toward her own child? If the judges had asked themselves this question and had replied to it without prejudice, forgetting for the moment their code and prejudices, they would not have had the courage to condemn the woman to death, nor even to condemn her at all. For their conscience would have clearly shown them the true culprit's masculine brutality, our hypocritical sexual customs, and the unjust laws inspiring terror in a feeble brain. When every pregnancy and every birth are looked upon by human society with honor and respect, when every mother is protected by law and assisted in the education of her children, then only will society have the right to judge severely of infanticide. Chapter 14. Medicine and Sexual Life. General remarks. Theology teaches belief in God and a future life. Law represents the application of codified laws and customs, old and new. Medicine is said to be an art, the art of curing sick people. At the origin of each of these three branches of human activity, we find an acquired idea. Man has been led to the religious idea, and to the worship of one or more gods by his terror of certain unknown and occult powers superior to his own, and by the idea that his faculty of knowledge, his power, and the duration of his life were limited. The origin of law is in moral conscience, a phylogenetic derivative of the sentiments of sympathy, 1. Sentiments of duty and justice, combined with the idea of the necessity for men to live in societies. As regards medicine, this owes its existence to the fear of disease, pain, and death, which is modified by the acquired experience that certain substances may sometimes ease suffering. Theology, if separated from morality whose domain it has usurped, lives on mysticism, and endeavors to give it a natural and human appearance by adorning it with sonorous phraseology. Law, losing sight of its origin and object of existence, only concerns itself with comments on the text of laws, and in discussing the application of the articles of the code. Medicine has concerned itself too much with the life of the patient, instead of the improvement of human life in general. In order to cure a physical malady, to re-establish abnormal or damaged functions as far as this is possible, the physician must be acquainted with the vital manifestations of the body in its normal state. For this reason, the art of medicine depends on the accessory sciences, chiefly anatomy and physiology. These accessory sciences have considerably developed in the evolution of medicine, and the art of medicine has become the chief motive power which urges men to research and discovery in the biological sciences, such as histology, embryology, comparative anatomy and physiology of the brain, bacteriology, etc. Pure science now occupies such a position in medical studies that the healing art often remains in the background, although it must later on take the chief part, and is regarded by the public as of the greatest importance. The value of the art of medicine is subject to great variations. It is only of real value when, free from all charlatanism, it rests on a sufficiently scientific basis, for the art of an ignoramus falls into error and employs inappropriate methods. On the other hand, the art of a charlatan has for its object the purse of the patient. It is common to meet with physicians who have a good practical experience of art without possessing scientific knowledge, others who have both practical experience and science but are charlatans, others again who are very scientific but incapable in practice. The ideal is a combination of art, science and disinterested honesty, but it is not very uncommon to meet with a combination of ignorance, incapacity and charlatanism. Lastly, too many doctors, otherwise capable and intelligent, are too much influenced by authority, textbooks and prejudices, instead of observing and judging each case for themselves in the true scientific spirit. Many dogmas of medical education rest on hypotheses, theories or statements which have no solid foundation, and do not represent the fruits of a true personal experience of human life. Many doctors only see through other people's glasses, without reflecting for themselves. The worst of these are those with systems, homeopaths, the disciples of natural medicine, etc. It is especially in the sexual question that these human weaknesses of medical practitioners often lead to the most pitiable results. We must first of all take to heart the fundamental principle of hygiene, which is at the same time that of all honest and sound medicine. Prevention is better than cure. The modern opinions of medical men on the sexual question are still unfortunately greatly obscured by prejudice, authority, and the indirect influence of the doctrines of religious morality. The same applies to the question of alcohol. However, it is to medicine and its accessory sciences that we owe the knowledge which now renders it possible to judge of the sexual relations of man from the true and healthy point of view of social and moral science. We cannot describe here all the relations of medicine to sexual life. Chapters I, Roman 2, Roman 3, Roman 4 and Roman 8 are entirely based on its results and on those of natural science. What we have still to consider relates especially to sexual hygiene, for we have already treated of pathology in Chapter 8. I shall reserve the general and social part of hygiene for the last chapter of the book, and shall confine myself here to certain special points, and the criticism of current but erroneous medical opinions on the sexual question. Prostitution, sexual hygiene, sexual connection apart from marriage, all regulation and medical supervision of prostitution should be rejected, not only from the moral point of view, but also from that of hygiene, as a deplorable error incapable even of fulfilling its avowed object: protection against venereal disease. Faith in the dogmas and authority of an existing institution has led medical men to take a false view of the question. They demand from the adversaries of regulation proof of a diminution in venereal disease when regulation was not in force. This is both unjust and absurd. It is for the supporters of regulation to prove that state regulation of prostitution has led to any appreciable improvement of the social evil. Then only can it be asked if the maintenance of such vexatious measures is still justifiable. But medicine has not furnished the proof demanded from it. On the contrary, its attempts in this direction have entirely failed. After all, the system is kept up, not because it diminishes venereal infection, but because it gives satisfaction to the sexual appetite of men and their desire for change. Society, however, has no right to organize such a monstrosity as regulated prostitution and licensed proxenetism for the special pleasure of debauchees. Moreover, it is absurd to exaggerate the effects of onanism and sexual excesses in themselves, and thus increase the anxiety of a number of unfortunates. In Chapter 4, we have already spoken of great variations which the sexual appetite presents without ceasing to be normal, and we have mentioned the rule given by Luther. In my opinion, the advice given by the doctor should be as follows. As long as he does not wish to marry, a young man should remove as far as possible all sexual ideas from his thoughts. He should be contented with nocturnal emissions, which are produced spontaneously, and should avoid all the manipulations of onanism. A young girl should do the same all the more easily, because her sexual appetite is normally weaker, and is not accompanied by glandular secretions which more or less demand ejaculation. Persons unable to resist their sexual appetite should be extremely prudent in their extranuptial intercourse. Moreover, there is no need for this to assume the character of prostitution. Medical advice. It is the doctor's duty to give friendly advice to everyone who consults him on sexual questions, without posing as a judge or a moralist. He should never frighten or reprimand the poor hypochondriac who blames himself for masturbation, nor sexual perverts of any kind, unless of course they are absolutely dangerous, such as sadists. He should, on the contrary, calm their fears and give them encouragement, and in this way he may do much good. Hypnotic suggestion gives him a means of directly combating many cases of sexual excitation, or at least of attenuating them, by directing the cerebral activity of the patient to other subjects. Each case should be judged by itself, and attention should be paid to the different points we have studied in this book. Even between husband and wife, and especially as a consequence of monogamy, certain unfortunate or delicate circumstances may raise difficulties. For example, the periods during which conception should be avoided, a certain time after accouchement, and during certain morbid conditions. In this case, unskillful medical advice may have unfortunate results. When a doctor forbids a husband to have sexual intercourse with his wife, he exposes him to two dangers. If the husband remains continent and sleeps in a separate room for too long a time, conjugal love may become so cooled that a permanent barrier is established between man and wife. If, on the other hand, he abandons himself to prostitution, he may contract venereal disease and infect his wife. Again, the husband may become enamored of another woman and wreck the happiness of his family. The doctor who prohibits conjugal coitus thus takes a great responsibility. For this and other reasons, we have now an important question to consider. Opinions differ considerably as to the effects of sexual continence. All extreme assertions are erroneous. It is quite certain that the harmful effects of continence have been greatly exaggerated. Normal persons of both sexes may remain continent, although not without some trouble and discomfort. In a general way, we may accept the statement that many morbid conditions are known to result from sexual excess, but few from continence. This, however, goes a little too far, for certain psychopaths and sexual hyperesthetics often lapse into a state of mental and nervous excitement from forced continence, so that their neurosis becomes accentuated and may even end in insanity. I have seen this occur both in men and women, but such cases are very rare. Continence is not an easy matter for erotic individuals, and requires a heroic internal struggle, especially in men. The Canadian reformer, Chiniquy, whom we have previously quoted, relates the history of a monk who tore off his testicles in despair at being unable to conquer his violent sexual appetite. The fine preachers of morality, endowed with a cold temperament, or simply senile, who hold forth on the immorality of the consequences of the sexual appetite, would do well to take such facts to heart. We must not forget that among our brutal, yet human ancestors the struggle for life demanded the cruel and wanton exposure or slaughter of all weak and decrepit individuals, and that epidemic diseases, plagues, and pests ravaged the peoples without mercy. Of course, our present civilization has put up a barrier against all this. Yet, for that very reason, the blind and thoughtless propagation of degenerate, tainted, and enfeebled individuals is another atrocious danger to society. But then the sexual appetite cannot be legislated out of existence or killed by repressive measures. Quite recently, it has been scientifically demonstrated that absolute sterilization can be produced by the application of the Röntgen ray. But at what period of treatment this result may be obtained still remains an unsettled question, thus leaving the possibility of incurring the risk of affecting only a doubtful degeneration of the germs. We can but consider all legislation and all police measures which are intended to regulate the sexual intercourse in the human family as absolute failures, as inhuman, in fact as downright detrimental to the race. Exacting laws have never improved the morals of any race or nation. Hypocrisy and secret evasion are the only results obtained. It would be better by far if steps were taken to enlighten the masses on the questions of sexual heredity and degeneration. Wisdom of this kind does not corrupt. It is rather the unrestricted power of capital and wealth that brings the rot into the community. Healthy people should be made to know that a large number of sound, industrious children is a blessing, in fact, riches to the family, but on the one condition only, viz., that they are not relegated to detestable slavery through the overbearing suppression of capital. When the dignity of labor shall once have been raised on the pedestal of worship now occupied by mammon, there will no longer be need for complaint about small families and decreasing birth rates, such as we hear so much at the present day in France and in the United States. It is depressing to witness how sheer ignorance and callousness to the interests of the human race at large allow such people to multiply without let or hindrance. The unfortunate part about it all is that this species of humanity is on the steady increase. They really form the principal hearths whence emanate our criminal classes, that fill our jails, our charity homes, our hospitals, our sanatoria, our insane asylums. They breed and multiply, not because it affords them a special pleasure to procreate crime, insanity, and degeneracy, but because no one takes the trouble to instruct them in the perniciousness of bringing into this world offspring that can only find and themselves again disseminate misery, want, and wretchedness, or to teach them how to prevent this calamity. Of course, it is quite evident that under such pitiable conditions, the hereditary taints become increasingly aggravated. If the patients have money, which is very often the case, they prove profitable customers of the nervous specialist, and likewise of the endless chain of private sanatoria for nervous diseases. It is a sad spectacle indeed. My own experience has taught me that 9 out of 10 of these unfortunate beings have families, because they are ignorant of the dangers of heredity and unfamiliar with the safe and proper means for preventing conception. Why not teach them? A few cases may suffice. An hysterical woman whose father was a lascivious, egotistical crank married a man absolutely devoid of will power and energy. She was gifted, the marriage a failure. Of the 2 children, one was an indolent, thoroughly useless, good-for-nothing boy, whose only thought was of wasting money on pretty neckties and the like, and of flirting with the girls, of which art he was a past master. The other one, a girl, betrayed the same characteristics and disposition. The mother was in despair and inconsolable, cursing her offspring and the marriage alike. Too late, alas! Be the son of a neurasthenic father and an hysterical mother, although of a good-natured disposition, had the vilest, uncontrollable temper, which would suddenly carry him away to acts of violence only to be bitterly regretted immediately afterwards. Whilst drunk he became excited and drawing a revolver wounded several innocent bystanders. As an officer in the army he was insulted by a tipsy student, whom he shot down on the spot, although he was sober himself at the time. On another occasion he shot himself in the breast, but recovered. Presently he fell in love most desperately with an hysterical woman and married her. The mother-in-law, who was an eccentric, mischievous person, started a bitter feud between the 2 families. He became greatly wrought up over the affair and demanded of his wife to stop the quarrel at once. As she demurred, he ended her life with a bullet from a pistol. Of course, he was arrested and languished in jail in utter agony and despair. What a future for those 2 unfortunate children that sprang from this union! I may point out here that at the time when he killed his wife, whom he loved passionately, he was not under the influence of strong drink, for he had given up the use of alcohol altogether for quite a number of years. See, a very religious lady had married a man who became insane. He, too, was a devout churchman. There were 8 children. Under treatment, the father improved and was dismissed from the asylum. I urged them both to prevent further conception, having in view the dangers of hereditary taint in the possible offspring. The wife indignantly told me that her church demanded of her to bear as many children as she could. They had several more, all of them candidates for the insane asylum or the institute for nervous patients, and that is called religion and morality. Dear heavily tainted couple, desperately enamored of each other, came to me in great distress to ask, "May we get married?" I answered, "It does not strike me as being the wisest thing for you to do. But if you cannot exist without each other, by all means get married. But think what a calamity it would be if 2 beings tainted as you both are were to beget offspring. But we are so fond of children." Well, that is easily mended. There are plenty of healthy orphans whose parents were strong and sound both in body and in mind, but who are strangers to a father's and mother's love and are craving for a good education. Make your own choice, but take only the very best. Then you will have a family and enjoy all the pleasures of parenthood. As for the rest, heed my advice. Avoid pregnancy. However, this is by no means all. Tuberculosis is the white plague of today. It is considered an established fact that every living human being inhales and swallows tubercle bacilli by the millions every day, and it is even claimed that every one of us harbors somewhere in the economy this dreadful poison to a larger or smaller degree, whilst the pure, immune blood in a sound, robust constitution is able to resist the inroads of, and even to kill, sterilize and eliminate these bacilli. The weaker and hereditarily tainted individual falls a prey to the attacks of this dire disease by the thousands. True, serum therapy and open-air treatment are accomplishing many cures, but the hereditary disposition remains in the system all the same, and may be transmitted to the coming generation, or at any rate may impair the power of resistance in the offspring. Moreover, the sexual appetite is very pronounced in physical patients. They marry and beget children in the most wanton fashion. The law cannot and does not prevent them, and the carnal instinct is not to be killed. What is to be done when law and religion forbid the application of preventive measures, and even prosecute the person that recommends them? Local disease and pathological conditions in the woman, at times in man also, within wedlock, may render parturition an immediate danger to the life of the mother, or of the child, or of both together. For instance, cancer of the womb or other affections of the uterus, kidney disease, a deformed pelvis. Surely in such cases, it is the bounden duty of the physician to intervene and counsel against, nay, absolutely forbid impregnation. Well, how is it to be done? Must husband and wife who love and esteem each other be separated? It would be unnatural, in fact it is quite impossible. Or should they abandon sexual intercourse altogether and live like brother and sister? Well, a few exceptionally cold natures may have will power enough to carry into effect such a pact, but in 99 out of 100 cases, the interdict of the sexual act sends the husband to satisfy 427 ahis cravings elsewhere and contract disease, or he falls in love with another woman and wrecks home and family. Similar conditions may be brought about by other causes as well. Take, for instance, the poor working man or mechanic who has already 6 or 7 children and whose wife is unusually fertile, giving birth to children year after year. The wages of the father do not suffice to properly support them all. The food that can be purchased with the slender means is not at all adequate. Rent and other bills fall behind and the man gets in debt. They are both young yet. What is to be done? If they follow the natural law, there will be an increase in the family every year. Moreover, these ever-recurring labors weaken the constitution of the woman and sap away her strength. Starvation, sexual continence in wedlock. It is strange indeed to hear rich men, well-fed clergymen, pious zealots and reformers, leaning back in their comfortable chairs after a sumptuous meal and smoking an expensive Havana cigar, discuss this burning question and bewail the immorality of the common people. Statistics prove that these very people, who extol to the poor all the blessing of a big family, never live up to their teachings either in theory or in practice. The majority of these apostles of morality have no children at all, or at the utmost 2 or 3. Why should that be so? What interesting reading it would make if the sexual history of these persons were followed up and printed. Money, hygiene, reason, and the most elementary laws of humanity demand that the wife, who is fertile above the average, should have a rest of at least 18 months between each succeeding pregnancy. But this cannot be achieved in the natural course of events, except in very rare cases, without wrecking the marriage. If we crystallize this sexual social question, we arrive at the following conclusions. There are a great many cases, especially of a pathological character, but nonetheless also in normal and sound individuals, in which procreation within wedlock or without is dangerous either definitely or temporarily, either for the mother or the child or for both, and for that reason should be interdicted. Very few men and a very small proportion of women. 427b matter how firmly they may be resolvere capable of effectually suppressing their sexual needs. And even if they succeed, the consequences are generally of a disastrous nature: loss of marital love, secret illicit relations with others, and subsequent infidelity, nervous disorders, impotence, etc. In all these cases, we are confronted with the following dilemma. I leave it to the reader and to the lawmakers to pick out the correct alternative, and to arrive at the one possible, decent, and ethical solution of these conflicting questions. I do not admit that constitutionally frigid natures, or those who find it easy to control their sexual appetite, have any right whatsoever to pose as normal samples of the human race, and to simply ignore the existence of temperaments, characters, and constitutions so widely differing from their own. This world's history teaches us that nothing good has ever come from such vain assumptions, unless it be empty phrases and dead letters. These righteous, frigid, and strong natures ought, indeed, to be grateful to their ancestors for having handed down to them that happy disposition, and to prove their gratitude by making particular efforts to help those that are yet to come, in obtaining and sharing the same benign blessing. It seems almost incredible that in some countries medical men who are not ashamed to throw young men into the arms of prostitution blush when mention is made of anticonceptional methods. This false modesty, created by custom and prejudice, waxes indignant at innocent things, whilst it encourages the greatest infamies. Hygiene of marriage, when marriage is consummated on the basis of free reciprocal consent, when both parties know exactly to what they have pledged themselves, when the corrupting influence of money is eliminated, when all unnatural regulation is suppressed, when the superfluous blending of religion and legislation have been abolished from the bonds of matrimony, when woman has finally obtained equal rights with man, then love and mutual respect combined with the sexual appetite will constitute the intimate and personal ties of marriage. At the same time, instinctive sentiments and legal duties toward the offspring will furnish it with a complementary and lasting cement. Among men whose nature is true, the instructive sentiment of altruism or conscience urges them to the performance of social duties without the necessity of any legal obligation. A few medical points now require our attention. The husband should be older than the wife, on the average from 6 to 12 years. This point is very important if a monogamous union is to be lasting. Woman matures earlier than man, both mentally and sexually. Her personality becomes more rapidly adult than his. She ages more quickly and loses her faculty of procreation sooner than man. Certain savage races solve the problem by marrying as boys and girls, casting off their wives when they grow old to marry younger ones. Among civilized races, man manages his affairs by making use of prostitution. From his youth he succumbs to physical and moral corruption, often complicated with venereal infection, and then often regards marriage as a kind of hospital for incurables, where the wife plays the parts of housekeeper and nurse combined. It is not easy to steer clear of these rocks, nor to formulate a rule for lasting monogamy. The old style of polygamy is brutal, and prostitution is still more disgusting. The sentiments of the egoist are summed up in the maxim, "After me the deluge." To this the preacher of morals replies that man should curb his passions, but this eternal dialogue does not help us in the least. I propose a middle course as follows. The young man who possesses sufficient strength to overcome his sexual appetite, or whose sexual appetite is so moderate that he can remain continent till the age of about 25 years, so as to enable him to avoid prostitution, promiscuous sexual intercourse, or masturbation. This young man, I maintain, has the best chance of gaining the first prize in life. If he is free from prejudice and is not afraid of using anticonceptional measures for a certain time, he may then marry a young girl, to whom he may become permanently attached if their two characters suit each other. A young girl may very well marry at 17 or 18, or at any rate between 18 and 19. She is then sexually mature, and her mentality is sufficiently developed, so that the difference in age we have required may be obtained. Young people thus united may continue their studies before procreating children, and their marriage will stimulate them to work. When the intoxication of the honeymoon is over, the continuance of conjugal happiness depends on an intimate adaptation of the two conjoints in sentiments, intelligence and sexual appetite, an adaptation which purifies love on both sides. Work in common, a common ideal, mutual respect full of affection but free from flattery, and a reciprocal education which does not degenerate into pedantry nor tyranny, are the principal conditions for conjugal happiness. It is absolutely necessary to avoid everything which causes reparation or exclusion, even in appearance. At the risk of appearing ridiculous in the eyes of certain superior persons, I repeat that separation of beds and bedrooms is a dangerous experiment to make in marriage, and that it may easily lead to estrangement, even when based on the highest motives. It is the same, in a still higher degree, with sexual continence in marriage, even when it does not last for years, excepting in cases of grave disease or senile impotence. It is often stated that a woman should avoid coitus for long periods, because among certain savage races, the husband does not cohabit with her during pregnancy and the 2 years of nursing which follow it, the woman being considered by religion as impure during this period. But this proves nothing, for this custom only concerns polygamists who make up for it with other women. If our monogamous marriage is to be natural and not satisfied with words and illusions, it is necessary for sexual intercourse to be intimate and constant, and it should only be interrupted for short intervals, corresponding to the natural wants of the two conjoints, adapted to each other by mutual concessions. Apart from this, menstruation and accouchement constitute the only exceptions based on physiology. According to Gruber, Hygiene des geschlechtlichen Lebens, accouchement requires an interruption of at least 4 weeks, I should say at least 6 weeks. Every husband, with the possible exception of the most horrible satyrs, can submit to this without much discomfort. Pregnancy, on the contrary, does not require continence, provided the husband takes account of his wife's condition and treats her with care. During the last months of pregnancy, all violent movements and pressure on the abdomen should be avoided during coitus, so as not to injure the embryo. This may be effected by coitus in the lateral position. Professor Pinard of Paris advises the prohibition of coitus during the latter part of pregnancy, because it may lead to premature birth. As regards accouchement at the 7th, 8th or even at the beginning of the 9th month, this might, it is true, be proved by figures, but at this time the embryo is sufficiently protected, and with the precautions indicated above, I consider the danger as nil. As regards the end of the 9th month, the margin of errors as to the movement of conception and the signs of birth at term hardly allow of statistics, which exclude subjectivism, and the danger becomes less and less. In any case, a conscientious husband would run no risks under these circumstances if he was aware of the danger. What is more important for the wife is that she should have sufficient rest between her pregnancies. A year at least should elapse between parturition and the next conception. This gives approximately 2 years between the confinements. This is easily managed by the aid of the preventive animal membranes we have mentioned. In this way the wife keeps in good health and can bear healthy children at pleasure. It is certainly better to procreate 7 healthy children than to procreate 14 of which 7 die, to say nothing of the mother who rapidly becomes exhausted by uninterrupted confinements. No rule can be given for the frequency of sexual connection in marriage. This is a matter for reciprocal arrangement. Luther's rule of 2 or 3 times a week may be considered a normal average for virile persons of good constitution. Women who are sexually cold and fond of children, but who have a horror of coitus, cannot, in my opinion, be regarded as types of the normal wife, nor can they expect their husbands to abstain from all coitus, except that intended for procreation. On the other hand, the wife should certainly be made acquainted with the nature of sexual intercourse and its consequences before marriage. Further, before engaging in a lifelong union, a man and woman ought to explain to each other their sexual feelings so as to avoid deception and incompatibility later on. Without having ever experienced a sexual orgasm, either by coitus or by masturbation, a normal young girl, when she is sufficiently instructed in sexual matters, may easily decide whether the idea of coitus with a man for whom she feels affection is repugnant or attractive to her. In the case of young men it is still easier. A woman who had received a complete medical education and had remained a virgin, but who was well informed on sexual life, gave me very precise information on this subject. For a long time the idea of coitus with men was repugnant to her, till she made the acquaintance of the one who gained her affections. Repugnance was then replaced by desire. This case also gives a good example of the monogamous sexual feeling of the normal woman. In Chapter 17, we shall discuss the manner in which youth should be initiated into the sexual question. Our present formality, combined with general ignorance of girls on sexual matters, renders a mutual understanding prior to definite betrothal generally impossible. Moreover, there is a sort of hysterical and pathological love, the product of the imagination, which is associated with sentimental words and sighs as well as coquetry, but transformed into disgust or hatred by the first coitus. Although more common in women, this false love is met with in hysterical men. Sometimes the illusion disappears while there is yet time to break off the betrothal. Marriage by trial and has been attempted by some, but with varied success. For a number of reasons, both parties should be medically examined before marriage. This precaution may reveal the presence of a narrow pelvis or vaginismus in the woman, or aspermia, venereal disease, etc., in the man. When a woman will only support coitus with a view to procreation, she would do well if she informed her fiancé, who can then consider whether he can submit to such restriction. If the wife will not allow her husband a concubine, it generally results in clandestine extranuptial relations and subsequent divorce proceedings. My opinion on this subject will no doubt appear very immoral to many people, but it is natural and rational. It is needless to say that I do not intend that a man has the right to compel his wife to have intercourse whenever he pleases. The question is a very delicate one, but by the aid of goodwill a satisfactory solution of the problem can be obtained in most cases, in the manner indicated above. Love and mutual respect will always find a way out of the difficulty. It is necessary to avoid extreme asceticism and unnatural idealism on the one hand, and excessive sexual indulgence on the other hand. In the sexual question above all others, it is the wisest course to strike a happy medium. An extremely important question is that of the procreation of children. We have just explained how this can be regulated at will. We have now to consider how children of the best quality can be procreated. The first condition is the good quality of the parents. Their heredity or the intellectual and physical value of their ancestry is of paramount importance. We must take into consideration not only the intelligence and physical health, but also good sentiments, a conscientious character and energy of will. What is the use of procreating healthy and robust children if they are vain, egoistic, impulsive, crafty, wanting in will power, or perhaps criminal? Such individuals constitute a social plague. At the time of conception, the parents should not be in a condition of acute or chronic alcoholism, nor affected with any disease, otherwise the progeny may be tainted by blastophoria chapter 1. The age of the procreators should also be taken into account. Children born of parents advanced in years are generally feeble. The fatal error which causes the procreation of children to depend on pecuniary reasons and interests is a social misfortune. Healthy men and women ought never to avoid reproduction, even when they are poor. Progeny of good quality grow up, so to speak, by themselves. Progeny with evil instincts or decadent have a pre-existing hereditary taint, or have been affected by blastophoria in some other way. No doubt acquired diseases or accidents may make an invalid of a child or a man, but these are exceptions which prove the rule. For here again the descendant of healthy parents is more resistant than others, if he has not artificially altered his state of health and power of resistance by alcohol or venereal disease. Among savages, and at the present day among many peasants, children are rather an advantage than a burden, because these people have simple and healthy habits and few wants. It is our artificial and unhealthy desire for luxury, frivolity, comfort and enjoyment, our muscular weakness resulting from want of exercise, our exaggerated terror of diseases and microbes, in a word our effeminacy, which makes us so incapable of rearing large families simply and cheaply. No doubt it becomes more and more necessary to give children a good education, and this necessity complicates the question. But, in my opinion, this education will in the future be conducted by the state. Hygiene of pregnancy. This subject is too special to be fully dealt with here. We may, however, mention that idleness and overwork are equally detrimental to the pregnant woman and her child. It is needless to say that every pregnant woman requires care and good food. Violent efforts, especially in the upright position, should be avoided vide Barquimont, La Puriculture Intrauterine, 1898 Paris, but domestic work and moderate exercise of the body are beneficial. Precautions are especially necessary during the last months of pregnancy for the general health of the mother and child, but imprudence during the early months may cause abortion in many women. The progressive enervation of women in easy circumstances has no doubt rendered them less adapted to procreation. This failing should be corrected by progressive but prudent training. Medical advice as to marriage. The permission or prohibition of marriage is a delicate question at the present day, but will be less so in the future if our propositions are realized. If one of the two candidates for matrimony has been or is still insane, or seriously affected with tuberculosis, or with active syphilis or chronic gonorrhea, it is clearly our duty to prohibit marriage. If the situation is not so grave, and if it is only a question of hereditary taint, especially when there is a probability of the offspring being deformed in body or mind, we may content ourselves with prohibiting the procreation of children, while giving permission for marriage, provided anticonceptional measures are used. The importance of these measures is obvious in such cases. We should explain to the young people in question that the procreation of unhealthy or backward children is bad and even criminal, and warn them against such an unpardonable act of thoughtlessness. If they are very fond of children, they can be recommended to adopt poor orphans. There is no need, however, to be too severe. Medical men are often pessimists and have a tendency to see disease everywhere and to give a grave prognosis. The procreation of children should not be prohibited simply because there is insanity in some member of the family, but the probabilities of hereditary transmission should be calculated in the way we have explained in the first chapter of this book. Taking into consideration the bodily and mental health and the character of the two candidates for marriage, as well as that of their ancestry, the physician should consider what is likely to be the average quality of children from such a marriage. According as his calculation leads to a probability above or below the average of the population, from all the points of view of the social value of man, he will advise the parties concerned as to freedom or limitation in procreation. The average of humanity must not be placed too high, and the physician should always keep in mind the great mental mediocrity, weakness of will, the low moral level and physical defects of the bulk of the population. When persons who are intelligent and educated, but more or less psychopathic or hereditarily tainted, put questions of this kind to the doctor, because they are very conscientious and prudent, they should be recommended to lead a healthy life and avoid alcohol, but need not remain sterile, for their offspring may be morally and intellectually above the average, and if all blastophthoric influences are avoided, there is a possibility or even probability of gradual regeneration. In short, the doctor must treat each case on its own merits, carefully weigh both sides of the question, and avoid being influenced by exclusive dogmas of any kind. Thus only can he give wise and useful advice. What is of especial importance for us is the knowledge that it is not necessary, from the point of view of social hygiene, to prohibit marriage for the sole reason that the offspring may be of bad quality. We can allow psychopaths with hereditary taints, or even invalids of both sexes, to contract sterile marriages, by requiring them to avoid conception by some means or other, in the name of social hygiene and morality. In such cases, dislocation of the tubes has a definite effect, and if we consider the negligence and weakness of mind of such individuals, we should do well to recommend this proceeding whenever there is a clear indication for inducing sterility. In this way we avoid cruel measures, which, by the way, are almost impracticable, which take away all hope of love and happiness from these unfortunates, throw them into the arms of prostitution or bitter pessimism, and make them disgusted with their own existence. Medical secrecy. Medical secrecy and its limitation is a very delicate question, especially in sexual matters. Opinions vary in different countries and among different individuals. In France, medical secrecy is almost made an idol. The medical man may refuse to give evidence in a court of law and even conceal a crime. In Germanic countries, on the contrary, especially in German Switzerland, too little importance is attached to medical secrecy. In short, medical secrecy is an elastic idea which is open to different interpretations. Although certain particular cases may present great difficulties, there is a middle course of moral conduct which will serve the purpose of every conscientious doctor. As a general rule, the doctor's duty is to keep secret everything confided to him by his patients, except when the patients themselves speak openly of it, or authorize their doctor to do so. There are, however, exceptions to this rule. First of all, it assumes normal responsibility in the patient, and is only conditional among irresponsibles. When a lunatic, for example, relates to a doctor, under the seal of secrecy, certain things which depend on delirious ideas, and which threaten the safety of others, or which render certain measures necessary in the patient's own interest, the doctor's duty is to make known the state of affairs, but only to responsible persons. It is the same as regards children. It is needless to say that the doctor should use all possible measures in the interest of the patient or child. But even with responsible persons, medical secrecy has its limits. The doctor is here only bound to secrecy so far as it does not injure the rights of other individuals or those of society. It is the duty of a medical man to report all cases of smallpox or cholera, etc., even against the consent of the patient, and to isolate the latter to avoid an epidemic, which is contradictory to medical secrecy. In short, he must not, under the pretext of medical secrecy, become an accomplice of harmful acts or crimes. I will mention a few examples bearing on the sexual question. A sadist or a sexual pervert addicted to assaults on children consults a doctor and confides to him his morbid appetite. It is obvious that the doctor has to do with a dangerous individual and is at the same time in a difficult position. In this case, extreme measures are bad. The doctor who simply treats the patient without concerning himself about the possible victims contravenes his duties. The one who replies to the patient, "You are a beast, go away or I shall denounce you," acts in a still worse manner. The one who simply denounces the patient also puts himself in the wrong. In my opinion, the doctor should first of all make a thorough examination of the mental and sexual condition of the patient, so as to establish the degree of perversion and satisfy himself whether he has to do with an honest individual worthy of pity, who strives to overcome his morbid appetite, or with a crafty egoist with no conscience, who only consults the doctor to escape from temporary difficulties into which his perversion has led him, and who indulges his morbid appetite without scruple, constituting a perpetual danger to society. Unfortunately, the latter cases are very common, and the doctor is usually consulted from interested motives only. Under these circumstances, medical secrecy renders the doctor the accomplice of the criminal. Between the honest patient and one who is absolutely perverse, there are many transitional stages. In these cases, the doctor should always make a careful examination before forming an opinion. If he feels uncertain, he should call in a specialist in mental disease, and then act accordingly. If he is convinced that the patient has made the resolution to overcome his morbid appetite, and has so far resisted the temptation to injure anyone, he should strengthen the patient's resistance by doing everything possible, except marriage, to rid him of his malady. He should make him aware how dangerous his condition is to himself and to others. He may even recommend either castration or masturbation in case of urgency, in order to avoid crime. He should make him promise to come immediately for internment in an asylum, as soon as he can no longer resist. Under these conditions, he may respect medical secrecy, and at the same time save the existence of the unfortunate patient, while protecting society. In more severe cases, when the doctor is convinced that the patient is incapable of controlling himself, or does not wish to, or that he has already committed crimes, he should act as follows. He must explain to the patient that it is impossible for him to take the responsibility, and that he must be immediately sent to an asylum, in default of which information will be given against him. We must make him understand that he is a danger to society and goes beyond the limits of what is licit, but that if he voluntarily submits to rational treatment, offering all requisite guarantees on both sides, he, the doctor, is disposed to avoid any legal action. The duty of medical secrecy ought never to go so far as to render the medical man an accomplice of dangerous individuals or criminals. The lunatic asylum in such cases is the natural refuge for the patient, as the lazaret is for cases of smallpox or cholera. These cases, however, require public asylums which are not too large, well organized, with divisions for different cases, and provided with a sufficient medical staff. I have chosen as the first example one of the worst kind of cases which endanger the public safety, but there are other cases such as that depicted by Bria in Les Avaries. A syphilitic subject wishes to marry before he is cured, and consults his doctor. Does the whole duty of the doctor consist in dissuading the patient from marriage? Has he actually the right to be silent when the patient will not listen to him, and thus allow an innocent young woman to be contaminated, through respecter rather idolatry for medical secrecy? Is it not rather his duty to say to the patient, "Beware. If you do not promise to obey me, I will immediately denounce you to your fiancée and her parents, and will tell them the state of affairs"? It seems to me that this is his duty. In this case, the doctor does not denounce the patient without his knowledge. He threatens him face to face and may speak to him as follows: "You have confided in me. I am, it is true, under the obligation of medical secrecy toward you, so long as you do no harm to anyone. But if, in spite of all my explanations and warnings, you attempt to marry in your present state, rendering yourself guilty of infamous deceit toward a family and an unfortunate young woman whose health you will ruin, trusting in the obligation of secrecy which ties my tongue, I must inform you that I have a much higher duty than that of a doctor toward his patient, me duty toward society, which I shall fulfill, and so prevent an innocent person from becoming your victim. This is my view of the duty of a conscientious doctor who upholds the dignity of his profession. An analogous case came under my observation. A young tuberculous subject affected with several white swellings wished to marry. He refused to listen when I declared that he would be guilty of a crime toward his fiancée. Thereupon I told him that I should tell everything to the young girl. I did this at once and so prevented the marriage. This egoist succeeded later on in capturing the heart of another young girl, whom I also warned, but who married him out of pity. At any rate, I consider that I did my duty. In my opinion, this is also our duty in cases of chronic gonorrhea, insanity, and hereditary or constitutional sexual perversions, etc. Formerly, when sexual inversion was regarded as an acquired vice, it was attempted to cure it by marriage. Such a social monstrosity is even seen at the present day, and certain ignorant doctors recommend it. We sometimes meet with inverts who desire to procreate homosexual beings like themselves, as sexual intercourse with the objects of their perverted passion cannot give them this pleasure. They marry in order to procreate children by some poor woman whom they have victimized, without in the least renouncing their homosexual orgies. Their wives play the part of housekeeper or servant, whose accessory function is to breed young inverts. Is it necessary to say that any self-respecting doctor who is aware of this state of affairs should never countenance such marriages? Here again, his duty is to threaten the invert with immediate denunciation to his fiancée when he appears determined to accomplish his crime. Again, the doctor may be consulted with regard to certain hereditary taints, or possibly only a bad ancestral history, and whether marriage is advisable under the circumstances. In some cases there may be some doubt, and it is necessary to know the opinion of the other party concerned, and whether this party is also affected in a similar way, etc. The first duty of the doctor is to demand absolute frankness and to say, under this or that condition and in such and such circumstances, you may perhaps marry, but under no pretext have you the right to conceal the truth from your betrothed. It is to your own interest to be frank, for no marriage founded on deceit can be happy. Give me permission to discuss the matter with your fiancé or fiancée. We shall then see what is best to be done. In my experience, the person who consults a doctor usually accepts this proposal, and we can thus avoid many misfortunes and do much good. Artificial abortion. We have already spoken of another question which is often put to doctors, that of artificial abortion. Vide Chapter 13. In every case of this kind, all the circumstances must be carefully weighed. I repeat here that in the future more attention should be paid to social interests, instead of always requiring the preservation of an embryo for the sole reason that the state of the mother does not contraindicate pregnancy or accouchement. The question is whether a miserable abortion or an idiot should be allowed to come into the world. If we allow children who are born monsters, idiots or invalids to live, we should at least do what we can to prevent them being born. It will no doubt be objected that it is much easier to recognize the quality of a child after birth than before, and this objection is quite legitimate. But so long as the laws protect the lives of the most miserable monsters, we must get out of the difficulty as best we can. Treatment of sexual disorders. We cannot enter here into all the details of a purely medical question, and shall only touch on certain special points. Patients with venereal disease are often treated in a very defective manner, because many of them are ashamed to submit to rational treatment. The treatment of venereal diseases should be carried out with more regard for the feelings of the patients. There should be special hospitals for each sex, with separate divisions, so that patients can be treated without betraying their identity. The fear of being recognized prevents many better-class women from applying for treatment. The idea of being placed in the venereal divisions of a hospital, along with common prostitutes, is unbearable to them. For this reason, I maintain that anonymous treatment should be instituted at hospitals in all the chief localities. This humanitarian work would benefit not only the patients, but society in general, by diminishing the number of venereal infections. Treatment by private practitioners is too costly for poor people and does not easily remain anonymous. Therefore, the creation of hospitals for venereal disease is very necessary in the public interest, and would benefit public health much more than the regulation of prostitution. The treatment of sexual perversions is also very important. These disorders are either hereditary or acquired by autosuggestion or evil example. By provoking suggestion and good habits in the opposite direction, hypnotic suggestion is alone capable of acting directly against the evil. Other remedies, such as distraction of the mind by work or fatigue, by marriage, electricity, etc., have only an indirect suggestive action. When a perversion has been acquired by autosuggestion or by habit, especially in the case of onanism, hypnotic suggestion should always be employed. In compensatory masturbation, where normal sexual appetite exists, and where it is only the opportunity of satisfying it that is wanting, marriage or normal sexual intercourse are sufficient to cure the bad habit. We must not, however, too easily admit the existence of acquired perversions. Apart from compensatory masturbation, which is not a perversion, but only an outlet to a pent-up natural want, true acquired perversions are rather rare, and as we have seen generally autosuggestive, pederasts, sodomists and others whose perverse habits are truly acquired, have usually taken to them for want of something better, and prefer normal coitus if they have the opportunity and the means of procuring it. It is true, however, that some debauchees contract these perverse habits from desire for change, or from fear of infection or conception, but these individuals seldom consult the doctor. Unfortunately, our present laws and customs prevent us from recommending or even allowing inverts to marry their fellows, as they so strongly desire to do. This would be very innocent from the social point of view, and the poor wretches would be content, and would cease to be a menace to normal individuals. I am therefore of the same opinion as those who demand the suppression of all laws which punish or prosecute sexual inversion and pederasty committed between adults and in common agreement. So long as pederasts do not harm normal individuals, and so long as they do not seduce minors, they should be left alone, the same as all other sexually perverted individuals who are not dangerous. But when a patient of this kind wishes to be treated, through shame or nervous excitement, the doctor should hypnotize him and suggest distraction of mind by useful occupations. Psychic treatment is always the most efficacious. It is only in cases where it is certain that the perversion is purely acquired and easily curable that marriage can be allowed, or the procreation of children. I am not referring here to sterile marriages between perverts or psychopaths, which we have mentioned above, and which can always be allowed when the two parties are fully enlightened on the subject. Frequent emissions, masturbation, sexual hyperesthesia and impotence may often be improved or even cured by suggestion. In such cases, if the sexual appetite is otherwise normal, marriage need not always be prohibited. Each case must be judged on its merits. In sexual anesthesia, marriage is an error based on a grave misconception. Even in partial anesthesia, it may have deplorable effects. We are now only speaking of anesthesia in man. Most young virgins are anesthetic in the sense that they are not acquainted with the venereal orgasm and cannot tell how far their hitherto dormant sexual appetite will develop. The sexual instruction which we have recommended for young girls would have the advantage of making those who are absolutely sexually frigid disgusted with marriage and coitus, as soon as they know all about it. The consequences of sexual anesthesia are much more innocent in woman than in man, because this anesthesia neither prevents coitus nor fecundation. A woman who is sexually anesthetic may marry a man who is affected with the same condition, when both parties are aware of the fact and desire to contract a union which is hardly sexual, but rather a union of minds with a common ideal. This is the true platonic love which is admitted in theory. It is not very common and must not be confounded with homosexual inclinations. It has its object of existence, for those affected with anesthesia may feel the want of affection and of home, as well as sentimental communion. If they desire children, they can adopt them. Unfortunately for themselves, the subjects of sexual anesthesia have as little idea of sexual sensations as a blind man has of colors. This causes them to commit great blunders, because they do not comprehend the nature of the sexual appetite in others, and often marry an erotic individual without knowing what they are doing. The special treatment of diseases of the male and female sexual organs is beyond the scope of this book. I may, however, remark that specialists are often wrong in treating the genital organs locally for pathological symptoms which depend on cerebral disorder, which can only yield to psychic treatment and suggestion. This is the case with many disorders of menstruation in women, psychic impotence and frequent seminal emissions in men, masturbation, etc., except cases due to phimosis, or local irritation caused by worms, etc. I hasten to add that this remark in no way excuses errors in the opposite direction, viz., neglect of local treatment, when this is indicated after careful examination. Chapter 15. Sexual Morality. Law and Morality. The limits of morality and law are difficult to fix. With the old conception of law and the expiation of crime it was otherwise. Yet it is precisely the old law, based on dogma and religious metaphysics, which has most usurped the domain of morality, by considering as crimes all kinds of acts which, without hurting men in the least degree, were opposed to the ruling ideas and prejudices concerning religion and morality. Human and religious morality. What then constitutes ethics or true human morality? A dogmatic system of ethics has been built on a collection of commandments supposed to be inspired by God. Religions have established different duties toward God, and these duties or commandments are in part very inhuman. This has often resulted in direct contradictions between ethics attributed to divine revelation and pure human ethics. Moreover, the divine commandments vary in different religions. The God of certain Malays commands them to eat the heart of their enemies. Jehovah was vindictive and jealous, ordering Abraham to sacrifice his own son to prove his faith, causing whole tribes to be annihilated, even drowning the whole of humanity by the flood, while the God of the Christians is milder and more conciliating. Allah rules as a fatalist and orders massacre of the Christians and abstinence from alcohol, while Jesus Christ tells men to love their enemies and allows wine. The God of the Hindus orders the widow to follow her husband to the grave. A number of other gods exact human sacrifice. Buddha taught oblivion in the future, others a more or less eternal paradise, hell and purgatory, according to the conduct of men. For this reason, we will leave the so-called revealed morality to the priests of diverse religions who pretend to have received them directly from God, and will confine ourselves to the study of purely human morality. This should never be based on any dogmatic formula, like the above on their religious dogmas. It must be evolved from the natural conditions of human life. Morality and hygiene. Morality is intimately connected with hygiene, and wherever there appears to be a contradiction between hygiene and ethics, this is due to the fact that individual hygiene has only been considered, and not public or social hygiene. Ethic is the hygiene of the race. It is the duty of the medical profession to place social above individual hygiene, to subordinate the hygienic welfare of the individual to that of society. A contradiction may exist between individual morality and hygiene, never between social morality and hygiene. Definition of morality. How can we define morality or ethics? Liberated as far as possible from all hypothesis, ethics is theoretically the study of what is good or bad in human actions, and practically, as regards morality, the duty of doing good and avoiding evil. But this is hardly explicit, for what do we understand by good and evil? Not only do some consider good what others consider evil, but the words which Goethe puts into the mouth of the devil enforce that, while wishing evil, he often did good will always be true. This gives a faithful representation of the deplorable want of adaptation which exists between the good and evil effects of our actions on the one hand, and the goodness or wickedness of our motives on the other hand. The inverse is also true, for good intentions often have evil results. We must therefore carefully distinguish between the ethical motives of the good and bad effects of an action. If we continue our analysis, we shall discover that the same action may be good for one and bad for another. When a wolf devours a lamb, it is good for the wolf but bad for the lamb. We cannot live without destroying other lives, animal or vegetable. The money we earn comes out of the pockets of others, without their always obtaining a corresponding profit, and so on. Morality is thus relative, and we have not the faculty of discovering anything which is absolutely good or absolutely bad in itself. All that men can expect by mutual exchange of their wisdom and good will is to do as little evil, and as much good as possible, that is to say, to diminish the amount of their physical and psychic ills by improving their mutual conditions of existence, and thus increasing the amount of good. Even this is only possible by limiting the ideas of good and evil almost exclusively to humanity, trampling on the conditions of existence and the development of other beings, or at least concerning ourselves with them only as far as they are useful to us. Further, we have seen that it is very difficult to extend the conception of social welfare to all the living races of humanity, for some of them are at the same time so fecund and so inferior in quality, that if they were allowed to multiply around us without any precaution, they would soon starve and supplant us. Then the barbarity of their lower instincts, vide weight of brain in different races at end of chapter 6, would soon take the upper hand and become general, as the Negroes of Haiti have shown us by a lesson which is worthy of our attention. Therefore, an exaggeration of moral sentiments, resting on a false basis, would have the positive result of striking a fatal blow at our social morality. slowly built up during hundreds or thousands of years. Lastly, the same action may first of all do evil and afterwards good, for example, a painful lesson, or vice versa, as in the satisfaction of a gluttonous appetite. Morality can only be relative. It follows from these considerations that our moral duties can only be relative, and cannot bind us in the same way nor in the same degree to all living beings, not even to all men, if we would avoid sacrificing what is lofty to what is vile. In theory, the definition of human morality will consist in a just and scientific definition of social welfare, and the exigencies which it imposes on individuals, in order that the latter do not do evil in attempting to do good. In practice, it will be the general effort made to develop successfully this social welfare by the aid of individual will. This presupposes in the first place education of the will, the dispositions to useful work, and the altruistic sentiments of each individual. It is neither theoretical dogma nor preaching, but action and example which make for the education of man. The noblest task of moral action is to strive for the welfare of future generations. Altruism and egoism. Properly understood, altruism and egoism do not form an antinomy, or only quite a relative antinomy. It is absolutely wrong to found social order by letting loose all our egoistic appetites without restriction, but it is quite as wrong to oppose them with an exaggerated and unnatural asceticism, which reflects in our eyes an erroneous ideal of altruism. When a bee or an ant disgorges the honey from its stomach for the benefit of its companions, it enjoys it. By sacrificing its life for the hive or the nest, it satisfies an altruistic or social instinct. Cannot man also be more happy in giving than receiving? How can we explain the great sacrifices, the martyrs who suffer and die for their country, for their family, for science, for an idea, if enthusiasm and expanded sentiment of pleasure did not lead man to disinterested sacrifice, or if an inner obsession did not find its satisfaction in the welfare of humanity? Let us seek all measures which by social adaptation can ennoble our human egoism, reduce it to its indispensable and just measure, and maintain it in proper equilibrium by the aid of an active altruism, that is to say, by social habits of self-sacrifice for the benefit of the community. We shall then obtain a paradise on earth, no doubt very relative, but far preferable to our present anarchy based on the strife of personal interests. The chief thing wanting is a good hereditary quality among human individuals, a quality which is still entirely left to chance, by the most deplorable selection. The second requisite is the education of character and will in our children. Our religion and our schools have shown themselves incapable of raising the bulk of the people above barbarism, that is to say from apathy, vulgarity of sentiment, routine, ignorance and prejudice. No doubt intellectual culture and religious ethics have accomplished a certain amount of moral progress, but the methods employed in our churches and schools have not advanced with science. They are in no sense adapted to our present moral wants, and still less to the exigencies of the future. It is on the basis of a natural human morality, such as we have just described, that we must found sexual morality or ethics, and it is not difficult to form clear ideas on this subject, if we take the trouble to examine the facts explained in the first 14 chapters of this book. From the social and moral point of view, we may consider an action as positive or useful, neutral or indifferent, and negative or harmful. But the same action may be at the same time positive, negative or indifferent, relatively to one or more groups of individuals. But in ethics it is not only a question of the action in itself, but especially the inner motives which lead to it. For, to leave the good and ill of society to chance and ignorance, is to deny the possibility of progress. It is difficult for a man to accomplish positive social actions when the moral sentiments of conscience and duty are wanting. On the other hand, a narrow-minded individual with false judgment will accomplish negative social actions through moral motives, while in certain cases an individual may accomplish positive social acts fortuitously through perverse motives. Through vengeance, a generous legacy may be left which injures an individual, while profiting the public. Without being perverse, motives may be simply egoistic, and lead to good by calculated egoism. By altruist, we understand a man animated by powerful moral sentiments which preside over social humanitarian volitions. By the term pure egoist, we designate one in whom self forms the exclusive object of sentiments of sympathy. In himself, the egoist is indifferent from the moral point of view, so long as he injures no one, and the altruist himself cannot live without a certain amount of egoism. The ideal of social sentiment therefore consists in the combined action of egoistic and altruistic sentiments, adapted to the wants of society and its members. As among certain ants, there should exist a complete compensatory regulation between the egoistic sentiments and appetites on the other hand. The antagonist of altruism is not the egoist, but the perverse individual whose acts are by instinct almost constantly negative from the moral point of view. Egoism urges a man in such an irresistible way to abuse and harm others in order to satisfy himself, that a pure egoist can rarely remain indifferent from the moral point of view. These considerations suffice to show the impossibility of basing social order on pure egoism, as so many people desire. Sexual morality. Sexual morality depends upon what we have just said. By itself, the sexual appetite is indifferent from the moral point of view. A great confusion of ideas based on religious misunderstanding has led to the term morality being more and more identified with that of moral conduct in the sexual domain. In short, ethics has been more or less confounded with sexuality. From this point of view, a sexually anesthetic individual is regarded as extremely moral, while he is perhaps in other respects a knave. In reality, his sexual indifference has not the least moral value. For the same reason, an invert is not virtuous because he does not seduce girls. From the Protestant point of view, it is immoral to burden one's wife with continual pregnancies, while from the Catholic point of view, it is immoral to interfere with these pregnancies by preventive measures. Nevertheless, the sexual appetite gives rise to much conflict with human morality, for the simple reason that it looks upon human beings as objects of pleasure. Fetishism, in which the sexual appetite is directed toward inanimate objects, and sodomy, directed to animals, are by themselves almost incapable of entering into conflict with morality as we understand it. The opinion of many people who consider the employment of anticonceptional measures as immoral, while defending prostitution, shows how much ideas vary on the subject of sexual ethics. Preachers of morality, and even priests, sometimes blame a young man who wishes to marry his mistress, and urge him to get rid of her and the child by paying a sum of money. The inconsistency of men in the way they introduce their so-called moral ideas into sexual questions is simply incredible. Their heads are full of a jumble of hypocrisy, mysticism, prejudice, pecuniary interests, veneration for old traditional customs called good manners, a jumble which absolutely confuses all ideas of a healthy sexual morality. Look at the indignation of parents when their children become betrothed to persons whom they consider to be beneath them in social position, or who possess too little money. And all these people are unconscious of their immorality, which sails under the flag of morality. What standpoint are we to take in the sexual domain, which is free from prejudice, with regard to true human morality? This is the question which an honest and truly moral man has to put to himself. The first principle is the old medical adage, above all things do no harm. The second is, be as useful as possible both individually and socially. The commandment of sexual morality will thus be, thou shalt do no harm willingly to any person, nor to humanity, by thy sexual appetite or acts, and thou shalt do thy utmost to promote the happiness of thy neighbor and the welfare of society. Endowed with sexual appetite and the faculty of love, the social man will utilize both for the benefit of the community as well as his own. If he acts honorably, his task will not be easy, but he will experience all the more satisfaction, for his good deeds will bring their own reward. He should bear in mind the following examples. It is not everyone who has the good fortune to fulfill the conditions necessary for this combination. A positive sexual morality is, however, by no means excluded in less favorable conditions. Certain psychopathic or feeble individuals may contract sterile marriages in the manner previously indicated, and may recompense themselves for the absence of children by devoting themselves all the more to social duties, or to the education of abandoned orphans. When a union is concluded between a person who is capable in all respects, and another who is not, the latter should give the other permission to procreate children by a third party, more adapted to give rise to healthy offspring. Although this is immoral according to current conventional opinion, it seems to me that such a proceeding could become reconciled with positive morality in the future. In short, whoever understands the true nature of sexual ethics will always find a means of accomplishing good actions and avoiding bad ones, at the same time satisfying his normal appetites, provided these injure no one. The psychological action produced by conjugal infidelity merits special attention. It depends on the more or less egoistic or altruistic qualities of the one who becomes enamored of a third person. I have observed the two chief varieties of cases. If the guilty husband has naturally moral and social sentiments, his extranuptial love renders him still more affectionate toward his legitimate wife. He eases his conscience by becoming more indulgent to his wife. When his amorous intoxication is over, he will try to avoid everything which may damage the reputation of the other woman, and will provide for her future. If there are children by this adultery, he will provide for them. It is the same with a married woman who is in love with another man. In this case, the whole personality is more powerfully involved than in man. But on the other hand, the natural energy of the woman will lead her to try and arrange a marriage between her lover and some other good woman, and to resist coitus with him. If the matter goes as far as complete infidelity, and even without it, various reactions may be observed. When her sentiments are monogamous, as is the case with most women, the love of a woman for her husband disappears and is replaced by pity. She easily becomes peevish in her resignation. She often seeks divorce, even when adultery has not taken place. When she is polyandrous, as is the case with many hysterical women, she is quite capable of lavishing her caresses on her husband as well as her lover, a thing which is impossible for normal women. What induces want of respect for his wife in the unfaithful egoist is not so much the monogamous sentiment, which is somewhat exceptional in man, but intoxication of his senses by another woman. He then becomes miserly and disagreeable toward his wife, finding fault with her in every way, but the innocent and deceived victim finally discovers the true cause of this change of manner. Some women who are ill-treated in this way preserve their love for their husbands, while others never pardon the slightest infidelity, not even an innocent platonic affection, in their husbands. The brutality of a husband toward his wife when he is in love with another often knows no limits. From bad temper, chicanery, contempt and hatred, he often goes on to blows and even murder, as the annals of criminology prove too well. Egoistic women who have a lover also treat their husbands badly. Owing to their legal subordination and comparative physical weakness, they reveal their sentiments in a less brutal form, but malice and bad temper are not wanting. In such cases, the woman's principal weapon is cunning, which may go as far as poisoning the husband. More commonly, she simply abandons him to force him to divorce. There are many transitions and varieties, but the reactions we have mentioned are the most common. It is quite natural, when one of the conjoints falls in love with a third person, for the sexual appetite to become cold toward the conjoint, and for this frigidity to make her appear less desirable and show up her defects. Sexual morality is twice mentioned in the 10 Commandments of Moses. 7th Commandment, Thou shalt not commit adultery. 10th Commandment, Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. In the 11th Commandment of Jesus Christ, the words, Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, represent approximately the point of view of modern ethics. Nevertheless, contemporary social progress requires more and better. It is not so exalted as to say love those who persecute you, but it demands a more rational and better formulated ethics, somewhat as follows: Thou shalt love humanity more than thyself, and thou shalt seek thy happiness in the welfare of its future. Such a formula expresses the commandment of sexual ethics as we have defined it. In spite of this, one of the principal tasks of man's sexual morality will always be to restrain his erotic polygamous desires, for the simple reason that they are especially apt to injure the rights and the welfare of others. We must make exception for certain special cases in which no one is injured. Vidi Cuviera's La Graine and de Maupassant's Mouch. The novelist loves to treat of tragic situations, often giving them a fatal ending to excite the feelings of his readers. We must avoid basing sexual ethics on such ideas. The average man, or even one whose nature is a little above the average, is rarely as passionate as the heroes in novels. He does not commit suicide for rejected love, but finds compensation in time. He can even overcome jealousy. It is thus an exaggeration, depending partly on the suggestion and autosuggestion of amorous intoxication, to require in the ethics of love the absolute fusion of the personality of two human beings, a mutual fusion of sentiments and ideas destined to last till death. This kind of morality reverts to dual egoism, and in no way represents the ideal of human happiness. However beautiful conjugal fidelity, its exaggeration is deplorable, when it only results in the idolatrous worship of a single being, living or dead, and regards the rest of the world with indifference, if not with hostility. We have already shown that the altruistic sentiments of man are the direct or indirect derivatives of the sexual appetite, and especially of sexual love. The true secret of sexual ethics consists, therefore, in a cult of altruism in the sexual domain. This cult should not waste itself in moral phrases, but show its strength by social deeds. A sad proof of human weakness is given daily by certain forms of modern ethics, which waste themselves in public conferences or in declamations in the press. This kind of morality is in accordance with pure egoism. Without social work, it is not true morality, whether this work be public or modestly hidden. The struggle for existence was formerly carried on by man against nature, against animals, and especially against other men. Nature and animals, accepting the cosmic forces and microbes, are nowadays conquered by the human brain, and wars are seldom waged except between great empires, a fact which will sooner or later reduce them to absurdity. For this reason, the morality of the god of war and of patriotic chauvinism has had his day, and loses more and more his reason for existence. Modern ethics has already become a social and international human ethics, and will become more so in the future. As in olden times a true hero knew how to combine love of his wife with love for his country, to obtain in his conjugal union the strength to fight for his ideal, so our modern love will serve to stimulate us in the pursuit of an ideal, in our fight for social welfare. Man and woman must fight side by side, as this struggle requires from both an intense and lifelong effort, but it is precisely in this effort, in this work, that they will obtain their highest enjoyment. This effort supports and strengthens not only the muscles, but especially the mind, the cerebral energy. The struggle for social welfare prepares for us the highest and most ideal joy. It teaches man to master himself, to overcome his natural idleness, his desire for pleasure, his dependence on all kinds of futile habits and base appetites. It educates his will, curbs his weak and egoistic sentiments, while exercising his faculty for creating good and useful works. Thanks to this incessant strife, a brain of even mediocre quality may become a useful social instrument. Work in itself is not sufficient, and everyone ought to add social work to his ordinary occupation. In fact, the monotony of any special occupation, and even the exclusive work of a scientific speciality, ends by giving the cerebral energy itself an exclusive character. The moral sentiments become atrophied. Exclusiveness in a speciality, practiced without any complement, easily leads to exclusiveness in love, not in the sexual appetite. We often see two egoists, or several in a family, working together to exploit the rest of society. As long as they keep in good health and their business prospers, as long as the egoistic plans of a third party do not upset their calculations, they may remain faithful to each other and live in comparative happiness. But what else? Whoever, on the contrary, has known how to combine with his conjugal love a lively interest in humanity, will always find in the latter a consoling compensation for the greatest misfortunes and the most cruel losses. He will not fall into a state of despair, but will survive his trouble, and will become reconciled to men and society without expecting anything from them, for he will have been accustomed all his life to work in an impersonal manner. If I am accused of being enthusiastic over an ideal which is impossible to attain, I protest strongly. Good habits may always be acquired, and true altruists are found among the most modest of men, among simple working men or peasants who comprehend and realize the ideal I have just depicted. Lastly, the whole attention of humanity should be directed toward its proper selection, so as to increase the number of useful individuals, and diminish or gradually eliminate the bad and incapable. But this is the work of many centuries of enlightenment and education, a work which we can only begin at present. We find ourselves here in face of one of the weakest points in human nature, a weakness which consists in only becoming enthusiastic over progress which will enable self to attain its object, and not help others. When self does not quickly obtain a palpable result, it is paralyzed and discouraged, and turns its back on reform under the most futile pretexts. I will give an example. A young bachelor became enthusiastic over the social reform of abstinence from alcohol. For some years he worked with zeal, took part in numerous public demonstrations, and became an apostle of total abstinence. One day, after some failure, he turned his back on abstinence, declaring that the movement had no future. Nevertheless, the social movement of abstinence progressed without him. After some years, he was asked the reason why he had abandoned the movement. After having first of all repeated his pretext, he confessed that he did not wish to appear eccentric. He admitted that he had never felt so well as when he was an abstainer, appeared somewhat astonished to learn that the movement had made so much progress without him, was finally convinced of his error, and promised to return to the camp of the faithful. In common daily events of this kind, lies the secret of the slow progress of every social reform. Men who are momentarily enthusiastic nearly always expect everything to progress according to their imagination, and when they see that it will be some time before any obvious result is attained, they become discouraged, because they have neither the personal courage nor the perseverance to remain in a minority and wait. The same want of perseverance, courage, and judgment is found in the education of children, and it will take a long time to enlighten people on this subject. It would seem that we have lost sight of our subject in occupying ourselves with the irradiation of love, which forms the object of social sentiments, or ethics vd chapter 5. But it is by exactly understanding and realizing this irradiation of love that we shall gradually suppress the unhealthy social aberrations of the sexual appetite, and prevent them doing harm, by guiding them in the path of a healthy morality. It is not the severe external constraint of so-called moral laws, it is not by the threats or punishments of hell, nor the promise of paradise, nor the moral preachings of the priests, parents, or pedagogues, nor an exalted asceticism, which can ever construct a healthy, just, and lasting sexual ethics. It is not by words that we recognize the value of moral precepts, but by their results. It is quite certain that the sexual life of man can never rise above its present state without being freed from the bonds of mysticism and religious dogma, and based on a loyal and unequivocal human morality which will recognize the normal wants of humanity, always having as its principal object the welfare of posterity. Marriage should be considered as a means of satisfying the sexual appetite, and at the same time a moral and social school of life, not as a refuge for egoism. Division of duties, absolute equality of rights, and social work in common will solidify more and more the sexual bonds of two conjoints. By the aid of a better understanding of the wants of human society, the conjoints will learn how to overcome their egoistic sentiments, their polygamous inclinations, and their jealousy, etc. In striving for happiness, and especially for the sexual happiness of others, such conjoints will learn better how to excuse and pardon the sexual failings of other men. They will cease to despise the poor man's household, the girl mother, the divorced wife, the concubine, even the poor invert, and other failings in their fellow beings. On the contrary, they will do their utmost to make their lot a happier one, by helping all those for whom help may be efficacious. They will find their greatest pleasure in this work, and if one of them becomes himself the victim of some sexual failing, he will be pardoned all the more easily, and will master it all the more quickly. There will then be no time to make life bitter by bad temper, slander, acrimony, sulking, and other conjugal disputes. The husband will no longer behave with the despotism of a lord and master, and the wife will no longer think it her duty to humble herself. Religious dogmas will no longer separate man from woman, priests will no longer be required in marriage. Lastly, there will be no more fear of death. This will be regarded as a welcome rest after the long labor and duty fulfilled of a well-spent life. I cannot help taxing with narrow-mindedness, and even unintelligence, persons who consider such an ideal of life as a fantasy impossible to realize, or as the product of exalted dreamers who do not know the world. No doubt this ideal cannot be attained by ill-constructed, unnatural beings, tainted by a morbid heredity, or depraved by idleness, vice, and passion for pleasure, who have lost their elasticity and plasticity of brain, or have never possessed them. It has, however, been often realized already by men and women of better quality. It is, therefore, necessary to act on the children, both by education and selection, in order to obtain a youth of superior quality. Let us not abandon the future of our race to the fatalism of Allah, let us create it ourselves. Chapter 16. The sexual question in politics and in political economy. Power and money have always been the principal aims of politics. Political economy is a science which deals with the great family of nations and their conditions of existence. Based on history, statistics, and observation, it seeks for the laws which govern the production, consumption, and division of goods, labor and its products, the social organization of nations, their health, the increase or decrease of the population, the death rate, birth rate, etc. I cannot here enter into the details of the domestic economy of the nation, as this is beyond my province. I may, however, point out that this science has too much neglected the natural sciences, owing to its traditional connection with politics. In 1880, one Cognetti de Martiis had already attempted to apply the ideas of evolution to political economy. Recently, Prof. Eugene Schweidland of Vienna treated the same subject in an interesting study of the ideas of want and desire in human psychology. So far, it is only the quantity and not the quality of men which has been taken into account, originating from the false idea that man made in God's image can only come into the world in a perfect state. If he was often malformed in body and mind, this was the fault of his sins. Even hereditary degeneration to the third and fourth generation was considered as divine punishment for the sins of the fathers on the children. War, the despots of olden times, like those of today, have always regarded men as instruments of their ambition or even as food for cannon. When Napoleon I established a bounty for large families, he was no doubt thinking of the number of soldiers he could make for the use of his son. He had good reason to provide for the replenishment of the ranks of his army. The mental quality of the individuals mattered little to him. Wars are a harmful factor in human selection, for they destroy or mutilate the fittest in the prime of life, while leaving the unfit and the aged. Moreover, we have already seen to what an extent the quality, and even the quantity of soldiers suffer from venereal disease and alcohol. After certain long wars, the male population has been decimated to such a point that polygamy had to be resorted to reconstitute the nation. It is, therefore, obvious that wars have a bad influence on the sexual relations of men, and hence on the quantity, or what is still worse, the quality of a nation. Statistics, political economy is still more important. I do not doubt the correctness of the figures which tell us that under this or that economic system the population increases, while under another system it diminishes, etc. But these are only summary data whose true causes remain in the dark. It is necessary to carefully study the factors which produce these figures. Emigration and immigration with their causes, the intimate habits of individuals and families, their willingness and aptitude for work, etc. One fact which follows another is not always the direct consequence of it, and if we examine things more closely, we arrive at curious results. Alcohol, things being otherwise equal, it is found that nations who abstain from alcohol and those who are moderate consumers are more prolific than nations who are addicted to drink. In Russia, for instance, the abstainers, although of the same race and living under the same conditions, are more prolific than their neighbors who drink. As we have already pointed out, alcohol greatly deteriorates the quality of man by blastophoria, and we must agree with men such as Darwin, Gladstone, Cobden, Kant, etc., that alcohol even in so-called moderation does more harm to a nation than war, plague and famine together. We find here an economic factor of the first order, to which the majority of economists with the exception of Cobden are blind. It is a very short-sighted policy to regard the alcohol industry as a source of wealth and welfare for nations. What an amount of labor, human power and valuable land is employed to produce this mischievous substance, which, although useful in pharmacy and other industries, neither nourishes nor strengthens, but deteriorates the organism and leads to degeneration of the race. If it were not so sad, it would be ridiculous to observe the serious way in which high officials, or even scientists, calculate the product of taxes on distilled and fermented liquors, the laws for their import and export, the monopoly of their manufacture, etc. It is remarkable how the budget is balanced by the aid of the alcoholic intoxication of the people, and how people are made to believe that a masterpiece of political economy is thereby achieved. In reality, the health and strength of the nation are sacrificed. This kind of political economy can only be qualified as false and deceitful. We cannot too often nor too strongly stigmatize its destructive influence on sexual matters and on the hereditary energies of humanity. Density of population. As regards the most desirable figures for population, opinions are diametrically opposed. Some authors look for the happiness of humanity in prolific reproduction, and imagine that by utilizing all parts of the globe, an unlimited number of people could be supported by its produce. We cannot regard with favor this singular Chinese-like ideal, which would tend to transform the whole world into a huge cornfield for the raising of men like rabbits. Moreover, it is greatly to be feared that the real Chinese, when they have become sufficiently armed and recivilized, will transform the surface of the earth into a human stable, if we do not take sufficient precautions. Neo-Malthusianism. On the other hand, a certain group of idealists, the Neo-Malthusianists, have declared a war of extermination against all increase of the population. I have myself been accused by one of them of committing a crime by procreating more than 4 children. Neo-Malthusianists of this kind only deal with quantity and do not concern themselves with quality. They recommend, as we do, the employment of anticonceptional measures, but they do so without any discrimination. They address themselves to the altruistic and intelligent portion of the public, and induce the most useful members of society to procreate as little as possible, without recognizing that with their system, not only the Chinese and Negroes, But among European races, the most incapable and amoral classes of the population are those who trouble the least about their maximum number of children. Hence, the result they obtain is exactly the opposite of what they intend. Among the North Americans and New Zealanders, with whom neo-Malthusianism is very prevalent, the number of births among the intelligent classes is diminishing to an alarming extent, while the Chinese and Negroes multiply exceedingly. In France, the practice of neo-Malthusianism is chiefly due to reasons of economy. Rational selection. These two extremes, which are equally absurd, should be replaced by rational selection. Neo-Malthusianism should be confined to the unfit of all kinds, and to the lower races. On the contrary, the fit should be urged to multiply as much as possible. By this means we obtain an indirect factor of the first order for a rational political economy. I even maintain that it is the most important of all. No doubt its action is extremely slow, and it would take centuries to obtain a definite result. But if the principle of proper human selection ever prevails, we may confidently hope for a good future for our descendants. A time will come when the human population of the earth will become more or less stationary. If in the meantime, human nature has succeeded in appreciably improving its quality, and in gradually suppressing the physical and mental proletariat with its poverty, hunger and brutality, which now infests the world, then only will the dogmas of our modern neo-Malthusianists acquire a certain object for the whole world. If humanity does not soon begin to degenerate by brutish accumulation, but finds in time the means to gradually elevate its quality, our future descendants will take care not to abandon rational selection. A capable and active man gives to society much more than he receives, and thus forms an economic asset. A person who is unfit in body or mind receives more than he gives, and thus constitutes an economic deficit. Contrary selection. We have seen in Chapter 6 how certain customs of essentially human origin ended by becoming part of religion. Unfortunately for humanity, religion and politics have at all times generally combined to do wrong. The celibacy of priests, to say nothing of the Inquisition, religious wars, and the fatalism of Islam, which is based on a kind of religious politics, has largely resulted in sterilizing the more intelligent among Catholic races. The prohibition of inquiry into paternity is another abominable custom of the same kind, introduced by Napoleon. Laws of this nature lead to artificial abortion and encourage promiscuous intercourse. The safety of families and sexual intercourse lies in the duties of parents toward their children. The principal task of a political economy which has the true happiness of men at heart should be to encourage the procreation of happy, useful, healthy, and hardworking individuals. To build an ever-increasing number of hospitals, asylums for lunatics, idiots and incurables, reformatories, etc., to provide them with every comfort and manage them scientifically, is no doubt a very fine thing, and speaks well of the progress and development of human sympathy. But what is forgotten is that by concerning ourselves almost exclusively with human ruins, the results of our social abuses, we gradually weaken the forces of the healthy portion of the population. By attacking the roots of the evil and limiting the procreation of the unfit, we shall be performing a work which is much more humanitarian, if less striking in its effect. Formerly, our economists and politicians hardly ever considered this question, and even now very few are interested in it, because it brings neither honors nor money, as we do not ourselves see the fruits of such efforts. Anyone who aims at serious reforms and puts his hand to the work is looked upon as eccentric, or even mad. This is why we are contented with the kind of humanitarianism which makes a show and panders to the sentimentality of the masses, by holding out a charitable hand to the visible and audible evils which make women weep. In short, we amuse ourselves with repairing the ruins, but are afraid of attacking what makes these ruins. The laws of Lycurgus. There was once in Sparta a great legislator named Lycurgus, who attempted to introduce a kind of human selection into the laws. He wished to make the Spartans a strong nation, because at that time bodily strength was almost the only ideal of the people. He understood the value of hardness but not that of work. The importance of selective elimination of the diseased and weak was apparent to his pre-Darwinian intuition, but in his time natural laws were not understood. However, in spite of their failings, the laws of Lycurgus succeeded up to a certain point in making the Spartans a strong nation. According to the laws of Lycurgus, the Spartan inherited no property and was forbidden all luxury. He had to eat his simple black broth with his fellows and to exercise himself continually in trials of strength and skill. Every Spartan had to marry, and the bonds of matrimony were strictly observed. Every weak child was eliminated, But there were two fundamental errors in the Spartan organization. First of all, the Spartan was a warrior, but not a worker, and although hardened, was an aristocrat. He left all labor to his slaves, and in this way strengthened his slaves and enfeebled himself in many respects. The value of work in strengthening and developing the brain and the whole body was not then understood. In the second place, all the efforts of the Spartans were directed toward muscular strength, bodily skill, courage, and simple wants, but not at all toward a life of higher intelligence or ideal sentiments. The exclusiveness with which they only promoted man's bodily development, while neglecting his intellect, their negligence of the laws of organic evolution due to ignorance of natural science, would sooner or later have led to the decay of the Spartans. However, it was not the laws of Lycurgus in themselves, but their abandonment, which was the direct cause of the decadence of Sparta. The Spartans only sought for power, and this led to envy and jealousy, a deplorable although indirect result of the exclusiveness of their laws. These laws, however, will always constitute a unique historical document, a remarkable attempt at human selection. We are at the present day incomparably better armed intellectually than Lycurgus to deal with the question of selection. What is chiefly wanting is initiative on the part of the men who are charged with the government of their fellows. They are so deeply absorbed in economic interests and rival influences that all desire of aspiring to a higher social ideal is paralyzed and etiolated in them. We require a powerful social shaking if we are to make steady progress. Politics and the sexual question. Cherchez la femme is the common expression when anything unusual occurs in society. It would be more correct to say look for the sexual motive. The actions of men are determined much more by their passions and sentiments than by purely intellectual reflection, by reason and logic. But no sentiment is stronger than the direct sexual sentiment, or its derivative is love, jealousy, and hatred. From this results a fact which social systems have too much neglected, namely, that in all the domains of human social activity, the sexual passions and their psychic irradiations often interact directly or indirectly in a mischievous way. Mistresses and courtesans have always played a considerable part in political intrigue. It is not necessary to have such a tragic scandal as that which caused the assassination of the king and queen of Servia. Everyday influences, even the smallest and most dissimulated, are often the most efficacious. Sexual intrigues have at all times influenced and directed the fate of nations. History relates a number of cases of this kind, but there are many more which have never been revealed to the public. It is sufficient to mention this fact. Everyone who reflects will find an illustration of it, in the history of the past as well as in the politics of the present, in the courts of monarchs and in small democracies, in the local history of provinces, in his own parish, and lastly among his own relatives, friends, and acquaintances. Sexual life in social action. The socialist who said that the social question was exclusively a question of stomach mistook its scope as well as human psychology. However admirably the economic relations of men and their work may be regulated, the introduction of sexual passions into social life will never be eliminated. All that can be done is to give both sexes an education which will elevate their social conscience and attenuate the evil influences exercised by personal sexual sentiments on social actions. The sexual question, therefore, intervenes in politics and in the whole of social life. Moreover, if the deplorable social influence of money and the attraction it exerts could be eliminated, antisocial acts, which only depend indirectly on the sexual passions, would lose much of their danger and infamy. The role of women. Here again, much may be expected from the free emancipation of woman, and from her work in social questions in conjunction with man. This work in common will make them more clearly understand the high importance of their social task. Then sexual life will encourage social development instead of hindering it. It will cease to be considered as an egoistic pleasure, but as a means of procreation, and will become the acme of an existence founded on the joy of work. We can already see, in countries where women have a vote, that they know very well how to benefit by social progress. If it is objected that woman is more conservative and more routine than man, I reply that this inconvenience is compensated by the fact that she is on the whole more inclined to enthusiasm, and to be led by noble masculine natures, who have the sense of the ideal, than by others vide Chapter 5. Her great perseverance and courage are also inestimable qualities for social work which aims at true progress. Necessity and desire. In the work which I have already quoted, Schweidland points out the need for distinguishing between necessity and desire in political economy. In practice, it is no doubt difficult to always make an exact distinction between necessity and luxury. What our ancestors considered as luxuries we now regard as necessities. Man knows no limits in his desires. He is insatiable in his passion for pleasure and change. Certain socialists, especially anarchists, make a great mistake in proclaiming the right of man to satisfy all his desires. This is a proclamation of corruption and degeneration. As it is just to exact the right to satisfaction of the natural wants of each, so is it unjust to sanction every desire and every appetite. It is a question of distinguishing between good and useful wants and evil desires. All wants which promote a healthy life, all instincts which lead to social work are good. All desires which damage the health and life of the individual or injure the rights and welfare of society are bad, and are the procreators of luxury, excessive concupiscence, and often corruption. Between these two extremes there are desires which are more or less indifferent, for example, that of possessing objects of beauty. Certain objects of human desire are harmful in themselves, such as the use of alcoholic liquor and narcotics. Others are only harmful when pushed to excess, such as good living, sexual pleasures, personal adornment, etc. Among the things desired by man, sexual pleasure plays a great part. Thus, when a pasha or a sultan provides himself with a large number of women, this excess is harmful from the social point of view, as it injures the rights of others. I have sufficiently dwelt on this fact elsewhere. I wish only to indicate here, with Schweidland, how necessary it is to fix the limits between necessities and desires from the point of view of political economy, however relative and subjective these limits may be. Chapter 17. The Sexual Question in Pedagogy. Heredity and Education. If we review the facts contained in chapters Roman 4, Roman 6, Roman 7 and Roman 8, we must conclude that the sexual appetite, sensations and sentiments of every human being consist of two groups of elements, phylogenetic or hereditary neem, and elements acquired during life by the combined action of external agents and habit or custom. The first lie dormant in the organism for a time, in the form of latent energies or dispositions, and form part of what is called character. Most of them do not disclose themselves till the age of puberty, and their development afterwards takes place under the influence of external stimuli, which are modified by the will of the individual, by his brain. The second are the result of the influence excited by erotic excitations and habit on the first. Pedagogy can in no way change the first, for they are predetermined and constitute the soil to be cultivated by education. The task of the latter can, therefore, only be to guide the hereditary sexual dispositions into paths as healthy and useful as possible. In the case of perverse dispositions, such as homosexual appetites, sadism, etc., moral education can only act in a general way on the character, and combat that which excites the appetites. It cannot change the character of the latter. There must be no illusion on this point. Wherever hereditary dispositions present a normal average, education can do much to avoid pathological errors and habits, by guiding the sexual appetite in a healthy direction and by avoiding excess. Sexual education of children. Habit always diminishes the erotic effect of certain perceptions of the senses, and inversely, eroticism or sexual desire is especially excited by unaccustomed perceptions and images relating to the other sex. The adult, unfortunately, nearly always makes the same error in pedagogy. He unconsciously attributes his own adult sentiments to the child. What excites the sexual desire of an adult is quite indifferent to a child. It is, therefore, possible to speak plainly to children to a certain extent on sexual questions, without exciting them in the least. On the contrary, if the child becomes accustomed to consider sexual intercourse as something quite natural, this will excite his curiosity to a much less degree later on, because it has lost the spice of novelty. If the child is accustomed to the sight of nudity in adults of his own sex, he will see nothing peculiar in his own sexual organs and pubic hairs when these develop. On the other hand, children brought up with strict prudery and in complete ignorance of sexual matters often become greatly excited when their pubic hairs develop. They feel ashamed and at the same time erotic. When they are not prepared, girls become still more excited at the first appearance of menstruation, and boys at their first seminal emission. The mystery which is made of everything relating to sexual matters is not only a source of anxiety to children, but also excites their curiosity and the first signs of eroticism, so that they generally end by being instructed on the subject by other depraved children, by observing copulation among animals, or by obscene books, in a manner which is certainly not favorable to healthy development. What is still worse is that the child is generally instructed at the same time in masturbation, prostitution, and sometimes even sexual perversion. The so-called innocence or naive ignorance of an adolescent possesses quite a peculiar charm of attraction for libertines of both sexes, who find a refined erotic pleasure, a unique relish in the seduction of the innocent, in the role of initiator in the sexual art. Parents, unfortunately, seldom realize the evil consequences of their passiveness, I will even say cowardice, in making use of subterfuge, pretext and falsehood to elude the naive questions of their children concerning sexual matters. I will here quote the opinion of an enlightened mother of a family, Madame Schmid-Jaeger, an opinion with which I entirely agree. All mothers, or nearly all, bring up their daughters with a view to matrimony. Can we pretend that they are properly prepared for it? Alas, no. The most elementary knowledge which should be possessed by the future wife and mother is neglected, and for centuries our young girls have been married in more or less complete ignorance of their natural functions and duties. The slaves of routine will reply that it has always been so, that the world has been none the worse for it, and that women when once married have always learnt by personal experience all that was necessary. No doubt they are sometimes taught to cook and sew and to do household work, but they are told nothing concerning their sexual functions, nor of the consequences of these. At Zurich a school has been instituted for nurses and midwives, which will soon give good results. This school is also open to young girls who, without becoming professional nurses, desire to learn how to take care of the sick in their own families, and especially the newly born. This is an experiment worthy of encouragement which should be extended universally. The awkwardness, incapacity and ignorance of a young wife when she starts housekeeping and has a baby are astonishing. She often pays dearly for it, in spite of the instinct which is so much talked about. It is not the same as with animals, whose instincts are sufficient for the care of the young. A lady doctor of Zurich, Madame Hilfiger, has lately developed a scheme of much greater importance, which will require a great effort on the part of women and the intervention of legislation, if it is to be realized. Men, she says, maintain their muscular strength by military service. Every young woman who is not prevented by her occupation should perform the equivalent of military service, from the age of 18, in obligatory service for a year, in hospitals, asylums, maternities, creches, public nurseries or public kitchens. Such training would be extremely useful for future wives, and would at the same time provide the institutions in question with useful workers. Why should men be the only ones to perform obligatory social service? I expect, says Madame Schmid, many adverse criticisms on this proposal, one of which I will refute at once. The ladies of the middle classes will strongly object, because their daughters will see and hear so many things which ought to be hidden till they marry. But why should they be hidden? In order to prepare our daughters for marriage, is it not logical to begin by telling them what it is, what it involves and what it exacts? L'Education sociale de nos filles, 1904. In neglecting this duty, our parents and teachers commit a veritable crime. Does a normal man ever marry without knowing what he is doing? Yet our young girls are kept by their mothers in insensate and often dangerous ignorance of their whole future. Whoever invented this absurd and mischievous idea that a young girl should remain ignorant of her natural functions till the moment when she has bound herself for life to fulfill them? The law punishes persons who cause others to enter into contracts, while intentionally concealing the true conditions. This might almost equally well apply to parents who allow their daughters to marry in ignorance. Some women reply to this that marriage would be too sad, and would have little attraction if it were not preceded by any illusion. Certain illusions which are natural to youth may be healthy, but the fantastic dreams which are in evident contradiction with reality, and nearly always followed by disillusion, are bad. A young woman who has always lived in a state of transcendental idealism till her marriage infallibly courts disappointment, deception and heartbreak. A wiser education would often succeed in sparing young women from this sudden and cruel disillusion. The moral level of men would also be raised if their future wives were better instructed in sexual matters, and exacted that the past life of their future husbands should give a better guarantee for the future. It must, moreover, be understood that blind and obstinate resistance to new ideas serves no purpose. Our manners and customs change in spite of us. Our girls will no longer allow themselves to be led blindly, but will seek more and more freedom. Would it not be wiser to take things in time and warn them of the dangers ahead? With incredible carelessness, parents send their daughters into service abroad, without considering that they may be at the mercy of the first Don Juan who comes across them, or even fall into the meshes of white slavery, if they are left to go in ignorance of sexual affairs, as is often the case vide Chapter 10. Moreover, by no longer taking a false and artificial view of life, girls will be more capable of understanding and sympathizing with the misery which surrounds them, troubles of unfortunate marriages, seduced and abandoned girls, etc. What they lose in illusion they will gain in more useful knowledge. How are we to begin? We should certainly not wait till the eve of marriage, but begin in childhood. In theory, it is wrong to lie to children if they are to maintain unshaken confidence in their parents and remain truthful themselves. No doubt we cannot explain everything to a child at the age when it begins to ask its mother certain embarrassing questions, but we should endeavor as far as possible to tell it the truth in a manner suitable to its age. When this is impossible, every child who knows that no reasonable explanation is ever refused, it will be satisfied with the answer, "You are too young now to understand that. I will tell you when you are older." Every child who speaks openly to its mother asks sooner or later how children come into the world. It is easier to reply to this when the child has had the opportunity of observing the same thing in animals. Why should the mother conceal the fact that it is nearly the same in man as in animals? The child never thinks of blushing or laughing at natural phenomena. The initiation of children into the mechanism of reproduction is best obtained by the study of botany and zoology. If no mystery is made of these things in the case of plants and animals, why should not instruction be given in human reproduction? On this point Madame Schmid remarks as follows: "The father or the master should instruct the boys in this subject, and the mother or mistress the girls. Parents will then be able more easily to abandon their old and absurd prejudices, which they preserve, not so much because they attach any great importance to them, but because they shrink from the difficulty of explaining themselves to their children." We often see mothers, who would never have touched on the question with a child still ignorant of sexual matters, abandon the reserve hitherto observed in their language in the presence of the child, as soon as they perceive that it has become more or less acquainted with sexual phenomena. This is quite characteristic, and what is more so is that these mothers, and often also the fathers, frequently make equivocal jokes on the subject with their children instead of seriously discussing it. It is regrettable that so few pedagogues take up these questions, and that the instruction of children on the sexual question is left to the most impure source, domestic servants, depraved companions, pornographic books, etc. This results in a deplorable estrangement between the children and their parents or masters, which destroys mutual confidence. If we wish to contend with sexual perversions acquired at an early age, or the precocious development of an unhealthy sexual appetite, this is not to be effected by prudery or vague moral preaching, but by affection and frankness. In this case, evasive replies, combined with so-called strict morals, only lead to estrangement, dissimulation and hypocrisy, and the result is often irreparable. Madame Schmid also insists on the necessity of making young girls work and learn some business, so as to render them capable of surviving in the struggle for existence without being obliged to throw themselves at the head of the first man who presents himself, or becoming the prey of prostitution. She also emphasizes the necessity of remunerating the wife for her work as mother and housekeeper, as the husband is remunerated for his work. It is needless to add that it is quite as necessary to instruct boys as girls in sexual questions. They do not run the risk, like girls, of falling through ignorance into the abject dependence of a forced marriage, and have no pregnancies to fear, but they are more exposed to temptation. When their sexual appetite has been once excited by masturbation, or in some other way, it becomes very difficult to put them on the right path, to say nothing of the danger of venereal disease. I therefore appeal to all fathers and masters in the same way that Madame Schmid appeals to mothers and mistresses: take measures in time, and do not wait till the boys are instructed by evil persons of either sex, or till they have already been seduced, thanks to their erotic curiosity. It is generally evil companions who seduce them, but sometimes erotic women. Exclusiveness in education, punishment, automatism of parents, wants of children. In the human brain, intelligence and sentiment are intimately connected with one another, and from their combination arise volitions, which in their turn react more or less strongly on cerebral activity, according to their solidity and duration. It is thus a great mistake to think that we can treat separately, by the aid of theoretical dogmas, the three great domains of the human mind: intelligence, sentiment and will. It is a fundamental error to imagine that the intelligence can be educated only at school, leaving sentiment and will to the parents. But it is still more absurd to attempt to act on sentiment, especially on ethical sentiment, and on the conscience, which is derived directly from sympathy, by moral preaching and punishment. What false conceptions of the human mind lie in these moral sermons, in this theoretical moral teaching, in these punishments and anger? Is it credible that, by the aid of abstract and error dogmas supported by punishment, conscience and altruistic sentiments can be impressed on the brain of a child, which is only accessible to concrete ideas, to sympathy, affection, and amusement? We may see daily in nearly every family, parents finding fault with their children, in a vexatious, irritated, or sorrowful tone of voice, to which the children reply by inattention or tears, or more often by a repetition of the same tone of irritation. These scoldings pass through the child's mind without leaving any trace of an effect. Such stereotyped scenes produce in the intelligent observer the painful impression of two barrel organs whose tunes are automatic. If this is the kind of moral teaching which is supposed to act on the child's mind, it is not astonishing that it has futile and even harmful effects. The parents do not appreciate the fact that when scolding their children they are only giving vent to their own bad temper, but the children are well aware of this fact, consciously or not, and react accordingly. The most deplorable thing is that they copy all these bad habits like monkeys. True moral teaching, the true way of influencing children for good, lies in the manner of speaking to them, treating them, and living with them. Affection, truth, persuasion, and perseverance should be manifest in the acts and manners of parents, for these qualities only can awaken sympathy and confidence in the breasts of children. It is not cold moral speech, but warm altruistic feeling, which alone can act as a moral educator of children. A savant who delivers excellent and erudite lectures to his pupils in a dry and wearisome manner teaches them nothing, or at any rate very little. The students yawn, and are quite right in saying they could learn these things just as well out of a book. A teacher, however, who speaks with animation and knows how to hold the attention of his audience impresses his remarks on their brain. In the former case there is intelligence without feeling, while in the latter case the audience is held by the suggestive and contagious power of enthusiasm. Dry science at the most fills the memory, but it leaves the heart empty. What does not come from the heart has difficulty in entering the head. It is precisely in this way that the will must be exercised by perseverance. The child must be made eager for social work. He must be urged to all noble and disinterested actions, without stimulating his emulation by promises of reward or by punishment. New schools. The object we desire may be attained by a system of education such as that of the new schools Ländersicherungsheim, which were first founded by Redi in England, afterwards by Lietz in Germany, by Frey and Zuberubler in Switzerland, and by Cantu in France. These institutes have finally realized the ideas of Rousseau, Pestalozzi, Owen, and Froebel. For the teacher who understands the psychology of children, it is a true pleasure to witness the teaching at these Ländersicherungsheim. The children take a delight in their school and become the comrades of their master. Physical exercise, the development of the powers of reason and judgment, the education of the sentiments and will, are all harmoniously combined. The children are not given the dry textbooks of our schools, but made familiar with the works of the great authors and men of genius, instead of their existence becoming etiolated under the weight of domestic duties, and under the sword of Damocles of examinations. They thrive by living as far as possible among the things they ought to learn. They thus assimilate the object of instruction, which becomes a living and useful part of their personality, instead of becoming encysted in the brain in the form of dead erudition like a foreign body, and filling it with formal learnt by heart. Such formal are ill-understood by children, and later on it is difficult for them to clear their brains of this indigestible rubbish, to make room for the realities of observation and induction. The only punishments at the Ländersicherungsheim are those which naturally result from the fault committed. The pupils and their masters bathe together in a state of nature. The sexual question is treated openly in these schools in a proper, natural, and logical way. The open confidence which obtains between masters and pupils, combined with free intellectual and physical work, and the absolute exclusion of alcoholic drinks, constitute the best preventive and curative remedy for masturbation, sexual precocity, and all perversions which are not hereditary. It is needless to say that such schools cannot cure a pathological sexual hereditary neme, whether it consists in perversion, precocity, or some other vice. Every boarding school has its drawbacks, on account of the possible influence of mischievous individuals. Nevertheless, no boarding school offers such excellent conditions as the Ländersicherungsheim, for as soon as a boy gives evidence of any sexual perversion, this perversion soon becomes well known, thanks to the good sense which prevails in the whole school. Standard of human value in the child. Our pedagogy has hitherto not understood the true standard of human value. The social value of a man is composed of two groups of factors: mental and bodily hereditary dispositions, and faculties acquired by education and instruction. Without sufficient hereditary dispositions, all efforts expended in learning a certain subject will generally fail more or less. Without instruction and without exercise, the best hereditary dispositions will become atrophied, or will give indifferent results. But hereditary dispositions not only influence the different domains of knowledge, as the traditional pedagogues of our public schools seem to admit, they also act on all the domains of human life, especially on the mind. Good dispositions in the domains of will, sentiment, judgment, imagination, perseverance, duty, accuracy, self-control, the faculty of thinking logically and distinguishing the true from the false, the faculty of combining aesthetic thoughts and sensations, all constitute human values which are much superior to the faculty of rapid assimilation or receptivity, and a good memory for words and phrases. Nevertheless, these last faculties are almost the only ones which are taken into consideration in our examinations, which decide nearly everything in our schools and universities. Is it to be wondered at that, by the aid of such a false standard, mediocrities whose brains are only the echoes of their masters and those who bow to authority, climb to the highest official positions, and even to most of those positions which are not official? With a good memory and the gift of rapid comprehension, one can obtain everything, even without the protection of the clergy, Freemasonry, or any other powerful association or personality, male or female. If they do not possess these natural secondary gifts, the most capable men, even men of genius, are passed over or only obtain a situation by circuitous routes and great efforts, after much loss of time. In the Landersichungsscheme, Dr. Hermann Lietz uses a scale intended to estimate the psychological and social value of the pupils. First of all, the results obtained from two standards are measured. An individual: does the actual value of work performed by the pupil always correspond to his faculties? After this, the different domains of psychology and human activity are passed in review, a thing which is quite possible in a school of this kind, whose object is to carry out the integral education of man. Bodily results: health, disease, weight of body, activity, walking, running, swimming, cycling, games, ski, gymnastics. Conduct, order, cleanliness, punctuality, conduct outside, etc. Moral and religious results: conduct toward parents, masters, companions, self and others, veracity, zeal and sentiment of duty, honesty in the administration of his personal property and that entrusted to him, sentiment of solidarity and disinterestedness. Is the pupil worthy of trust? Is he conscientious? Strength of moral sentiments, moral comprehension and moral will. Intellectual results: practical work, gardening, agriculture, carpentry, turning, locksmith's work, work in forge, drawing, writing, elocution, music, knowledge of literature and human nature, physics, mathematics and natural science. General results: strength of character, physique and intelligence, faculty of observation, imagination and judgment, real value of practical work, artistic and scientific. Measured by such a standard, the human value of a pupil takes quite another character to that judged by the results of examinations. By means of this standard, it is possible to predict with much more certainty what kind of man the child will become. There is no need to add that there are no examinations in these schools, for the whole life is a perpetual examination. Samuel Smiles, in Self-Help, relates that Swift failed in his examinations, that James Watt, the discoverer of the motive power of steam, Stephenson and Newton were bad pupils, that an Edinburgh professor regarded Walter Scott as a dunce. The same with Darwin, who says in his autobiography, "When I left the school I was, for my age, neither high nor low in it, and I believe that I was considered by all my masters and by my father as a very ordinary boy, rather below the common standard in intellect." These examples of the way in which the school of tradition judges human mental value might be multiplied 100-fold, but they will suffice, especially if we compare them with the future of the distinguished pupils of colleges in practical life. These facts are not due so much to later development, as to the disgust inspired by our system of education in reflective minds, which refuse to be overloaded with a heap of dry things learnt by heart, undigested, often hardly comprehensible, or open to contradiction. It is only on the basis of a just evaluation of man, from all points of view, that we can found a proper human selection. Coeducation. It is now beginning to be understood that the coeducation of the two sexes in schools not only does no harm but is very advantageous, both from the sexual and the moral points of view. In the universities, it is already established. In children's schools and many primary schools, it has always existed. It is especially the authorities of secondary schools who have raised opposition. In the secondary schools in Holland and Italy, as well as in some Swiss gymnasiums, co-education has been introduced without the least inconvenience. On the contrary, it has led to the best results. A native of Finland, Miss Maki Freiberg, has lately made an appeal in favor of co-education based on the excellent results obtained in her country. Some feared that sexual excitement would result, but this is an error, for the custom of daily coexistence of the sexes diminishes the sexual appetite. The forbidden fruit loses its charm as soon as it appears no longer to be forbidden. It is unnecessary to say that it is not intended that girls and boys should sleep in the same dormitories, nor bathe together in the costume of Adam and Eve. Our remarks do not apply to boarding schools, but to co-education in public schools. When we speak of co-education, we generally meet with the argument that the nature and vocation of women differ from those of men, and that consequently their education ought to differ. To this I reply as follows: the external objects of the world, the branches of human knowledge, in fact the subjects for study and instruction, are the same for both sexes. It is, therefore, both a useless waste of forces and an injustice to organize an inferior education for women. Instruction in co-education. A course of instruction as interesting as possible should be organized for each subject, without distinction of sex. This rule should also apply to things which are generally considered as the special province of women, such as sewing, dressmaking, cooking, household work, etc. It will then be the business of each sex to choose the subject most suited to its abilities. Part of the course of instruction should be obligatory for all, while another part intended for ulterior individual development should be optional, according to individual taste and talent. In the obligatory part of instruction, certain subjects might be made obligatory for one sex and optional for the other. Sewing and algebra, for instance. In this way, each sex could choose the most suitable subjects, as is the case now in universities only. Danger of sexual perversions. A very important point, unfortunately little understood in sexual pedagogy, is that of congenital sexual perversions. Tradition regards every sexual anomaly as an acquired vice, which should be treated by indignation and punishment. The effects of this manner of looking at the question are disastrous. It gives entirely wrong ideas to youth, and shuts the eyes of parents and teachers to the truth. It is not without a serious motive that I have described at length the repugnant phenomena of sexual pathology, Chapter 8. Teachers and parents should be thoroughly acquainted with this subject. But this is not enough, for these phenomena commence in infancy. It is a long time before the child, whose sexual appetite is perverted, has the least idea that his inclinations and desires are considered by others as abnormal. The psychic irradiations of his abnormal appetite usually constitute the sanctuary of his ideal aspirations and sentiments, the object of obscure hopes and struggles which are opposed to nature, and the inclinations of his comrades. This is why he neither understands the world nor himself in this respect. His amorous exaltations are ridiculed, or else they inspire disgust. Anxiety and shame alternate more and more with the perverse aspirations of his mind, which slowly increase. It is only when he arrives at the age of puberty that the pervert understands his exceptional position. He then feels that he is exiled from society, abandoned and without a future. He sees his ideal aspirations mocked by men, and regarded as a ridiculous caricature or even as a culpable monstrosity. He is obliged to hide his passions like a criminal. As his character is often weak and impulsive, and is combined with a strong and precocious sexual appetite, he is very easily led astray, especially if he discovers suitable objects for his appetite, or perverted companions like himself. In this way, in secondary schools, we often find groups of young inverts who succeed by cunning in seducing their friends. The mention of these phenomena, which from time to time give rise to school scandals, should be enough to make anyone who is unprejudiced understand the urgency for instructing children betimes in sexual questions. This is a duty which is necessary in the name of hygiene and morality. It is evident that if parents and masters exchange ideas on this subject with children, freely but decently, they will soon bring to light the sexual nature of the latter. They will discover which girls are cold and indifferent, and which are precociously erotic. It is needless to say that one should speak and act differently in the two cases. There is no risk in instructing the first on the whole sexual question, but prudence is required with the latter, who should be guarded against anything which stimulates their appetite, by warning them of the dangers of venereal disease, illegitimate children, and seduction. We sometimes meet with young girls of hysterical nature with inverted inclinations, who become enamored of other girls and have a sexual repugnance for men. Occasionally, a sadist is discovered. Among boys, we observe analogous differences in the intensity and precocity of the sexual appetite. An attentive observer will frequently discover homosexual appetites in boys, for these are comparatively common. Other perversions, such as sadism, masochism, fetishism, and exhibitionism, etc., are more rarely met with. Masturbation is common in both sexes. The great advantage of such discoveries is that children affected with sexual perversions can be put under special supervision, and above all things kept away from boarding schools, where they are subject to great temptations. An invert in a boarding school is in reality almost in the same position as a young man who sleeps in the same room as young girls, and no one thinks of the danger. When perversion is recognized, the subject should not be treated as a criminal, nor even as a vicious individual, but as a patient afflicted with a nervous affection who is thereby dangerous to himself and others. He should be treated and prevented from becoming a center of infection for his surroundings. Inverts should be specially supervised and taken care of till adult age. When they come of age, in my opinion, it would be an innocent idea to allow them to marry persons of their own sex, as they so much desire to do. Normal adults can very well protect themselves against their attentions when they are warned by sufficient instruction in sexual questions. The child, on the other hand, has the right to be protected against all contamination by perversion, as against all sexual assault of whatever nature, and it is the duty of society to organize its protection. But this cannot be done unless society is itself instructed on the question, and in a position to give a rational education to youth such as we have sketched above. If dangerous congenital perversions are discovered, such as sadism and pederosis, energetic measures of protection should be taken. In grave cases, the operations we have spoken of, or permanent internment. Apart from suggestion, there is no better remedy against masturbation than a system of education, such as that in force in the Ländersicherungsheim, especially continuous physical labor, combined with useful and attractive intellectual occupation. When such a system of education is put in force at an early age, the sexual appetite develops more slowly and more moderately, and has the most favorable influence on the whole sexual life of man. Eroticism in childhood. By giving children betimes the requisite instruction on the sexual question, they are tranquilized. Many boys and girls give themselves up to despair because of the erroneous and terrifying ideas they have of sexual affairs. On the one hand, they hear pornographic remarks which disgust them, while their parents envelop the subject in mystery. On the other hand, their sexual appetites evoke desire and call for satisfaction. When a young man in this state of mind has an emission, either spontaneously or as the result of artificial excitation, he is seized with anxiety and shame, often also with phantoms of disease and moral depravity. He then requires almost heroic resolution to unburden his mind to a doctor or to his father. With nervous subjects inclined to be melancholic or hypochondriacal, such a state of mind sometimes leads to suicide. Another advantage in the instruction of children in sexual matters is that the questions of heredity, alcohol, and venereal disease can be explained to them at the same time. In giving these explanations, it is important not to awaken eroticism in the child by dwelling more than necessary on sexual topics. Instruction in this subject should not be given too frequently. On the contrary, the attention of youth should, as far as possible, be drawn away from sexual questions to other subjects, till the age of maturity. With the same object, erotic and pornographic literature should be condemned. Unfortunately, many novels and dramas which meet with the approbation of society, thanks to their fashionable or even decent form of presentation, are often full of half-veiled eroticism, which is much more exciting to the sexual appetite than the brutal and realistic descriptions of Zola or Bria, or even the erotic art of de Maupassant. A doctor once told me that in his country the country children, who observed copulation among animals, often made similar attempts themselves while bathing or otherwise. Yet these country people are no more corrupt or degenerate than the townspeople. Here again, proper instruction and warnings would be the best remedy, especially in the case of girls. What is to be said, on the contrary, of certain Austrian judges who punish by imprisonment urchins of 14, who have copulated with girls of the same age or made them pregnant? Have they punished the real culprit? Do they imagine that they have done anything that will improve these children? The confession of Catholics plays a deplorable pedagogic part in the sexual domain. We may admit that some high-minded priests may be capable of modifying their interpretation of the prescriptions of Liguori and others which we have cited, and do little or no harm to young people of either sex. It must, however, be recognized, and the most devout Catholic cannot deny it, that priests are only human, and have not all the noble spirit nor the tact to fulfill the ideal required of them in their behavior toward women. This is enough to make the confessional, in many cases, a depraved institution from the sexual point of view. On this subject, I refer the reader to what has already been said in Chapter 12, on the experiences of the Canadian reformer, Father Chiniquy. The following instance is very characteristic. A very prudish man, observing children of both sexes bathing together, exclaimed to them indignantly that this was improper. Thereupon a little boy replied naively, "We do not know which is a boy nor which is a girl, because we have no clothes." This charming reply shows how certain moral intentions are more likely to attract the attention of young people to erotic subjects. Corporal punishment and sadism. An important fact has recently attracted the attention of the whole world concerning certain terrible crimes. There is no longer any doubt that in some cases perverted masters and teachers find satisfaction for their sadist sexual appetite in the corporal punishment of children. This was the case with the German teacher, Dippold, who, to satisfy his perverted appetite, flogged 2 children confided to him by their parents, till one of them died. The Arbeiter Zeitung of Vienna, a very conscientious journal, published the case of a prince of a small German state, who, whenever a schoolmaster ordered corporal punishment to a pupil, offered to execute it himself. The journal in question attributes with good reason this fantasy to sadism. Again, many children were at one time belabored with blows for several years by a person who pretended to be a police agent, and who threatened them with prosecution if they complained. One boy, more courageous than the others, finally gave information, and the affair then ended. We thus see that sadism does not always manifest itself by assassination. Its less dangerous forms, in which pleasure is obtained by blows or some other form of bodily or mental ill-treatment, are no doubt much more common. They constitute a kind of complement to sexual desire in pathological individuals whose appetite is only partly perverted. This fact, which has hitherto not received sufficient attention, gives one more reason for the abolition of corporal punishment in schools, for the art of dissimulation and refinement of torture are unlimited in the sexually perverted. 1,000 hypocritical pretexts serve to conceal their morbid appetite, and it has been proved by experience that they can succeed for a long time in deceiving even experts in this subject. This was the case with Dippold and many others. Corporal punishment of schoolboys is only useless and harmful brutality. It is a disgrace to civilization that it is still maintained at a time when the bastinado has been suppressed among convicts. Protection of childhood. Child martyrs. Children, especially when illegitimate or of another marriage, are often exposed to atrocious treatment in which alcohol and sexual passion, inconvenienced by the presence of the child, play a great part. I here refer the reader to the last work of Lydia von Wolfring. This author, who has made a special study of the judicial protection of children, makes the following propositions directed against parents and tutors who commit misdemeanors against children or pupils confided to them, or who incite the latter to commit misdemeanors, or who show themselves incapable of protecting them against others who abuse them in the manner indicated. This last condition applies especially to concubines, widows, etc. Without having a direct bearing on our subject, the above propositions contain the elements of an efficacious, though indirect, protection against the abuses committed toward children, for example, when parents urge their children to prostitution. As regards Proposition 4, I refer to what I have said in Chapter 13. While authority over their children is withdrawn, unnatural parents of this kind should be obliged to work for their children's maintenance. Future possibilities. Unfortunately, we must admit that the program of a sexual pedagogy for the future, such as we have sketched here, is very far from being realized. The Landeserziehungsheime, which should serve as examples for future state schools, are still sparsely distributed, and it seems impossible to carry out universally a rational sexual education till the state and the public are better informed on the subject and have got rid of their prejudices. This hope appears to be only the reflection of a distant future. In the meantime, everyone must do his best. Parents and some masters can do much by free initiative. It is above all things necessary that young people who are interested in social reforms should not be satisfied with empty phrases, nor play to the gallery. They should set the example in their own sexual relations, in condemning old customs which are opposed to true natural human ethics. They should show their adherence to sexual reforms by action and example, by raising objections to marriage for money, to the tyranny and formality of marriage, to prostitution, etc. And they should attempt to put in force a healthy selection and a rational education such as we have indicated above. Chapter 18. Sexual life in art. The genesis of art. Art represents in a harmonious form the movements of our sentimental life. The phylogeny of art is still very obscure. Darwin attributes it to sexual attraction through the efforts made by one sex to attract the other, but his arguments have never convinced me. Aristotle recognized in art the principles of representation of the beautiful and of imitation. Carl Grews of Gießen refutes Darwin's hypothesis and upholds the principle of the representation of self by sensations which relate to the subject, thus giving a tangible object to corresponding internal emotions among animals, for example, the pleasure of hearing their own voice. The motor instinct and the movements executed in play seem to be among the most primitive autonomous creators of art. Similar play is observed in ants. In man, Grews attributes a considerable role to religious ecstasy and ecstasy in general in the genesis of art. Since its object is to excite the sentiments, it is obvious that art utilizes from the first the domain which is richest in emotional sensations, that is, the sexual domain. He shows at the same time that erotic subjects have a much more general and definite importance in highly developed art than in what we know of primitive art. Grews is certainly right, for primitive eroticism was too coarse and sensual, too exclusively tactile to affect the mind as deeply, and with such gradations of symphony, as is the case with civilized man. This reason alone seems to me sufficient to support Grews' view, which is also confirmed by the fact that primitive works of art contain very few erotic subjects. Erotic art. It is quite natural that the chord whose vibrations influence the most powerful human emotion, sexual love, has an infinite variety of vibrations in all forms of art. Music gives expression to the sexual sensations and their psychic irradiations by tones representing desire, passion, joy, sadness, deception, despair, sacrifice, ecstasy, etc. In sculpture and painting, it is love in all its shades which furnishes the inexhaustible theme. But it is in the domain of literature that love celebrates its triumphs, and often also its orgies. The novels and dramas in which it plays no part could be easily counted. I am not referring only to common novelettes, nor to those pothouse dramas which, in spite of repeating continually the same sentimental motives, always succeed in arousing the uncultivated sentiments of the masses. The greatest art aims at representing tragic, refined and complex conflicts of the human sexual sentiments and their irradiations, so as to awaken emotion by causing vibrations in the deepest chords of the human mind. Among poets and authors I may mention Shakespeare, Schiller, Goethe, de Musset, Heine, Gotthelf and de Maupassant. Among musicians, Mozart, Beethoven, Wagner, Schumann, Loewe. Among painters, Titian, Murillo, Bocquelin, and sculptors such as those of the ancient Greeks or the modern French school. Art and pure intellect do not form an antinomy. They are associated together in the human mind as thought and sentiment, each preserving its own, though relative, independence. Every artistic representation requires an intellectual foundation, in the same way as every sentiment is connected with ideas. The artist takes his subjects from the external world, from life, and from the events of all ages. He also utilizes the progress of science for the mechanism of his art, but to transform the material into a complete picture, with a unity of action, where the different sentiments harmonize, to transform the work of art into a symbol of something human, to make the whole work speak to every mind capable of comprehending it. All this can only be the work of a great artist with creative genius. Art and morality. True art is in itself neither moral nor immoral. Here we can well say to the pure everything is pure. In the mirror of an impure mind, every work of art may appear as a pornographic caricature, while to the high-minded it is the incarnation of the noblest ideal. The fault is not with art and its products, but with nature and the peculiarities of many human brains, which deform everything they perceive, so that the most beautiful works of art only awaken in their pornographic minds cynical sexual images. Art and pornography. After having enunciated the preceding fundamental principles, we must examine the following facts, which have a special importance for the question with which we are dealing. Under the banner of art are grouped a number of human enterprises which are far from deserving this honor. There are few great artists, but thousands of charlatans and plagiarists, many of those who have never had the least idea of the dignity of art, pander to the lower instincts of the masses and not to their best sentiments. In this connection, erotic subjects play a sad and powerful part. Nothing is too filthy to be used to stimulate the base sensuality of the public. Frivolous songs, licentious novels and plays, obscene dances, pornographic pictures, all without any trace of artistic merit, speculate on the erotic instinct of the masses in order to obtain their money. In these brothels of art, the most obscene vice is glorified, even pathological. Unfortunately, this obscenity spoils the taste of the public and destroys all sense of true and noble art. At the bottom of all this degeneration of the sentiment of art and its products in the sexual domain, we always find on close examination corruption by money and brutalism by alcohol. I say advisedly, the sentiment of art and the products of art, for it is not sufficient for true artists to create their masterpieces, it is also necessary for them to find an echo in the public and be understood by them. The two phenomena go hand in hand, as supply and demand. When the sentiment of art is low among the public, the quality of the artistic production is also low, and inversely. Professor Behrens, director of the Industrial School of Art at Dusseldorf, is in complete accord with me in the debasing effect of alcohol on the artistic sentiment. Alkohol und Kunst. After establishing these facts, we return to the fundamental but delicate question: how is true erotic art to be distinguished from the pornographic? While certain ascetic and fanatical preachers of morality would burn and destroy all the erotic creations of art under the pretext that they are pornographic, other disciples of decadence defend the most ignoble pornography under the shield of art. I will cite two examples which have already been mentioned previously, chapter 13. In a very primitive and bigoted region of the Tyrol, certain undraped, but very innocent, statues of women were erected in the streets. Feeling their modesty deeply wounded, and regarding the representation of the natural human body as a great inducement to misconduct, the peasants of the district broke up these statues. The same with the captain of police at Zurich, who made himself notorious by ordering the removal of the picture by Böcklin, entitled The Sport of the Waves, regarding the two mermaids in the picture as a danger to the morality and virtue of the citizens of Zurich. I designate by the term charlatanism everything which consists in decorating or covering by the term art all possible perversions of pornography, often pathological. Persons of artistic nature, dominated by emotional sentiments, will no doubt be excused for being often overexcited to a more or less pathological degree, for executing all kinds of fantastic vagaries in their sexual life, and for being capricious and excessive in love. These things are almost inseparable from the artistic temperament, but the systematic education of pornography, and the sexual orgies which are cynically made public, go decidedly beyond what is licit, and cannot be included in the scope of art without degrading it. The individual and pathological failings of artists and the eccentricities to which they often become victims must not be confounded with art and its products. On the other hand, we often find eroticism hidden where we should least expect it, for instance in certain books for the edification of the pious. Here also it does not fail to produce its effect, although old maids and pious families place these books in their libraries and recommend them as proper reading. It has been said with reason that what is improper in the nudity of a statue is the fig leaf, and not what is underneath. It is, in fact, these fig leaves sculptured, painted, written or spoken which awaken lewdness rather than deaden it. By drawing attention to what they conceal, they excite sensuality much more than simple nudity. In short, the eroticism which plays at hide and seek is that which acts with greatest intensity. The directors of ballets and other similar spectacles know this only too well, and arrange accordingly. I have seen at the Paris Exposition an Arab woman perform the erotic dance called the dance du ventre, in which the various movements of coitus are imitated by movements of the hips and loins. I do not think, however, that this pantomime, as cynical as it is coarse, produces on the spectators such an erotic effect as the décolleté costumes of society ladies, or even certain amorous scenes of religious ecstasy in words or pictures, vide chapter 12. As the dance du ventre was produced under the head of ethnology, it was witnessed by society ladies without their being in the least degree wounded in their sentiments of modesty. It is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to define the limit between art and pornography. I will attempt to give an example. In his novels and romances, Guy de Maupassant has given perhaps the finest and most true descriptions which exist of the psychology of love and the sexual appetite. Although he has depicted the most ticklish sexual situations, often most recherche, we can say that with few exceptions he has not written in a pornographic spirit. His descriptions are profound and true, and he does not attempt to make attractive what is ugly and immoral, although he cannot be blamed for moralizing. We have seen that the old hypocritical eroticism consisted essentially in the art of describing sexual forbidden fruit and making it as desirable as possible, at the same time covering it with pious phrases which were only a transparent mask. Vice was condemned, but described in such a way as to make the reader's mouth water. There is nothing of this in Guy de Maupassant nor in Zola. By their tragic descriptions, they provoke disgust and sadness in the reader rather than sensuality. It is otherwise with the illustrations which de Maupassant's publisher has added to his works, and which are frankly pornographic. These are not fair to the author. Another comparison shows, perhaps, still better the uncertainty of the line of demarcation between pornography and art. If we compare Heine with de Maupassant, I think we must admit that, in spite of the refinement of his art, the pornographic trait is incomparably stronger in the former, because Heine continually loses the thread of moral sense which impregnates most of the works of de Maupassant. The latter author emphasizes evil and injustice in the sexual question. The refined art of the Greeks contains much eroticism and much nudity, but there is nothing whatever immoral in either. Innocence and beauty are so apparent that no one can think of evil. When we look at the antique statues of the Greek sculptors, when we read Homer, especially the story of Ares and Aphrodite, when we read the bucolic idyll of Daphnis and Chloe, we can no longer have any doubt on the point. It is not nudity, it is not the natural description of sexual life, but the obscene intention of the artist, his improper and often venal object, which has a demoralizing effect. Finally, I repeat that the purest artistic creation may serve as a pornographic theme for every individual who is accustomed to introduce into his parodies his own depravity, immorality, and obscene sentiments. I do not deny that in antiquity, especially at the time of the decadence of Rome, pornography and cynical coarseness often ruled in the sexual domain. History and the ruins of Pompeii give abundant evidence of it, but such phenomena occurred at the periods of decadence. Who then can decide where art ends and pornography begins, or how far eroticism may without danger be expressed in art? This question is so difficult and delicate that I am unable to answer it with sufficient competence. I think that when the reign of capitalism and alcohol has come to an end, the danger of pornography will be reduced enormously. I believe we ought to avoid extremes in both directions. Wherever pornography manifests itself in a purely cynical way, denuded of all art, society can and should suppress it. When it appears under an artistic mantle, it should be possible in each particular case to weigh the artistic merit of the work against its immoral tendencies, taking all other accessory circumstances into account, in order to decide the real weight of each of these elements. The corrupting action should also be carefully considered, which experience proves to have been exerted on the public by certain so-called works of art, or artistic exhibitions, as for example certain cafes, chantants, etc. Pathological art. The progressively pathological nature of certain productions of modern art constitute without any doubt a vicious feature, a fact of special importance in the sexual question. Witness what I have said concerning the poet Baudelaire. Erotic art ought not to become a hospital for perverts and sexual patients, and should not lead these individuals to regard themselves as interesting specimens of the human race. It should not make heroes of them, for in acting thus, it only confirms their morbid state, and often contaminates healthy-minded people. A great number of novels, and even modern pictures, deserve the reproach of being pornographic works. In these are described or painted beings that we meet in hospitals for nervous diseases, or even in lunatic asylums, but more often phantoms which only exist in the pathological mind of the author. No doubt, art should not allow itself to be instructed in morality by pedagogues and ascetics, but on the other hand, artists ought not to forget the high social mission of their art, a mission which consists in elevating man to the ideal, not in letting him sink into a bog. The moral effect of healthy art. Art has great power, for man is directed by sentiment much more than by reason. Art should be healthy. It should rise toward the heavens and show the public the road to Olympus, not the Olympus of superstition, but that of a better humanity. It is not necessary for this that it should diminish the energy of its eternal theme love. No truly moral man would wish to eliminate the seasoning of eroticism whenever artistic necessity requires it, but art should never prostitute itself in the service of venal obscenity and degeneration. As to the manner in which it attains its object, while holding to its fundamental principles, that is its own affair, the business of the true artist. I cannot, however, in my capacity as a naturalist, refrain from giving a little modest advice to certain modern artists, that when they wish to take for the subject of their works the themes of social morality, medicine, or science, they should avoid previous study of their subject in scientific books, that they should follow the example of de Maupassant and begin by living themselves the situations which they wish to depict, before beginning to model their work. Without this they will completely fail in artistic effect, and will become bad theorists, bad scientists, bad moralists, and bad social politicians, at the same time ceasing to be good artists. If Maeterlinck's Life of Bees is a fine work of art, it is not only because the author is a distinguished writer, but because he was himself acquainted with bees, being an apicultor, and did not make his book a mere compilation of other scientific works. Along with the struggle against the debasing influence of money and alcohol, the elevation of the artistic sentiment among the public will contribute strongly to condemn pornographic aesthetics. The false and unnatural sentimentalism, spiced with erotic lewdness, which is displayed in the trash offered to the public under the title of art, fills every man who possesses the least artistic sense with disgust. Disgust evidently constitutes a beneficial mental medicine in the domain of art, and we cannot agree with the severe and ascetic minds who think that true morality has nothing to do with art, or even that everything moral should be destitute of art. These people are completely deceived and unwittingly promote pornography by repelling humanity with their austerity and driving it to the opposite extreme. The aesthetic and moral sentiments should be harmoniously combined with intelligence and will, each of these departments of the mind participating by its special energies in the elevation of man. Anticonceptional measures from the aesthetic point of view. In conclusion, I will refer to a subject which is perhaps not quite in its place in this chapter: the anticonceptional measures recommended for reasons of social hygiene, which tend to regulate conceptions and improve their quality, have been often condemned, sometimes as immoral, sometimes as contrary to aesthetics. To interfere in this way with the action of nature is said to injure the poetry of love and the moral feeling, and at the same time to disturb natural selection. There are several replies to these objections. In the first place, it is wrong to maintain that man cannot encroach on the life of nature. If this were the case, the earth would now be a virgin forest, and a great many animals and plants would not have been adapted to the use of man. Our fields, our gardens, and our domestic animals would die, instead of bearing fruit and multiplying as they do at present. The naturalist has much more fear of seeing rare and interesting wild plants and animals exterminated from the face of the earth by the egoistic and pitiless hand of man. He seeks in vain the means of checking this work of destruction. We have proved without the least deference, often with a brutal hand, to the misfortune of art and poetry, that we are capable of successfully intermeddling with the machinery of nature, even in what concerns our own persons. I shall not return here to the subject of ethics. In Chapter 15, I have sufficiently shown how false is our present sexual morality, and I have proved in Chapter 14 the absolute necessity of measures to regulate conception in order to realize an efficacious social sexual morality. The aesthetic argument appears at first sight more valid. It is unnecessary, however, to discuss matters of taste. Spectacles are certainly not particularly aesthetic. Nevertheless, the poetry of love does not suffer much from their use, and when one is short-sighted or long-sighted one cannot do without them. Great artists wear spectacles. It is the same with false teeth, with clothes, with bicycles and 100 other artificial things, which man makes use of to make his life more easy. So long as they are novel and unusual they wound the aesthetic sentiment, but when we become accustomed to them, we no longer take notice of them. Man has even come to regard as aesthetic women's corsets which deform their chests, and pointed shoes which deform the feet. I am certain that the first man who mounted a horse was accused by his contemporaries of committing an act contrary to aesthetics. From all points of view, the details of coitus leave much to be desired from the aesthetic point of view, and such a slight addition as a membranous protective does not appear to make any serious difference. It is impossible for me to recognize the validity of such an objection, which I attribute to the prejudice against anything which disturbs our habits. Chapter 19. Conclusions. Utopia and the realizable ideal. The term utopia may be applied to every ideal project elaborated by human imagination for the future welfare of society, which has no healthy and real foundation, is contrary to human nature and the results of experience, and has consequently no chance of success. Persons of conservative minds who live in prejudice and in the faith of authority, apply the term utopia to every ideal which has not been legalized and sanctioned by time, custom, or authority. This is a grave error, which, if it always prevailed, would bar the way to all social progress. As regards the ideal, the future may realize much progress that the past has not known, and on this point Ben Akiba was wrong in saying that there is nothing new under the sun. International communication, universal postage, the suppression of slavery in civilized countries, the artificial feeding of newborn infants, the telephone, wireless telegraphy, etc., are realized advances which had formerly never appeared on the horizon of humanity, and which would have been regarded as impossible fantasies or utopias. Why should the common use of an international language and the suppression of war between civilized countries be utopias? The most diverse races already speak English, and all might learn Esperanto. In the interior of countries such as France and Germany, etc., the old feudal wars ceased long ago. Why should a more and more international union between men be impossible? Why should the suppression of the use of narcotic substances such as alcohol, opium, hashish, etc., which poison entire nations, be utopian? Why should it be the same with the economic reform desired by socialists, that is, the equitable division of wages, for example, by the aid of a cooperative system or by the reduction of capital to a minimum? These things are all possible, and even necessary for the natural and progressive development of humanity. It is only the prejudice of old customs, based on the conservative tendency of sentiments, which opposes these projects and tries to ridicule them by calling them utopian. In its short-sightedness, it does not see the change which occurs all over the world in the social relations of men, or does not estimate them at their true value, and it cannot abandon its old idols. Lastly, why should rational reforms in the sexual domain be more difficult to realize than the artificial feeding of infants, than the actual triumphs of surgical operations, than serotherapy, than vaccination, etc., in the same way that short-sighted and long-sighted persons wear spectacles, or those who have no teeth use artificial ones, so may men who are tainted by hereditary disease employ preventatives in coitus to avoid the procreation of a tainted progeny. And the same means may be employed to give women time to recover their strength after each confinement. Resume, let us briefly recapitulate the matter contained in the chapters of this book. If we sum up the results obtained, we can draw from them a series of conclusions which we will divide into two groups. Negative tasks: suppression of the direct or indirect causes of sexual evils and abuses and the social vices which correspond to them. The corruption into which a semi-civilization has plunged humanity, by facilitating the means of obtaining satisfaction for its unbridled passion for pleasure, is maintained by the latter itself. But in the long run, the unlimited abandonment of the individual to pleasure cannot be in accord with the welfare and progress of society. This is the knotty point. It is necessary for a better social organization to artificially restrain the passion for pleasure, at the same time raising the social quality of men, that is to say, their altruism or instinct social ethics. We can only expect immediately the first of these two objects, but we have seen that it is possible to prepare the second for the future, by neglecting none of the factors of social salvation. We have become acquainted with the most important roots of sexual degeneration, due to semi-civilization. I use the word semi-civilization because our present culture is still very incomplete, and has hardly done more than skim over the surface of the masses. Men of higher culture have overcome the maladies of infancy of civilization much better than the uneducated masses, and it is precisely this fact which should give us courage and confidence in a future in which a true higher culture will be the appanage of all. The roots of degeneration are either directly or indirectly associated with sexual life. It is our duty to declare war of extermination against all of them, and not to cease this contest before reducing them to their natural primitive minimum. The following are the chief evils to be contended against. The cult of money. We have recognized the primary sources of degeneration in the historical development of humanity, and its sexual life chapters Romans 6 and X. They consist in the exploitation of man by man, in the desire of possessing riches and power, which become the source of marriage by purchase and by abduction, of prostitution, and all the modern requirements by the aid of which is cultivated the passion for sexual pleasures, thanks to the power of money. The priests and disciples of Mammon lie when they say that their god the golden calf is the most powerful stimulus to work, and the principal promoter of culture, If we look closer, we see the contrary. Men of genius, thinkers, inventors, and artists are urged to work by their hereditary instinct, by true love of the ideal and thirst for knowledge. The disciples of Mammon, on the watch for the discoveries and creations of these men, rob them not only of the fruit of their work, but often of the honors which belong to them. Intellectual robbery is added to pecuniary robbery. These are the methods of Mammonism, which must be seen to be appreciated, and we are told that this kind of industry should be the only stimulus to human work and culture. No doubt the unbridled lust for gain urges men to feverish activity, but this kind of zeal, which is nearly always associated with the passion for pleasure, and only works to obtain the means of satisfying it, is unhealthy. It is necessary for other factors to act in stimulating human work. Fortunately, these forces exist, and can be found, for without work there can be no culture, social progress, nor happiness. The worship of the golden calf, the utilization of accumulated wealth as a means of exploiting the work of others for individual interest, is therefore the primary and principal root of social degeneration, marriage for money, prostitution, and all their corrupt associations. If this root is not torn out, humanity will never succeed in the sanitation of sexual matters. The struggle against the exaggerated modern legal rights of capital, and the abuses which result from it, is therefore one of the most important tasks to be accomplished in order to lead indirectly to the sanitation of sexual intercourse. The use of narcotics, the habit of using narcotic poisons, especially alcohol, leads to the physical and moral degeneration of men, a degeneration which not only affects the individuals concerned, but also their germinal cells and consequently their offspring. I have designated this degeneration by the term blastophoria. Blastophoria is intimately connected with sexual phenomena, and thanks to it, the individual influence of these poisons may extend to many generations. A single radical remedy would be easy to apply, if men were not so much the slaves of their habits and prejudices, of capital and the passion for pleasure. All narcotic substances, especially distilled and fermented drinks, should be abolished as a means of pleasure and relegated to pharmacy, in which they may still be used as remedies, with special precautions. Alcohol may also be used for industrial purposes. Science has proved that even the most moderate indulgence in alcohol disturbs the association of ideas, and renders them more superficial, without the subject being aware of it. This slight degree of alcoholic narcosis causes in man a temporary feeling of pleasure and gaiety to which he soon becomes accustomed. In this way there is created in him a desire for more, too often with increasing doses. Most narcotics, especially alcohol either fermented or distilled, have the peculiarity of exciting the sexual appetite in a bestial manner, thereby leading to the most absurd and disgusting excesses, although at the same time they weaken the sexual power. The transient pleasure produced by these substances is, therefore, of no real and lasting advantage, while it results in the most terrible individual and social miseries. Societies for total abstinence from all alcoholic drinks have undertaken a war of extermination against the use of all poisons used for purposes of pleasure, when experience has proved their social danger. Let us hope that they will succeed, then a second fundamental root of degeneration of sexual life will be destroyed. The emancipation of women is not intended to transform them into men, but simply to give them their human rights, I might even say their natural animal rights. It in no way wishes to impose work on women nor to make them unaccustomed to it. It is as absurd to bring them up as spoilt children as it is cruel to brutalize them as beasts of burden. It is our duty to give them the independent position in society which corresponds to their normal attributes. Their sexual role is so important that it gives them the right to the highest social considerations in this domain. I will not repeat what I have said in Chapter 13, but simply state categorically that, when women have acquired in society rights and duties equal to those of men in accordance with sexual differences, when they can react freely according to their feminine genius, in a manner as decisive as men, on the destinies of the community, a third fundamental root of present sexual abuses will be suppressed. The complete emancipation of woman thus constitutes our third principal postulate, and in this I am in accord with Westermarck, Secretan, and many other eminent persons. The difference which exists between the two sexes does not give any reasonable excuse to man for monopolizing all social and political rights. The external world and our fellow beings, by whom and for whom we live in body and mind, are the same for woman as for man, so that even when the mentality of one sex is on the average a little higher than that of the other, the first cannot claim the right of refusing the second the liberty of living, and acting from the social point of view according to her own genius. The two sexes differ in many respects, it is true. On the other hand, all legal and consequently artificial constraint of one by the other has the effect of hindering the free development of both. Each sex has the right to look upon the world and assimilate it according to its nature. It can thus develop its personality so that it does not become etiolated and atrophied like a domestic animal. It is only the right of the stronger, cultivated by narrow-minded prejudice, that can deny or misunderstand these facts. The legal restrictions which we impose on woman, on her mentality and her whole life, especially her conjugal life, have nothing in common with the just restrictions which the law should provide against the encroachments of individual egoism, which injure the rights of others or those of society. Prejudice and tradition. There is still another enemy opposed to reform, which is so deeply rooted in human nature that we can only hope for a slow improvement in the quality of men by its progressive weakening. I refer to the host of prejudices, traditional customs, mystic superstitions, religious dogmas, fashions, etc. I should require many pages of moral preaching to deal with all the vices which are perpetually created and supported by the wretched tendency of the human mind to sanctify every ancient tradition and consider it as unalterable. Prejudice, faith in authority, mysticism, etc., with conscious or unconscious hypocrisy, and by the aid of more or less transparent sophisms, place themselves at the service of the basest human passions: envy, hatred, vanity, avarice, lewdness, scandal, desire of domination and idleness, and clothe them all with the sacred mantle of ancient customs, the better to sanction their ignominy by relying on the authority of tradition. There is no infamy which has not been justified, glorified, or even deified in this way. I am convinced that it is only by the introduction of the scientific spirit, of an inductive and philosophical manner of thinking, into schools and among the masses, that we shall be able to contend efficaciously with the routine and parrot-like repetitions which are rooted in the worship of authoritative doctrines and prejudices based on the sanctity of what is old. I must once again insist on the necessity of a fight to a finish on this ground. It is necessary for this that scientists should from time to time emerge from their sanctums and let their lights shine in the whirlpool of human society. They must take part in social conflicts and avoid losing touch with what is and always will be human. The following postulates relate to aberrations and dangers which are more partial or more local. Pornography. In chapters V, X and Roman 18, I have spoken of pornography, and in chapter 17, of its great danger to the development of a normal sexual life in youth. Although pornography owes much of its origin and development to the greed for gain, it must not be forgotten that, on the other hand, masculine eroticism tends to promote its mercantile interests. It is the duty of society to oppose the pornographic products of morbid eroticism without imposing the least constraint on true art. The sexual appetite of man is on the average rather strong. We may even say that it is much too strong, compared with the social necessities of procreation. It is, therefore, quite superfluous to artificially stimulate it. The struggle against pornography must, therefore, be raised to the rank of a postulate. We must not forget, however, that we shall contend with it much more successfully by fulfilling our first four postulates, and in raising the artistic ideal and feeling in man, than by direct measures of suppression. The latter should be limited to the most coarse and corrupt productions of pornography. Politics and sexual life. I need only remind the reader of the encroachments of politics on sexual life, and especially of the abuse of sexual influence in the domain of politics. It is needless to point out the necessity of opposing all useless intermeddling of the state in the sexual life of individuals by the aid of unjustifiable regulations, as well as all intervention in the natural sexual requirements of man in marriage, etc., when no individual or social interest is injured. What is much more difficult is to prevent the pressure of sexual sympathies and antipathies, and especially of amorous passions in politics. Venereal disease. There is need for a great combat with venereal disease and pathological corruptions of the sexual appetite. Vide chapters Roman 8, Roman 13 and 14. Sexual criminals should be treated conjointly with the pathology of the sexual appetite, and in the same manner, for it is nearly always a question of anomalies of the human brain, which are impossible to improve or eliminate by punishment or other penal measures. For the present, medical and administrative measures of restriction, undertaken by society against dangerous and degenerate individuals in the sexual domain, are the only possible remedy. We should also endeavor in the future to prevent such individuals from breeding and suppress the causes of blastophoria by the aid of our second postulate. The conflict of human races. There remains a last postulate, extremely arduous and serious, which we have already mentioned. How is our Aryan race and its civilization to guard against the danger of being passively invaded and exterminated by the alarming fecundity of other human races? One must be blind not to recognize this danger. To estimate it at its proper value, it is not enough to put all savages and barbarians into one basket and all civilized into the other. The question is far more complicated than this. Many savage and semi-savage races become rapidly extinct on account of their comparative sterility. Europeans have introduced among them so much alcohol, venereal disease, and other plagues that they promptly perish from want of the power of resistance. This is the case with the Wedders, the Todas, the Redskins of North America, the Australian Aborigines, Malays, and many others. The question presents itself in another aspect with regard to Negroes, who are very resistant and extremely prolific, and everywhere adapt themselves to civilized customs. But those who believe that Negroes are capable of acquiring a higher civilization without undergoing a phylogenetic cerebral transformation for 100,000 years are utopians. I cannot here enter into the details of this question. It seems obvious to me, however, that in the already considerable time during which the American Negroes have been under the influence of European culture, they ought to have often demonstrated their power of assimilating it and of developing it independently, according to their own genius, if their brains were capable of so doing. Instead of this, we find that Negroes in the interior of the island of Haiti, formerly civilized by France, then abandoned to themselves, have, with the exception of a few mulattoes, reverted to the most complete barbarism, and have even barbarized the French language and Christianity, with which they had been endowed. Compare with this the rapidity with which a civilized or civilizable race, depending on its innate energy, assimilates our culture with or without Christianity. We need only look at what has happened in Japan during the last 30 years, and what the Christian races of the Balkan countries have been doing after delivery from the yoke of the Turks, for example, the Romanians, Bulgarians, and Greeks. It is by its fruits that we judge the value of the tree. The Japanese are a civilizable and civilized race, and must be treated as such. The Negroes, on the contrary, are not so. That is to say, they are only by themselves capable of quite an inferior civilization, and only become adapted to our customs by a superficial veneer of civilization. Up to what point can the Mongolian, and even the Jewish race, become mixed with our Aryan or Indo-Germanic races, without gradually supplanting them and causing them to disappear? This is a question I am incapable of answering. If it were only a question of the Japanese, there would be no serious difficulty, and the assimilation would be beneficial. But the Chinese and some other Mongolian races constitute an imminent danger for the very existence of the white races. These people eat much less than ourselves, are contented with much smaller dwellings, and in spite of this produce twice as many children and do twice as much work. The connection of this with the sexual question is not difficult to understand. Possibly we might make a compact with the Mongols, and the Chinese in particular, which would allow both races to live on the earth without annihilating each other. I am quite convinced that we have more to fear from their blood and their work than from their arms. Some time ago, experts in Far Eastern questions predicted that the world would end by becoming Chinese. Positive tasks. The elimination of the abuses and dangers, pointed out under the heading of negative tasks, would prepare the soil for a healthier and more ideal development of the sexual relations of humanity in the future. These require the prevention of blastophoric deterioration of germ cells, as well as all pathological degeneration of sexual intercourse. They also require true and natural affection, free from the influences of prejudice and money, and capable of surviving amorous intoxication. Lastly, they require a natural human organization, adapted to the social welfare, the duties of parents toward their children, and the rights they have over them. Human selection. This is impossible to attain without recourse to artificial means, which have hitherto been generally condemned, or employed with an unhealthy and corrupt object. I refer to the distinction between satisfaction of the sexual appetite and the procreation of children. Although it is true that the two things are inseparably connected in plants and animals, it is equally true that the culture and social development of humanity all over the world have given rise to conditions and necessities other than those which formerly existed, conditions which at the present day are so clearly evident that they cannot be disregarded. The struggle for existence, as it obtains between the different animal species, hardly exists any longer in man. The latter has now to fight with microbes and other infinitely small things of the same nature. The combat between man and man, in the form of international warfare, is approaching its end. The wars of the present day, as foolish as they are formidable, are rapidly becoming absurd. We may even hope that the supreme struggle which is impending between the Aryan and Mongolian races will end in peaceful agreement. Is it, therefore, rational to abandon the quantitative and qualitative regulation of the procreation of children to natural selection, that is to say, to brutal chance, disease, famine, or infanticide at a time of human evolution, when science contends with the greatest success against accident, disease, infant mortality and famine? Our strong sexual appetite is no longer in proportion to the exigencies of procreation, nor to the means of providing food for our descendants, nor to the right of the latter to better or even tolerable existence, for the simple reason that the weak, the diseased and the children are no longer eliminated as in former times among primitive races by infanticide, epidemics, wild beasts, neglect, or war. It is now the strong and courageous who are eliminated by the latter. But it is not in our power to modify our instinctive and hereditary sexual appetite, while we have always at hand the necessary means to regulate and improve procreation. No prejudice, no dogma, no repetition of old maxims, based on so-called immutable natural laws, can stand against such simple and elementary truths. We like to call natural laws what to our limited knowledge appears regular in nature. We formulate a law, and too often make an idol, instead of always making further examinations in the light of new truths to see if these so-called laws hold good. But the new truths are there, crying for recognition. The sheet anchor is in our hands, in the form of measures to prevent or regulate conception. We must therefore have recourse to these measures, with prudence, employing them only at first where they are most necessary, and especially insisting on the procreation of numerous children, wherever mental and moral strength is combined with bodily health. In this connection I am strongly opposed to the neo-Malthusians, who simply propose to diminish the number of births indiscriminately, as well as to the religious dogmas, especially Catholic, which, under the fallacious pretext of so-called divine inspiration, would hinder the progress of the social sciences. Human selection is the principle which should lead us to the object to be attained in the remote future. It is not by legal constraint, but by universal instruction, that we shall obtain general recognition and acceptance of this principle. We have proved in Chapter 6, with regard to sexual selection, that women are much more exclusive in their choice than men, and that among savages they prefer courage and bodily strength. At the present day, owing to change of customs, cultured and intelligent women are, on the contrary, much less attracted by man's physical strength than by his intellectual superiority or genius. This gives us a very important indication of the selection we desire, and confirms the necessity of instructing women in sexual matters. I foresee that the enlightened and intelligent women are those who will support human selection with the greatest energy and success. I repeat here that it is not our object to create a new human race of superior beings, but simply to cause gradual elimination of the unfit, by suppressing the causes of blastophoria, and sterilizing those who have hereditary taints by means of a voluntary act, at the same time urging healthier, happier and more social men to multiply more and more. A profound study of blastophoria, and all the phenomena of the neem and normal heredity, leaves no doubt on the possibility of attaining this object. Is not the quality of dogs improved by breeding from the good and eliminating the bad? Are not certain families distinguished in their character, work and intelligence, because for many generations their ancestors have preserved these qualities and maintained the family type by means of careful marriages? On the other hand, are not cowardice, falseness and meanness, etc., reproduced with quite as much certainty in other families? I refer the reader to the description given by Georgia of the disastrous effects of alcoholic blastophoria and bad heredity, produced during nearly 2 centuries in the numerous members of a family of vagabonds, vide Chapter 11. What then are the types of men which we should endeavor to produce? Types to eliminate. First of all, we must understand that negative action is much easier than positive. It is more easy to mention the types which should not be allowed to multiply than those which should. These are, in the first place, all criminals, lunatics and imbeciles, and all individuals who are irresponsible, mischievous, quarrelsome or amoral. These are the persons who do the most harm in society, and introduce into it the most harmful taints. It is the same with alcoholics, opium eaters, etc., who, although often capable in other respects, are dangerous by their blastophthoric influence. Here the only remedy consists in the suppression of the use of narcotics, for it is no use eliminating a few narcotized individuals as long as a greater number is always being produced. Persons predisposed to tuberculosis by heredity, chronic invalids, the subjects of rickets, hemophilia, and other persons incapable of procreating a healthy race owing to inherited diseases or bad constitution, form a second category of individuals who ought to avoid propagation, or do so as little as possible. Types to perpetuate. On the other hand, men who are useful from the social point of view, those who take a pleasure in work, and those who are good-tempered, peaceful and amiable, should be induced to multiply. If they are endowed with clear intelligence and an active mind, or with an intellectual or artistic creative imagination, they constitute excellent subjects for reproduction. In such cases, certain taints which are not too pronounced may be passed over. True willpower 1. Perseverance in the accomplishment of rational resolutions, and not the tyrannical and obstinate spirit of domination, is also one of the most desirable qualities which ought to be reproduced. Willpower must not be confounded with impulsiveness, which is rather the antinomy of it, but often deceives superficial observers, and makes them believe in the existence of a strong will, because of the violent manner in which it tries to realize momentary impulsive resolutions. Human social value. We have seen that, owing to traditional routine, the intellectual merit of a young man is unfortunately judged by the results of examinations. To succeed in these, a good memory and strong mental receptivity are all that is necessary. It follows from this that nonentities often attain the highest social positions, while originality, creative power, perseverance, honesty, responsibility and duty take a back place. I refer the reader to what I have said on the estimation of human value, especially in the Landerzeichenscheme chapter 16. They should be estimated according to their utility in practical social life, where the qualities of will and creative imagination play a more considerable part than memory and rapidity in assimilating the ideas of others. But we have seen that the standard of ordinary examinations is false, even as regards pure intelligence. Critical judgment and imaginative power of combination have a much greater intellectual value than memory or the power of assimilation. It is therefore not to be wondered at that the boy who is at the top of his class so often turns out a failure, while the dunce who failed in his examinations sometimes becomes a genius, or at any rate a very useful and capable man. From such facts, which are extremely common, it is falsely concluded, by a kind of fatalism, that one never knows what will become of a man, for personalities change so much. This false conclusion is simply due to the erroneous criterion which is used in the evaluation of childhood, combined with the disgust inspired in strong and original minds by our schools. Diseases and other accidents may sometimes hinder the development of good dispositions, or even cause them to abort completely. Nevertheless, we shall rarely make false prophecies if we begin by avoiding the gross errors that we have pointed out in the mental evaluation of youth. It is also necessary to institute extensive psychological observations on the development of individuals, and in the value of their work at adult age compared with their peculiarities observed in childhood. I am certain that in this way the social value of a young man, or even a child, and in general all members of human society, could be calculated in advance in a more exact way. Domestic animals and plants. The weak constitution of the domestic varieties of plants and animals has been used as an argument against human selection. If the animal and vegetable varieties which we raise by artificial selection have not enough strength when left to themselves, this is due to the fact that in creating them we have not consulted their interests in the struggle for existence, but only our own. For example, we raise for our own use fat pigs which can scarcely walk, pear trees with succulent fruit, which has very few seeds, etc. It is obvious that these monstrosities cannot be expected to maintain themselves in the struggle for existence. Human selection, on the contrary, is only concerned with what is advantageous for man, individually as well as socially. It is therefore not a question of a utopian hypothesis, but of facts, the daily consequences of which we can observe in society, if we only look at them without prejudice. Calculation of averages. Francis Galton has studied this question by the aid of the law of variations and by the calculation of probabilities. This law only deals with so-called fortuitous elements, due to thousands of minute causes, which act to a great extent against each other, and become mutually compensated in their general effect, so that the two extremes are always represented by small numbers and the average by large numbers. But when certain special and greater forces come into play, the general resultant is deviated in one direction or the other. Galton shows that this law applies to social relations and mental values, as well as to the stature of the body. In a given society, there are always some individuals who are very good, some very bad, and many mediocrities. When a powerful general factor, such as alcohol or corruption by money, lowers all the individual values, the total value of the whole scale of capacities is lowered. Galton shows that the average values can be appreciably raised by inducing the class of higher values to reproduce themselves, and by preventing the lower values from doing so. Prof. Jules Ammon has shown how the immigration of the Huguenots into Switzerland and Germany after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes by Louis Roman XIV contributed to raise the mental level in these countries, and continues to do so at the present day. Visions of the past and future. It is always sad to see capable, hard-working men and women, very useful from the social point of view, remaining sterile, simply on account of our social or religious prejudices, whereas, for the benefit of the community, they ought to marry as young as possible and procreate numerous children. I have already said the idea is found in André Couvrer's La Graine that, if the sterility of one of the conjoints in marriage unfortunately leads to sterility in the other conjoint, the law, to make good the loss, should allow bigamy or concubinage in favor of the second. When the latter is very capable, I cannot dwell too strongly on the necessity of compensating for the sterilization which is so necessary with ill-formed or incapable beings, as well as for the period of rest which is due to women between their confinements, by an energetic multiplication of all useful and capable individuals. In the same way, it is a real pity to see so many healthy, active and intelligent girls become old maids, simply because they have no money and do not wish to throw themselves at the first scamp who comes. It would be far better to allow a little free polygamy, with complete equality of the two sexes and certain legal precautions, than to lose so much good seed and grow so many weeds. I refer the reader to what I have said on the duties of parents toward their children, and on the duties of society toward the procreators of healthy children. Chapter 13. It would certainly take a century to obtain any appreciable improvement in the quality of a race by this procedure, even if it were carried out in a methodical and general way. At the end of a few centuries, our descendants might recognize the happiness that they owe to our efforts. They would also no doubt be astonished at being descended from such a race of barbarians, and at having so many drunkards, criminals and imbeciles among their ancestors. The mingling of mysticism in sexual life, which now exists under the name of religion, would appear to them almost the same as idolatry, and the practice of magicians among savage races appears to us. As to the effects of alcoholic drinks and prostitution, these would give them almost the same impression as the instruments of torture of the Middle Ages which we see exhibited in museums, or the horrors of the Inquisition, or burning at the stake for witchcraft. Many of my readers will no doubt regard my comparisons as exaggerated or fanatical, because, imbued as we are with contemporary thought, we cannot, without a great effort of imagination, and having at our disposal much experience and many objects of comparison, identify ourselves with the thought of the past, or that of the future. I recommend persons who cannot appreciate this fact to read The Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin, by Harriet Beecher, not the novel itself. This book contains numerous documents relating to the time of Negro slavery, before the American War of Secession. When they read what happened at that time, for example, advertisements in the public journals of dogs trained to track escaped slaves, they will perhaps agree with me. Pious pastors then gave their support to slavery, as they often do now to alcohol. What now appears to us as monstrous seemed then quite natural. Reform in education. After human selection, I consider pedagogic reform in the sexual and other domains as the most important of positive reforms. Vide chapters Romans 17 and 13. Although good quality in the germ is one of the fundamental conditions for man's happiness, it is not sufficient. Just as we can obtain by education comparatively useful individuals from comparatively defective germs, so can we more easily damage phylogenetically good germs by evil influences during their ontogeny. With regard to individuals who are defective by heredity, their better dispositions might be developed up to a certain point and made to antagonize the bad dispositions, so that the latter should not predominate in the brain. Vide chapter 17. In spite of the great importance of rational pedagogy, we must not forget that it is incapable of replacing selection. It serves for the immediate object, which is to utilize in the best possible way human material as it exists at present, but by itself it cannot in any way improve the quality of the future germ. It can, however, by instructing youth on the social value of selection, prepare it to put the latter in action. Utopian ideas on the ideal marriage of the future. The outward life of man is largely influenced by events of the moment, but his inner life is determined by memories of the past combined with heredity, and thus gives rise to efforts toward the future. The past should never be allowed to dominate the present or the future, but should combine past experience with new impressions, and constitute a prolific source of ideas and resolutions. The marriage of the future presupposes people to be completely instructed from their childhood in natural sexual intercourse and its eventual dangers. It presupposes man brought up without alcohol or other narcotics, possessing the right to utilize the produce of his work for life and the maintenance of his own person, but not that of capitalizing for himself or his children, nor of making legacies to others. 1. Of founding by the aid of money a power for the exploitation of others. Everyone will know from his childhood that work is a necessary condition for the existence of all. Brought up in common with absolutely equal rights, girls and boys will be aware of the differences in their life tasks, such as differences of sex and individuality indicate them. Till the age of 16 or perhaps longer, they will have been instructed in the schools by simultaneous development of intelligence, bodily and technical exercises, aesthetics, moral and social sentiments and will, without frightening them with the spectre of eternal punishment, and without alluring them by the promise of paradise after death. They will have been taught that the object of our transient individual existence is continual effort to attain a pure human ideal. They will have learnt to find the truest satisfaction in the accomplishment of their different duties, and in work in common for the benefit of society. They will also have learnt to despise frivolity and luxury, to attach no importance to personal property, and to put all their ambition into the quantity and quality of their work. The sexual appetite will manifest itself in different individuals at different ages. Trained from childhood not to yield to every desire, but to subordinate their appetites to the welfare of the community, they will not yield immediately. Moreover, they will know the signification of this appetite. They will also know that their patience will not be tried too long, and that they may speak openly on sexual subjects to their masters and parents, and even to their companions of the opposite sex. What will be the consequences of such a state of things? Attachments will be formed early, but instead of making all kinds of calculations concerning money, social position, etc., instead of concealing their thoughts in the form of conventional politeness, instead of avoiding an honest explanation of the knotty point, or, at the most, passing over this explanation like a cat on hot cinders, instead of trying to dazzle by their charms one they wish to capture, the lovers of the future will be much more frank, because they will have less reason to dissimulate. They will exchange plans for the future, and will mutually test each other's constancy and loyalty without fear of scandal and slander. Then, thanks to its liberty, the period of betrothal will allow a free interchange of ideas on life between the parties concerned, so that they will soon find out whether they are likely or not to live harmoniously in conjugal union. Questions of heredity, procreation and education will be dealt with calmly and freely. This will be certainly more moral than the present conversations between betrothed couples, well brought up, who, apart from certain conventional degrees of flirtation, hardly dare mention anything but commonplaces. A young man of talent who wishes to continue his studies will not be prevented from marrying. He may, for example, marry at 24 a young girl of 18 and continue his studies till he is 26. The inconvenience will be slight, for the habits of life will be simpler, and he can easily, by anticonceptional measures, avoid having children for a year or two. What will marriage be like? First of all useless luxury and conventional formality will be reduced to a minimum. The husband and wife will both work, either together or each on their own account, according to circumstances. Part of the work will naturally be devoted to the children. As at present, the husband will be able to participate in the personal education of the children if he is more disposed than the wife. Equality in the rights of the two sexes and matriarchy vide Chapter 13 will not render conjugal relations less intimate, but will, on the contrary, deepen their roots by raising their moral value. There will be less time to shine in society. Dinner parties and society functions of all kinds will be unknown. These things are for the idle rich who have time to kill and money to spend. If a friend comes, and there is time to receive him and something for him to eat, he will be invited to take potluck with his family. Clothes will be simple, comfortable and hygienic. Dwellings will be artistic, aesthetic and scrupulously clean. Pomp and luxury are not art, and are sometimes so overdone that they wound the most elementary sense of aesthetics. If the occupation of the married couple or the number of their children render domestic servants necessary, the latter will not have the same position in the family as our present servants. Their education and social position being the same as those of the members of the family, they will take the position of companions rather than servants. No domestic work will be considered as degrading. If the marriage is sterile, the conjoints will adopt orphans or children from other large families. In certain cases of which we have spoken, concubinage may be preferred, which, with such a change in social organization, will amount to bigamy. But here everything will be done openly and by mutual agreement. In such cases, anyone who cannot overcome jealousy will be divorced. If in spite of everything, a marriage is not happy, owing to incompatibility of character, the marriage or sexual contract will be dissolved, after legal provision for the children and their education. After this, each of the conjoints will be free to marry again. This last contingency will probably not be more frequent than it is at present, possibly less, especially when there are children, for divorce is always painful when there are children to be brought up. Work and the effort of striving toward the ideal of social life are the best and most healthy distractions for the sexual appetite. It is the idleness, luxury and corruption of large cities which cause it to degenerate. Moreover, work revives love and leaves little time for family disputes. With a little independence of character and abandonment of old prejudices, we can even now realize our scheme to a great extent. The art of loving long. The ideal true love often only shows itself after the first amorous intoxication has subsided. In order to remain harmonious, love requires above all things the higher psychic irradiation of intimate sympathetic sentiments associated with the sexual appetite, with which they should always remain intimately connected, or at any rate as long as the duration of the active sexual life of man. Later on, in the evening of life, the first are sufficient. The great error into which most men fall who marry is to rely on the civil and religious bonds of matrimony. As soon as the union is sealed, they return to their usual habits and mode of life. Each expects much from the other and gives as little as possible. When amorous sexual intoxication is over, the husband no longer finds any charm in his wife. He becomes enamored of other women to whom he devotes his attention, reserving his bad temper for his wife, while the latter takes no more trouble to please him. I agree that a man cannot for long conceal his true nature. We are what we are by heredity. Nevertheless, the art of being amiable may be acquired by habit and education, an art which the poorest may employ. Education should never cease during life. Along with the higher sentiments of love and mutual respect, lasting sexual attraction is a link of inestimable value in maintaining a long and happy union between man and woman in marriage. The married couple should, therefore, avoid everything which may rupture this link. The wife should devote herself to making the home attractive to her husband. The latter, on his part, should neither regard his wife as a mere housekeeper, nor only as an object for the satisfaction of his sexual appetite. Such a conception of woman and marriage is unfortunately very common, and is incompatible with true conjugal happiness. On the other hand, it is not enough for the husband to esteem and respect his wife as a faithful companion, to whom he is united in a purely intellectual way. For the couple to find lasting and complete happiness in marriage, love, however ideal it may be, should be accompanied by sexual enjoyment. In short, intellectual and sentimental harmony should be combined with sensual harmony in a single and sublime symphony. The husband should not only regard his wife as the incarnation of all the domestic virtues, but should also continue to imagine her as the Venus of his early love. This condition may be realized even when youth has passed away, provided the deep sympathetic sentiments of an ideal love have truly existed and are maintained. The wife will then continue to be for her husband the goddess she has always been. But if this condition is not realized, it is not always easy for the husband, with his polygamous disposition, to remain insensible to the charms of other women. However, habit and imagination may do much to correct this tendency. I think the following advice may be useful to the husband, and occasionally also to the wife. When his sexual passion is excited by another woman, and he is in danger of succumbing, he should endeavor, by the aid of his imagination, to clothe his own wife with the charms of his would-seducer. With a little determination this measure will often succeed. He will thus strengthen his sexual desire toward his own wife, and perhaps increase hers also. In this way, a flame which threatened to destroy conjugal happiness may sometimes serve to strengthen it, by reviving afresh the mutual feelings of love and desire. In the first part of his Walverwenschaft and Elective Affinities, Goethe designates this phenomenon by the term mental adultery, but I am of the opinion that it is rather the expression of a mental conjugal fidelity which is strengthened by sensual substitution. When there is true love and goodwill on both sides, such experiences may often help toward the gradual consolidation of conjugal relations. Not only may a deviated passion be brought back to the conjugal bed, but certain discords may be restored to harmony, and the couple may find new desire and mutual affection which have been put to the test. Matriarchism. With regard to family relations, there is an important point to consider, which we have already touched upon in Chapter 13. The power of man and of patriarchism has had the result of giving the father's name to the family. This system is not only unnatural, but also has deplorable effects. If it is true that the germ of the individual chromosomes, Chapter 1, inherits on the average as much from the father as from the mother, the latter is more closely connected with it from all other points of view. Races in which the maternal influence predominates in the family, not only in name but also in other respects, have better understood the voice of nature. The fact that the mother carries the child for 9 months in her womb, and for many years after birth is more intimately associated with it than the father, gives her a natural right which the father cannot claim. Children ought therefore to be named after the mother. Moreover, in case of divorce, it should be the rule for children to be restored to the mother, unless there are special reasons for another decision. It is evident that in the conditions of modern civilization, we cannot return to matriarchism in its primitive sense. An old patriarch cannot become the sole sovereign of all his descendants without the occurrence of grave abuses, no more can this power devolve on a grandmother. Apart from denomination in the maternal line, I mean by matriarchism, the legal privilege of the management of the family conferred on the wife, who is in reality the center of the family. I will sum up what appears to me to be required in the following propositions. Denomination in the maternal line. With the exception of cases in which the wife loses her maternal rights owing to incapacity, bad conduct or insanity, etc., or when the law is obliged to deprive her of them, she alone will possess the guardianship and the management of her children during their minority. The wife will be proprietor and housekeeper of the house and household. Her work of housekeeping and her maternal duties will be estimated at their just value, and will have the right to compensation, equivalent to the husband's work in his business. As long as conjugal union exists, the husband has the right to live in his wife's house, for the protection he gives to the family, for the work he gives toward the house and the education of the children, as well as for his pecuniary contributions toward the expenses of both. With the exception of contributions to the house and education, and to the feeding and clothing of the children, the product of the husband's work and private fortune belong to him, just as the product and fortune of his wife are her own property. In the case of divorce, there will then be no difficulty in separating the two properties, excepting in cases mentioned in the second proposition, which will be decided by law. The children will belong to the mother only. But as long as he lives and is able to work, the divorced father must continue to contribute to the maintenance and education of the children he has procreated, till they come of age. These propositions have only a legal value, and will only be required when the conjoints cannot come to a mutual understanding. They in no way concern those who are able to live together in mutual concord. A weak and passive woman will continue as before to subordinate herself to the advice and opinions of a husband stronger and wiser than herself. It is needless to say that, after divorce or separation, things will not always go smoothly, although more so than at present. The husband will always have the right to have certain claims decided by law. When the law is not exclusively in the hands of men, it will be more capable of protecting the rights of women. Cases in which a mother is incapable of bringing up her own children, or where the father is capable of great devotion and sacrifice, are not now so rare, but they are nevertheless exceptional. The present day. It is not to be expected that the above propositions will find much support at the present day among the majority of people, still less that they will soon be realized by the governing bodies, considering their conservative and idle tendencies and their inertia. It may be asked, on the other hand, whether the present laws do not already provide us with the ways and means of attaining the ideal that we propose. I already see two. First of all, as pointed out in Chapter 13, we may enter into contracts which make the properties entirely separate, and according to the local legislation in force, fulfill other of the above propositions. For instance, in some countries, the wife can preserve by contract the property and management of the house, etc. In the second place, Illegitimate children now bear the family name of their mother. This is exactly what we desire. When concubinage is not prosecuted and punished by law, a free marriage could be arranged by private contract, which would fulfill the above conditions. Some persons, I admit, would require much courage to do this, for it is not everyone who can brave public opinion when he has a good reputation to lose. Moreover, such unions would not enjoy the protection of the state. By a little perseverance, however, the public might be induced to call the woman Mrs. instead of Miss. It is not impossible for unions of this kind between honorable persons to become more frequent, and gradually compel society to recognize free unions as the equivalent of traditional or so-called legal marriage, to accord them the same rights and recognize the children born of them. The conjoints could be named by combining both family names. For example, if Miss Martin enters into a free union with Mr. Durand, she might be called Mrs. Martin Durand, and her husband Mr. Durand Martin. Conclusion: it may perhaps be thought that I am imagining the existence of the purest ideal and the happiness of paradise in a world in which the hereditary quality of men will be no better than it is today. I hope that no reader who has followed me carefully will regard me as so ingenuous. Then as now there will be intrigues and disputes, hatred, envy, jealousy, idleness, impropriety, falsehood, negligence, temper, etc., but their power will be less. There will be less excuse for these bad qualities, and those who possess them will be regarded as pathological individuals who should be eliminated as much as possible by means of proper selection, combined with good hygiene and thorough education. On the other hand, men of originality and high ideals will be able to develop much more freely and naturally than at present. They will no longer be the slaves of power, money, prejudice, and routine. They will not be obliged to conform to religious hypocrisy, but will be able to speak and act according to their convictions. Marriage and sexual relations in general will no longer be a perpetual conventional falsehood. The sentiments no longer fettered will not be led astray into mischievous ways by artificial excitement, so long as they do not depend on unhealthy dispositions, for the pretexts and especially the pecuniary inducement to commit evil actions and contract bad habits will have been removed as far as possible. For the same reason prostitution will become almost impossible, for it will cease to have any reason for existence. Immoderate sexual intercourse, like other excesses, will not cease to exist, but will be kept in certain limits by the work which no one will be able to escape. At the end of his History of Materialism, F.A. Lange wrote as follows: "We lay down our pen and terminate our criticism at a time when Europe is agitated by the social question. In the vast social domain, all the revolutionary elements of science, religion, and politics meet together and seem prepared for a decisive battle, whether this battle remains a simple contest of minds, or whether it takes the form of a cataclysm which will bury thousands of unfortunates in the ruins of a disappearing period. One thing is certain: the new epoch will only succeed by abolishing egoism and placing the work of improvement of the human race in the hands of a human cooperative society, in place of our feverish work which has only personal interest at heart. The contests which are impending will be mitigated if the minds which are to direct the people are imbued with the knowledge of human evolution and historical phenomena. We must not abandon the hope that in the remote future great changes may take place without defiling humanity with fire and bloodshed. It would certainly be the finest reward for strenuous work of the human mind, if it could from this time prepare an easy way to that which a certain future reserves for us, avoiding atrocious sacrifices, and saving the treasures of our civilization to be transmitted to the new epoch. Unfortunately, this prospect has little chance of realization, and we cannot disguise the fact that blind party passion goes on increasing, and that the brutal struggle of interests becomes more and more removed from the influence of theoretical research. However, our efforts will not all be in vain, and truth will prevail in the end. In any case, the observer who thinks has no right to be silent, simply because at the present moment he has only a small number of listeners. 30 years ago Lange's pessimism would be comprehensible, but ideas have progressed since then, and the prospects of today give us more courage for social work. The utopian ideas which I have expressed have in no way the pretension to be new. Analyzing the facts in the most diverse domains, I have simply attempted to find those which seem to me suited to solve the sexual problem of the human race most advantageously under the present social conditions. Everyone today admits that our sexual life leaves much to be desired, but is afraid of touching the crumbling edifice. I leave it to my readers to decide whether my ideas are nothing more than utopian, or whether they do not rather represent a realizable ideal, begging them to reflect as calmly and independently as possible before giving their judgment. After all, we have to choose between pessimistic acceptance of the fatal decay of our race for the benefit of the Mongols, and an immediate and energetic effort towards selective and educational improvement, an effort which will alone be capable of reviving our hereditary vital energy. Whoever decides in favor of the latter alternative should occupy himself with the sexual question and boldly declare war against the domination of private capital, the abuse of alcohol, and all the prejudices by which we are hampered. He should abandon the luxury and effeminate comfort of our time and return to the principles of Lycurgus, and the Japonicito, the education of character and self-control by methodical training, in continuous social work, combined with voluntary fatigue and privation. Bibliographical remarks. I shall no doubt be reproached for not having taken sufficient notice of other works on the subject of this book. I have, however, desired to express my own opinion without allowing myself to be unduly influenced by others. I will nevertheless make a few remarks on the bibliography of this subject. I may mention the celebrated work of the Italian physician Mantegazza on the physiology of love. It is a curious fact that this author, after his poetic descriptions of love, is in favor of prostitution. The German socialist Bebel has written a very remarkable book on woman in the past, the present and the future, in spite of scientific errors, which are easily excused in a self-made man who became one of the leaders of the German Reichstag. This book remains a veritable social monument on the sexual question. With the exception of his strong political bias and the errors I have just mentioned, I am, on the whole, in accord with the ideas of Bebel. Another German author, Balsch, Das Liebesleben in der Natur, has recently described love among all organized beings, including man, with a tone of forced pleasantry, which spoils the profound knowledge of the author on the zoological and other subjects which he treats. With regard to German literature, I recommend the archive für Rassen und Gesellschaftsbiologie, edited by Dr. Plotz of Berlin. This publication has for its object the study of the causes of degeneration in our race and the remedies for it. Among other articles which have appeared in this publication, I may specially mention those of Schollmeyer on heredity and selection in the life of races, and Thurnwald, Town and Country in the life of the race. I may also mention Plotz, Die Tuchtigkeit unserer Rasse und der Schutz der Schwachen, 1895, and Mutterschutz, a journal for the reform of sexual ethics, 1905. France has always shown in the domain of the poetry of love and the art connected with it. Apart from the ancient classics, I may refer to George Sand, Alfred de Musset, Lamartine, and Madame de Staël. In the practical conception of free love, George Sand was in advance of her time. Among modern authors there are Paul Birgit, André Couvreur, who in La Graine deals with the problem of human selection, Bria, who in Les Avariés attacks the social tragedies of venereal disease. The book of Vacher de Lapouge on social selection is full of interesting ideas, although too much influenced by the unstable hypothesis of Gobineau. To make distinct zoological species of dolichocephalics and brachycephalics, as Vacher de Lapouge attempts, is a grave error in zoology. Charles Albert, L'amour libre and quirat, La démoralisation de l'idée sexuelle, give the note of contemporary change in ideas on the sexual question. In Le Marriage et les Théories Malthusiennes, Paris, 1906, Dr. Georges Guibert recommends early marriage, but does not take account of human selection. Remy de Guermont, Physique de l'amour, Essai sur l'instinct sexuel, Paris, 1903, describes, very pessimistically, love in the animal kingdom. Jean de Flou, Le Sexualisme, Paris, 1905, has written a virulent feminine complaint against the injustice of the stronger sex. But the French author who has given the most profound, the truest descriptions of the psychology of love and the sexual appetite is undoubtedly Guy de Maupassant. No doubt his last illness caused him to produce certain more or less regrettable works in which certain pornographic traits appeared. He may perhaps be accused of having too often described the pathology of love, which, by the way, he admirably understood. Perhaps also, he has too often dealt with exceptional situations and irresponsible passions, but these are only details, and we must admit that by drawing attention to the unhealthy features of our modern sexual life, he compels the reader to reflect, and inspires him not only with disgust for evil, but with profound sadness and a feeling of revulsion. He often reveals his predilection for the refined, hypersensitive love of the boudoir, which we have regarded here as a symptom of social degeneration, but this does not prevent his clear insight into the love of the proletariat, the peasant or the healthy man. He knows man as well as woman, and if he has presented them most often under their least moral aspect, it is because he has observed them closely. But occasionally he rises to the greatest heights of the truest, purest, and most profound love.